Me working through this multiplayer of this game, and the toughest challenge I think was really about how do we respect the legacy of what came before us, but still build something that feels new.
We've tried to bring all these elements of legacy and really inject them into Halo Infinite, not just like in a way where you kind of won't notice it, where you feel like, oh, they really designed this to be a celebration of previous Halo, as well as an iteration of where Halo can go next. The vision of Arena was all about a tight experience. It was all about being fair. It was all about earning everything on the map, earning everything, every kill you get.
Going back to like what is the core foundation of what made the great Halo multiplayer arena matches great. Halo, it's really about fair and balanced starts, so everybody's on equal footing when they come off the rip. And then once they start running around, it's about scavenging, it's about finding new toys and kind of developing your playstyle as you run through the match.
What makes Halo feel like Halo? I feel like the answer to that question is the sandbox. Like, the sandbox is Halo.
When we set out to look at Halo Infinite from a high level and the direction of what it is, there's lots of exciting things there because we really wanted to push what are the things that are true to Halo, but what are the things that fans haven't seen yet.
Equipment is back, but equipment is kind of has a bigger voice than ever before. We ask questions to ourselves of if you could go after, a power weapon to get a bunch of kills, would you do that, or could you go and get grapple to make sure that you swing yourself to the other side of a map to backcap a stronghold? We saw it as like another avenue of not just skill expression, but tactics for teams to coordinate around.
The exciting combinatory nature of this toy plus this toy and how those interact with objectives is super amazing.
Looking at how the power-ups play, like your classic power-ups like the overshield and the active camouflage. For this title, what we're looking at, what we're excited for, is you pick that up and you choose when you activate it. It goes into your inventory. If you haven't used it and someone kills you in multiplayer, you drop that overshield and then they can take it, use it for themselves. That to me is very legacy, but we took the equipment side of it and modernized it. When it comes to the vehicles, we went in and decided to invest a lot in the systems. When I take damage in my Warthog, my wheels can get blown off, my hood can get blown off. There's different aspects of the vehicle that change how my vehicle handles now. And that's something that's brand new.
The other thing we added to that is like this doomsday mechanic. So when you hit this threshold, the vehicle catches fire, and it's very much, you've got a certain amount of health or a certain amount of time, and you gotta choose what you wanna do with the last minutes of this vehicle.
We've got a cousin to the Warthog, which is the Razer back.
The back has this like multi-storage compartment that you can put a lot of stuff into. So if you want to put like detached turrets, power weapons, fusion coils, objectives, and that is what's really making the Razorback kick a lot of butt in MP and campaign.
The levels define pace for the game, how frantic it is, and they define that iconic fantasy for players as they're entering that match. What do they want to do? What type of experience are they hoping to have? What kind of combat, what kind of dance floor is there available to have that combat in?
For me, BTV is all about experiencing the full extent of the sandbox of Halo in just one match, right? Like you see the vehicles, the weapons, the equipment.
We really wanted to take that kind of concept, those feels you had, playing the previous games, and just turn the volume up. Vehicles are no longer just spawning at bases anymore. We have Pelicans delivering them, and we have a commander in your ear telling you that Pelicans are going to be dropping off these vehicles.
Scorpion tank is inbound.
We have Halo 2 style Delta Halo mission weapon pods that fall from the sky to resupply the field.
That's where it makes it feel like a real battlefield, and it's very exciting.
This is not just more players, this is just this certain beautiful slice of sci-fi chaos.
The announcer is your big gameplay moments, your game modes, just like the way it was before.
Flame capture.
Personal AI is really a reflection and information for the player.
Personal AI, designation button.
So if a player grabs the flag, your personal AI is going to tell you to, get that thing back to base and give you some moment-to-moment updates.
Our team took the enemy flag.
What if we can let players choose their own AI, and each one of those are different voices, so that players can find the one that fits their personality and their mood the best?
They add to the sense of me as a Spartan being more important. And for us in multiplayer, it is really about becoming a Spartan, your Spartan. You are you inside of the Halo universe.
The body of customization content that we have on day one ensures that there will be millions of customization combinations for Spartans on the battlefield. That includes things like armor coatings, armor emblems, various armor effects, down to the individual armor pieces. So your shoulders, your gloves, your knee pads, your helmet, your visor, your helmet attachments. Then you look at weapons, and we've got a whole slew of customization offerings there. Vehicles have a huge pool of customizations too. We support customization in the game. Players can do the same thing on HaloWaypoint.com, as well as the Halo Waypoint app.
The player also customizes the Spartan, the soldier inside the suit. We want the Spartan to represent the player as much as possible. They can change their body type and their voice, as well as choose prosthetics for the first time.
Coatings offer us a unique opportunity to craft some hyper-polished looks and let you express yourselves in ways you've never been able to before. We're coming at this from a player-first mentality. So what that means is that there's no random loot in this. There's no loot boxes. It's very important to us that everyone understands exactly how they unlock customization content. And we have a variety of places where they can do that. First off is the Battle Pass.
The Halo Battle Pass will never be taken away from you. And what I mean by that is once you buy it, it's yours and does not expire. In future seasons, you can purchase old Battle Passes as well as the current Battle Pass and choose which Battle Pass to put your progression towards.
All of these rewards are single source, so you're never going to be confused about where things come from. If you can unlock something in the Battle Pass, we're not going to let any other players circumvent that by purchasing it out of the storefront.
A lot of our stuff is unlocked through playing the game and only through playing the game. All customization is just cosmetic.
Every season will have its own theme and introduce new components, new looks, new gameplay for players, new opportunities to earn and collect cool rewards. We've seen the Samurai already. That's one of our event armor cores, and that's going to be something that players can earn through gameplay for free.
With us going free to play for the multiplayer part of the game, like that was a big goal because, you know, how do we have a way we can always bring players in, right? And they can, when we have a new update, they'll just dip their toes in if they even just want to see it.
Not only are we free to play, but we're free to play on PC as well as console. And what that means is we're able to get the biggest audience we've ever had. Everybody gets to play with no barriers. And even better, your progression carries from one platform to the next.
Getting our game to be on PC and console at the same time is an amazing chance for us to really just kind of excite new players about the game. How can we do things like make cross-play interesting, and like even in just customs, being able to just play with your friends. That like some people have PCs and some people have consoles, and like let them talk to each other, let them be friends.
Why are you here?
To be a Spartan.
The Academy is a place that you can go with an MP to kind of onboard into the experience. It's great for newer players who are still picking up the controls, and also people who want to warm up before they head into matchmaking. It's a series of experiences, both a tutorial to get started for the first time, weapon drills to practice with specific items, and also training mode that you can use to just get warm, explore the game as you want to.
For players who are new to Halo, let's help them learn what this universe is about. Some of these characters, what are they about? And help them kind of know the vocabulary that people have been speaking for now almost 20 years, so that when they come in there, they don't feel like they're behind everyone else. They can kind of come in on an even footing.
I mean, I'm super jazzed about bots. I think they're awesome. Our goal with bots has been to have a variety of difficulties that kind of provide a good training partner for wherever you're at in the experience.
Partnering with our players on the road to launch and after launch is absolutely critical, right?
I mean, Halo's always been about the community conversation.
We want to make sure we hear our players, make changes where we can based on that feedback, make sure the game is ready for launch, and then even beyond launch.
What I'm genuinely excited about is taking the game out of our hands and putting it into the community's hands. You know, whether it's seeing what people make in Forge or the content that they're able to create with theater, watching streamers go after the game.
To get involved, you go to haloinsider.com, put in your info with your gamer tag, and we should be able to reach out to you if we want to invite you to a Halo Infinite flight.
We feel like we've got a pretty good selection at launch and what's going to be there for our fans. And this isn't going to be something that is just a static set of items. We have some new stuff in the works already, and just can't wait to really get into that as soon as this game comes out.
New maps, new modes, new ways to customize your Spartan. Launch is just the beginning. Now we're just going to be able to talk, interact more frequently, and that's just going to be great. That is the future of Halo Infinite multiplayer.
Thank you to the community for all their feedback over the years so far, and I'm looking forward to the road to launch itself, and beyond.
Just a totally impossible to ignore force in the entire games industry when you take all of that as a whole. Now, if only games with gold didn't suck now, but you know, I can't really complain.
It is definitely a strange time to say a PlayStation-developed game costs more on PlayStation than on Xbox if you have subscription services on both. It is a very strange place to be, and it's of course you're completely right. You can't compare what PlayStation's offering to Game Pass. Just nothing stacks up. But at least in a vacuum, thinking of what PlayStation players have been dealing with, things have been largely the same getting into the PS5 generation. But at the very least, I'd say PlayStation Plus's games lineup each month has been a lot better. Definitely when they pared down the lineup of games on PS Plus from 6 down to 2, they didn't really find a way to up the value there or, you know, keep the value the same. And for a while, PS Plus kind of felt like a waste with those games. But thankfully, since the launch of the PS5, we've gotten almost a brand new PlayStation 5 game every month on PS Plus as part of that lineup. Stuff like Destruction All-Stars, Bug Snacks, Oddworld Soulstorm, and Maquette. Obviously, again, it does not compare to the game after game that is coming to Game Pass, but at least taken for what PS Plus was, it's nice to see them adding a little bit of value. Of course, probably the closest thing to Game Pass that PlayStation actually does offer is PlayStation Now, but they really haven't brought that service into the generation of the PS5. You can play it on PS5, but they don't allow PlayStation 5 games yet to be a part of the service, and this really came to a head when they added Borderlands 3 and Marvel's Avengers to PlayStation Now, but only the PS4 versions. It's strange, especially to be in a place where there is a subscription service that does have a library of games and does span genres that PlayStation could really be bolstering, but it just doesn't match up to what Game Pass offers, and it's becoming painfully more clear as the months go on. Now, on the peripheral side, talking about things being a little bit the same as what we've gotten before, the PlayStation 5 launched with a decent amount of peripheral support, like a pretty good charging station that was kind of in the look and feel of the PS5's new, very ostentatious design. We got the Pulse 3D headset that takes a really great advantage of the built-in 3D audio of the PS5 and is really affordable, especially compared to some other high-end headphones, and, you know, a few things like that, including the media remote, the one peripheral we've all been trying to actually get our hands on. And while we only had the single option for the DualSense controller at launch, luckily PlayStation has revealed that we are getting 2 new colors to add to the DualSense lineup. Those include Cosmic Red, which is a red and black colorway, as well as a Midnight Black colorway, which is entirely black and aligned a little bit more with past PlayStation controllers at launch. So those are 2 options that we know of right now, and Sony definitely loves to introduce new colors as generations go on, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is just the start. We haven't quite been able to get any sense of what's to come other than some PlayStation VR new controllers that'll be on the horizon, but that is way down the line. At the very least, third-party headsets are compatible with the PlayStation 5, so if you're not a fan of the Pulse headset but do want to take advantage of 3D audio, there are some other options for you. Unfortunately, I think the biggest thing when it comes to PS5 and peripherals is an advantage the PlayStation is supposed to have over Xbox, but just hasn't happened yet, and that is a more accessible opportunity to get expandable storage. PlayStation has said the PS5 will be compatible with third-party drives that, as long as they match the speeds of the internal SSD, players will be able to expand that internal storage. But we don't have information about what drives those will be, from what companies, when that will be incorporated into the PlayStation 5. We're just kind of left waiting, and that's really a big problem when there are only 667 gigs of available data on the PS5 at launch. That's maybe 2 Call of Duties these days. It really doesn't stack up to being much in the long run. And so that's already a problem we're getting to 6 months in, of a lot of people having to play Tetris with their game files basically on their hard drive. So hopefully that gets resolved soon, and I do think that will be an advantage the PS5 will have over Xbox, but as of right now, it really isn't.
Yeah, for now, Microsoft's got their 1 terabyte storage card. I've got one in there. In fact, I'm already onto it because these big games of this new generation take up a lot of space, so it's good to have, even if it's expensive. Now, since launch, though, Microsoft has added the new Xbox wireless headset, which is roughly an analog to the Pulse 3D headset for Sony. I really like it a lot. It's, I think, for $100, which is what it cost, I think you get a lot for your money. It sounds good. I like the minimalist design, and what I really like is that it can be paired with your smartphone at the same time, or any Bluetooth device, and so you can actually be chatting on Discord with your friends while also playing an Xbox game and getting the audio from your Xbox at the same time, which is pretty cool. Microsoft removed the optical port from the Xbox Series X, just like Sony did with the PS5, so we kind of needed this. It was a little bit of a bummer it wasn't there at launch, but now there is this good option, so that's really good. Plus, I want to give a special shout out to Microsoft for pumping out a whole bunch of cool new colors since launch for their controllers. I've got the Pulse Red one right here. It's nice to have something besides just the default black, so I appreciate them for that. But Jonathan, controller colors aren't the only things being updated, the consoles are too. Now on the Xbox side, the Series X actually hasn't really had any major updates because it hasn't needed them. Pretty much all the functionality that was needed was right there on day one, which is great, but Microsoft still added some good stuff. Most notably, Quick Resume has been improved, and there's a new optional suspend mode that can help speed up your game downloads, which, as we talked about, these games are huge, so being able to speed those up is always appreciated. And then probably the coolest one of all is FPS Boost, the backwards compatibility team continuing to crush it at Microsoft. There are now almost 100, as we record this, almost 100 backward compatible games that are boosted up to either 60 frames per second if they were originally 30, and some games even go up to 120 frames per second, like Titanfall 2, which is one of the best games of the last 5-10 years, which rocks. We've also seen Microsoft drop the Xbox Live subscription requirement for over 50 free-to-play games, which I do admit, that's more of a course correction than a welcome new addition, but still great.
Yeah, it's always good to see advancement like that. That was definitely something that happened with PlayStation finally allowing crossplay last generation. I very much understand. Yeah, the PlayStation is in a very different place because whereas Xbox sort of unified its UI across generations and made everything very familiar for jumping into the Series X, PlayStation opted to do a brand new user interface. And while it's certainly cool to have a new nice and shiny UI to look at launch, that means some new problems come up that maybe PlayStation had fixed on the PS4 even years ago. So we're in a bit of a strange place, but we did thankfully get our first really big PS5 major software update in April, I believe it was, and with that came a few important and needed updates, such as allowing support for 120 Hz displays, and finally the ability to store PS5 games on USB expanded storage, You can't still play it off of that, but at least you can actually put PS5 games somewhere other than the internal SSD. And there were a few other added social and interface features that really helped improve things that people have been having issues with since launch. But that said, even with that update, there are still a lot of things fans are asking for. I think, especially after Returnal, we're seeing a lot of ask for some sort of quick resume analogous feature to come to PlayStation. There have been things like wanting variable refresh rate to come, the expandable storage issues I mentioned before, and of course even just small things that have popped up since launch, like
my fellow Americans,
pretty unhappy with the way trophies are presented on PlayStation 5 because it's clunkier than they were on PS4, and it didn't need to be. So there's definitely some work that's going to have to go into the PS5's UI in the months to come. And so it's been really great to see PlayStation addressing things already with an update like that one in April and some smaller performance updates, both for the system and the DualSense since the PlayStation 5 launched in November. But that said, this whole span since that launch hasn't exactly been the smoothest for the PS5. Now, thankfully, there hasn't been anything that is as ubiquitous or widespread as the Red Ring of Death from the Xbox 360 era, but pretty much since launch day, there was sort of a whack-a-mole situation going on where a new PS5 issue seemed to crop up every few days, and so it's been hard to say what are the most proliferated issues that players have been having, how much of the player base actually saw these, but definitely one of the ones that we've seen stick around is DualSense controller drift. We've definitely seen some stick drift there that PlayStation is now facing a class action lawsuit because of, very similarly to Nintendo with the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con drift. That said, there have been a few other issues, such as rest mode bugs and occasionally downloading the PS4 version of the game when you wanted the PS5 version, but thankfully, again, nothing has been catastrophic across the board, but it's been a sort of strange, oh, what's that new issue I'm hearing about today?
On the Xbox side here, Series X owners complaining here and there of controller drift again and random disconnects. But other than that, really, the console's been pretty much working as designed. It is quiet, it is cool, it is powerful. There haven't been any major OS issues, crashes, any other real problems of note that I've seen out in the community. Basically, I would say it's been pretty smooth sailing on the Xbox side. In fact, probably the best launch Microsoft could have possibly hoped for on the hardware side, outside of the very obvious and very frustrating and sadly very ongoing supply issues.
And there you have it. The first 6 months of the newest console generation are behind us. Of course, there is plenty more ahead, and we'll be covering all the latest news, releases, and more on IGN as well as on our weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch. Be sure to tune in, follow along with us as the journey of the PS5 and Xbox Series X continues, and keep it locked to IGN.
I doubt you could even imagine it. That which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance. The Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. Shattered by someone or something. Don't tell me you don't see it. Look up at the sky. It burns.
The world is filled with stories of legendary heroes and treacherous villains, of fantastical creatures and wondrous places where nature and magic live in perfect harmony. Not all stories have happy endings. But yours has yet to be written.
Welcome to E3 Live from Los Angeles, California. We are so thrilled that you are joining us. We have another stellar day of reveals and announcements that should change gaming over the course of the next year. I'm Jackie Jing, joined by my lovely co-host, Alex Golden Boy Mendez. We were practicing our poses before.
Yeah, we were. We were doing it.
Like this?
I'm trying to support my colleague, so
this?
I wanted to stand like this. If the camera could just get my legs,
I think you're working it.
I think I'm nailing it. You know, there you go, right there.
There we
See,
go.
look at that. Look at the cross.
Look at the foot pose.
Oh, crap. Okay, never mind. Realized I got 2 left feet, even though I'm Puerto Rican. Not all of us are good at salsa dancing.
I
but
can't.
yeah.
I do need to ask you though. Have you recovered from yesterday's announcements? You
Oh,
little
man.
Halo head, you.
It's been a great day. Actually, we just had a multiplayer showcase for
Yeah.
Halo as well.
You're on your phone
so
like
I'm
this.
like glued to my phone before the start of the show. It looks great. I can't wait. But man, there were so many great games yesterday. It's like we were running through the gamut. I mean, from the Xbox showcase to Square Enix, the PC Gamer Show had loads of great games, future games as well. It was nuts. It was so awesome.
You were just excited for Halo Infinite. I'm kidding.
That too.
I'm kidding.
That
He
too.
was going
That's very
ham
true.
though. I ain't gonna lie though, Redfall, vampires and violence all the way over
All the
here.
way. I'm okay with it.
Yes. Anyways, we hope that you're enjoying this virtual format of E3 in 2021. We are presenting you with all the insight and live reveals from the comforts of your own home. We've gone global, folks. This year, we are bringing the announcements to you no matter where you might be. From LA to China, we are here to bring you every last word from your favorite developers and tell you exactly what that means going forward. Such an amazing experience for all those watching at home, and such a pleasure to be hosting with GB. I'm punching you.
Yes,
I can't see it,
I'm
but
being punched off camera, but yeah, we have so many partners all over the globe covering this great event. It has honestly been stupendous to get all of the reactions. Everyone's excited, right? Everyone loves video games. E3, it truly is the best time of the year. It's Super Bowl gaming, and you're always going to get some awesome reveals, and I think everyone, there was a little bit of something for everyone, and for an event that is as global as E3, that is exactly what you want. But the fun continues here, because at 9 a.m. we're going to be kicking things off with Verizon. Then at 9:45, a blast from the past, as in television is going to be taken to stage. Then we have an awesome panel with Take-Two Interactive at 10:15. At 11:10, one that I'm specifically excited for is Mythical Games. We'll see what they're bringing to the table. Then at 12, we'll have the Indie Spotlight. Who doesn't like talking about more independent games? Then at 12:30, Freedom Games will go on. We'll see what they're going to be bringing out here. And then at 12:55, we'll have Ven for a special discussion. And then at 2:30, Capcom. Everyone's looking forward to that one. Followed by one that I'm particularly stoked for because I'm a big PC peripheral person. It's Razer. So I'm looking forward as well to that there. There's a lot of good stuff on the docket today, Jackie.
I'm kind of a Razer girl, too. I got the kitty Kraken ears and the chair.
Razer Viper Mini Ultimate.
Support.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Exceptional.
It is good. It is good.
Anyway, I know you're excited for Razer. You're talking about Mythical Games a little bit. But what else are you excited for today?
Well, we got a little bit of an early glimpse at the in Television Amico and like what they're going to be doing there. Like I said, it's always nice to see things that are going to come back, from our past, coming back and trying. Like, it's like a way for us as we get older to get a newer generation to appreciate a lot of those old school games that we all grew up playing, right? So that is going to be a really fun one. But yeah, I'm really stoked for Mythical Games. I think that's going to be a fun panel.
You've been talking about it all morning. I do think all eyes are on Capcom. Resident Evil 25th anniversary, maybe a new title, definitely some reveals. I think a lot of Monster Hunter and Street Fighter fans are going to be closely watching as well. I'm wearing my Chun-Li blue, y'all.
I like that. I wore Halo green yesterday, so it makes sense to wear Chun-Li blue. Okay, I like that. I like that.
But there's so much on the schedule today, but also just want to give y'all a quick reminder. If you're looking for some sweet limited edition E3 merch, do you see how good this looks, folks? Do a little spin.
I did the wrong side. I did the wrong side.
Okay, you got
do a little spin.
Practice poses earlier. There we go. Okay.
Toma. I'm telling you, right here.
Vogue. I love it.
This jacket actually, full stop, is actually really comfortable. Not gonna front. I oftentimes don't wear merch for the event that I'm working. This time around, I was like, this jacket actually is quite nice. And this bomber is very, very comfortable. And it's got the E3 logo right here.
It's also got a little pocket here.
Yeah, it's got the, it's a full bomber, baby. It goes with practically anything. So yeah, do that, and then I'll probably end up stealing a dad hat at some point in time with Greg.
I know. Greg was working the dad hat yesterday. He's also been working the bomber jackets as well. But speaking about Greg Miller, let's send things over to the third member of our Titan trio, Greg Miller. He is surrounded by our lovely media partners. How y'all feeling? We're through 2 days of E3 now. Can you believe it? Hi.
We are feeling quite well, Jackie. Come on now. Third day of E3. I mean, what, David? You don't feel well? You're not.
No, I feel quite well.
Well, there's well and there's quite well, and that's the third day of E3. Of course, we have Damon Hatfield from IGN.com. Michael Hyam over here.
Howdy.
From the one, the only GameSpot. Howdy to yourself. You know what I mean? Dan Casey from The Nerdist. How are you?
And quite a good morning to you as well. I'm great.
And then, of course, if you want to get it here, the empty chair. Avalee from G4, not here today. Unfortunately, bit in the eyes by 2 snakes last night. But I hear she will make a full recovery and she will be here tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Because they were venomous, not poisonous.
Exactly. That's a fun joke. Because, venomous, poisonous. Do you know the difference?
What? No. Tell me.
So venomous, of course, would be if I bit you.
Okay.
And then I had venom in my veins, then I'm venomous. But if you licked me, I'm poisonous.
Oh, okay.
And that's what got you sick? That what kills you?
I'm telling Jen.
Roll the dice, you know what I mean? Find out what happened. That's for you to lick me like a toad. Ladies and gentlemen, or I guess just gentlemen today, what are we excited for? Damien, when you think of this day 3, what are you excited for?
There's a couple things I'm looking forward to today. In all honesty, I'm very curious about Intellivision.
Yeah.
I'm a retro gamer. Intellivision is a name that I grew up with, although I never owned one myself, so I think it's very cool that there's this very retro gaming brand getting its own showcase within E3.
Yeah.
They want to be a family-friendly console where all the games are easy to pick up and play. They have their own controller that's very simple to use, apparently. So I'm curious to see if what they've got and if there's room in the market for yet another successful console. And then, of course, Capcom.
Of
coming
course.
up later today.
Come on.
NPD just announced this morning that Resident Evil Village, best-selling game of May, second best-selling game of the year so far after Black Ops Cold War, which makes it the best-selling game that was released this year. So Capcom has another hit on its hands, and I'd love to see some more content for that.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we need to know what you think. As you see, there's a poll going right now. Capcom is running away with what are you most excited for with 60% of the vote, but the Indie Showcase right behind that. Of course, no matter where you are watching, you can spam the chat, find out, vote in those polls, and use the hashtag E3 2021 to be on the little ticker below. But Michael, what are you excited for today?
I am with the audience and with Damon and saying Capcom because I love Japanese games. That's kind of what I've gravitated towards throughout my career at GameSpot is covering Japanese games, and Capcom I think is going to be surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe I know. Like Jackie said, Resident Evil 25-year anniversary and Resident Evil Village is poppin'. So, and there's probably going to be some extra content. I would like to see VR support for Resident Evil Village. That would be wild. But I think the thing I'm actually most excited for, and I think Dan is going to feel me on this one, is the Great Ace Attorney.
Oh, yes.
Objection. The Great Ace Attorney has been out in Japan for a long time, and it's coming westward this year for Switch, PS4, and PC. It's kind of a period piece with a character named...
Okay, hold on. We need G4 representation here. I'm tired of this.
Objection.
God,
that's Golden Boy's music.
God forbid G4's back. All right, did you not hear, guys? Did you not see it? G4's back, everybody.
We ain't going nowhere this time until we run out of money next time. Let's go.
Wow. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, yeah. Here's my question about Capcom, actually, though, and this is for the panel, obviously. But Capcom, very upfront, they already announced that they, Seltzer, of course, a friend of ours, Golden Boy, doing the presentation. They came out and listed their games, right? So they're talking about, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Monster Hunter Rise, Resident Evil Village. Is this one of the ones where we trust that? Do we think there's one more thing? Like, obviously, there's been other stuff announced, right? Obviously, Resident Evil Reverse, the multiplayer game, is set for the summer. You'd expect to see something, but they didn't list it. RE4 VR, right, got announced, but are we going to see something here? Should they have gone out of their way to say it? Dan, should we dream or do we not dream about Capcom?
Every night I dream of them announcing a new rival schools, but it is still yet to happen.
Brother.
I knew I liked
maybe someday.
This is the man of culture. This is the man of culture right here.
Maybe today will be that day, but if it's not, I'm still excited. There's some cool stuff on there. I mean, I'm getting a new Ace Attorney game, and the other stuff sounds pretty cool, but I don't know. I'm just, I've been hurt before.
Sure.
Every time they don't announce rival schools, a little part of me dies like a Horcrux, but in the meantime, I will hold out that hope and just be excited by everything else coming that way.
Okay, fine. I can take that.
Yeah.
And then Golden Boy G4, what are you excited for?
Well,
today? Don't say Capcom, because you and I are talking about Capcom in 10 minutes. I'm saving it all up.
They did talk about the RE4 during the Oculus presentation, so they went through that a fair amount. But yeah, I mean, as far as the day goes, though, I mentioned on stage briefly, I am looking forward to Mythical because they have a very unique style of game that they do. It's focused on blockchain technology, right? Everyone's talking about the blockchain right now. But it is cool. I think like providing actual value to items in game, through the blockchain system is a pretty neat and interesting take. I would like to see it applied to CCGs, and I'm sure they're going to be talking about Blancos as well, which is like one of their big games there.
Yeah, for me, obviously Capcom, that's the brand we know. But
you just said don't take Capcom.
I'm getting away from it. Then there are the questions of the other things, right? Where it's like there's an indie games presentation. Yeah. And I don't know what's part of that. And I obviously, I don't know if obviously, hey, if you don't know, I'm Greg Miller and I love indie games. So now it's obvious that I'm excited for this because I want to see what they have up their sleeves. And I'm interested to see, with so much saturation this week, whether it be PC Gamer, whether it be the other one, the Future Gamer that we just did yesterday, right? Like, how much more space are there for more indies to come out?
There are a few more indie games that I've been paying attention to that I didn't see at the other showcases. So I want to shout out two of them. Boyfriend Dungeon from Kit Fox. Of course. Shouts out to y'all. And She Dreams Elsewhere from my boy Davion Gooden. Hey, I knew I was going to give a shout out during E3, but I haven't seen those at other showcases. Those are games that I'm looking forward to that kind of feel like they're imminent for release, but that's up to them. But it would be dope to see those games on the E3 stage. That's what I want to see, but if I don't.
Also, where's Avali to talk about Boyfriend Dungeon?
Boyfriend, oh my God.
I can't do the Avali Boyfriend Dungeon thing justice, because I wouldn't even know where to go from there. What is that game even about?
You date your weapons.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't you want to date your sword or your blunderbuss? Come on.
Or your polearm?
Gentlemen, I'm taken.
I've been dating my Polar for a good 30-some years at this point.
You set him up for that one. You set him up for that one.
Greg
This
Miller,
is what
ladies and
you get when we put 5 men on a panel. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reset. We're going to take a quick break because we are just getting started. Up next, you're going to get a preview of what to expect when Capcom presents. But first, here are some of the best memories from past E3s as told to you by some of your favorite streamers and content creators.
My biggest E3 memory that I remember being like, are you serious? Was Beatles Rock Band, because they had the Beatles there.
I remember when they showed the Final Fantasy VII with new technology reimagined.
The remake.
Something about game devs and game executives going boom is like a memorable experience.
I think Deathloop is going to be such a great game. I am so excited about it.
Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Little Nightmares 2, anything that is indie and that really catches our attention, absolutely love it.
Pokemon Sword and Shield, they showed Nessa, especially like Black Cosplay Twitter and stuff. Everyone was like, yo, oh my God. I kid you not, literally that night, I started putting together a costume.
So a moment that really stuck out to me for E3 was in 2016, where I actually got to meet and interview Mr. Miyamoto. It was surreal, and I will never forget that moment.
Probably one of my favorite announcements that happened at E3 was for Fallout 4. And it was also one of the first times I actually got to work with Bethesda. Being able to work with my favorite video game series was just a dream come true. So that was a super hype E3 announcement for me.
They were talking about Forza Motorsport 6, and they literally lowered a Ford GT from the ceiling, and I lost my mind.
Microsoft brought out Usher. That was the time. That was when there were just random celebrities.
The E3 announcement that I got the most excited about was winning the freaking Smash Brothers tournament and getting that dang medal. That was the best announcement that ever happened to me when they announced the winner, and it was me.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles. Greg Miller here with my cast of gaming friends, of course, the none other than Golden Boy Alex Mills.
Right.
Hello, how are you?
I feel like I just spoke to you.
Well, you did because you crashed the other segment, you know what I mean, and then you burned it because we're supposed to have this bomber jacket moment where we're together and like our powers unite, but then you burst through the wall screaming about G4.
I'm so sorry about that.
I like
I'm excited, you know. I'm excited.
That's what people are tuning in for. They like the shenanigans.
G4 is back for a few months, you know what I mean? Just get used to it, kids.
Is this the advertising gimmick they're running with? Of like, hey, how long is it gonna last this time?
Yeah, man. Well, until Cops and Cheaters shows up, you know, like
well,
I'm joking.
Joey Greco. Golden Boy, I want to talk about a developer we are all familiar with. That's Capcom. What do you want to see from them today during their E3 presentation?
All right, if we're keeping it a $1.50, okay?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Like we're keeping it real.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, there's nothing more real than $1.50.
Okay.
You know,
sure.
I know you know. He knows what I'm. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
he knows.
I'm right there.
It would be so sick if we got a Lost Planet game.
Oh my God! Why are you dreaming so big? This is the problem with gamers. They come out and they say the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Monster Hunter Rise, Resident Evil Village. That's our presentation. He's like, I want Lost Planet.
Hear me out, Greg. All right, because if you know, yesterday Square Enix was like, hey, we're Square Enix and we're gonna do this. We're gonna talk about this.
Yeah.
Right. And then they dropped Strangers of Paradise.
Sure.
You know, which was a special surprise.
Sure.
So I would like it if Capcom did one more thing. You know, that would be cool. It's not necessary for them to do it because I think like the slate of games that they're going to talk about, like the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, I think that's fantastic.
Sure.
A lot of people are going to get hyped up about that.
Two different Ace Attorney games bundled as one, only released in Japan, now coming to America.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that's going to be a fun release for a lot of people to just enjoy those games, and I think that's going to be pretty awesome. What about you?
Oh, for me, like I like that they called out Resident Evil. Hey, we are going to talk about Resident Evil Village. Of course, Damon just went over there. The success Resident Evil Village has had since its launch a month ago. So what does that mean today? Is it DLC? Is it story-based DLC? We haven't actually talked about Resident Evil Village, you and I. Have you beaten Resident Evil Village?
I have not played it. All I've done is watch. All I've done is watch streams of it.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, I've been in California for like a month, so I haven't had
excuses.
I haven't had time to play any video games at all.
Yeah.
That said, though, I have liked what I've seen besides the hand stuff. The hand stuff really doesn't do it for me.
I understand. They have a thing about hands over there, but the story goes places.
It
and
does.
ends in a very interesting place that we won't spoil here if you haven't gotten there. So my question becomes then, if it's DLC, is it continuing that saga? Are we getting a tease of what happens next? Like, where do we want to go with Resident Evil Village and double down on the success they found of it?
Do you feel like we have a pathway, though, for Resident Evil Village?
Like, there's multiple pathways I think they could go with it, which makes it so exciting and interesting to see what they'd want to do with it and what they want to add to it and what they want to talk about today for it. And then beyond that, I know like Monster Hunter Rise, obviously, is a game that has taken over. Fanbytes Imran Khan, obsessed with it, right? He's one of our friends. IG and Zach Ryan, obsessed with it. I want to see what they have up their sleeve. They had done, their own event in May already where they talked about the 3.0 update. Now we're getting about to the 3.1 update. So what else are you going to put in there? What other monsters are we going to do? And again, this is E3. Yeah. This is when you get to tease to the largest audience, hey, here's what's coming in the fall. Here's what's coming down the line. So it doesn't even have to be the more imminent 3.1 update. It could be anything.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great opportunity here for Monster Hunter, for Capcom, to just continue to establish the strength of the Monster Hunter brand. Yeah. I went to Japan, and I remember going to a few of the, the toy stores and stuff like that to pick up some figurines. I mean, and just, it was everywhere. It was such a big deal. You could tell the culture around that, the game, even out here as well. And I'm glad it's really picked up steam out here because it is a fantastic franchise. So yeah, I think we're gonna get some cool little goodies with Monster Hunter for sure.
Yeah, I will put a pin in all that because Monster Hunter, I'm so excited since World to see the success Western. As somebody who used to review the Monster Hunter games on PSP, to see it now be a huge phenomenon out here, it's insane. Maybe one day we will get the Monster Hunter restaurant I went to in Japan here stateside.
Oh, that would be cool.
It's insane.
That'd be cool, like the Gundam Cafe.
Exactly.
Well, the drinks weren't that great, but
that's when you fall apart. Jackie, what do you want to see in an American Monster Hunter restaurant?
What? I have no idea how to answer that question, so we're just going to go into the next segment. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, so we all love ourselves some AAA games, but we're also putting the indie world in the spotlight today with some trailer reveals. What types of indie games do you look forward to? For me, I love when the music just hits and the animation, I just feel it in my core and my heart. It's so hard to pinpoint what it is. I just feel like I watch the trailer and it somehow just hits me right in the feels. But Damon, I know you're particularly excited about seeing all the indie games. Why does it stand out to you so much?
There's a lot of creativity in the indie game world. They're able to take sometimes they're able to take bigger risks than a AAA game that's tens of millions of dollars in the making. It's usually a smaller team. Lots of pixel art. There's just so much great pixel art happening in the world of indie games today. I grew up on pixel art, of course. The pixel art that's happening today wouldn't have been possible in the 80s and 90s. It's such a cool look. They're doing fantastic things. It's a visual style that's going to look good 100 years from today.
Michael, what about you? Why are you excited about the show?
Independent games have the ability to be telling more personal stories, and I think that's what I gravitate towards a lot. So I mentioned She Dreams Elsewhere, which is an upcoming indie game from a good friend, Davion Gooden, but I think that's a microcosm of why I gravitate towards independent games. So you mentioned music, and you can do a lot more. You have the freedom to kind of make what kind of music. You don't have to check with anyone. You don't have to check with anyone if this is the type of story you want to tell, whether it's personal, if it deals with mental health, or if it's an expression of something you're just feeling. You are, if you're making an independent game, you are your own storyteller. So you are the last, I imagine that you would be the last, you got the last say in what your game says. So of course, not every indie game is gonna hit every person, but for those games that do hit certain people, I think they can be very impactful. Because I know games such as Undertale, which is probably, I guess, the most successful indie game out there by Toby Fox, that is literally one of my favorite games of all time, and many people would probably agree with me. But there's something very, very earnest and very personal about that game, and especially that soundtrack, which Toby Fox also made as well, is just like a throwback to all the old school RPGs. So that's what I look for in independent games, and I want to see something like that again, and I hope someone out there finds something they're interested in too during the showcase.
Michael, that was an exceptional monologue. I just want to give him a round of applause. All of us were in trance. We were just keep going.
I want a game to make me cry. I've been on record on this for all of E3. Crying is dope. Crying is great. If there's a game out there that's going to make me cry, give it to me.
We're here for all the feels. Dan, but in your opinion, what makes the indie games hit?
I think it's what both Damon and Michael were saying, where you have so much raw creativity out there, but the indie game process democratizes the creative process because you have fewer corporate masters to answer to. You can really sort of focus in on your vision. I think about that sort of idea of a singular creator in some cases, like Concerned Ape with Stardew Valley. That was someone who just loved playing Harvest Moon so much that he's like, I need to make my own. And he did over the course of 5 years, and it turned out great. But you get so much other stuff out there too, like it really opens up genres that might get passed by a larger publisher. Things like visual novels, you get a lot of unique narratives there. Some really strange ones sometimes, like Hot to Full Boyfriend, where you get to date a bird. But that's also cool because that offers all these options to so many people out there. There's so much amazing content, especially through platforms like Steam and Itch. There's so many amazing creators out there, and some of my favorite surprises from the show so far have come during the PC Gaming Show or the Future Games Showcase because it's not the stuff that we knew was coming, it's the stuff that I'm going to add to my wish list right away because I want to play it down the line.
You know what I also find very interesting about indie games is basically what they have to do with PR and marketing. This is so random, but one of my friends just hit me up on LinkedIn and was like, hey, do you remember me from college? I made an indie game. It's called Extra Galactica. It's actually going to be appearing today in the Indie Game Show, and it's adorable. I love it. Great 80s retro music. You're going to absolutely adore it, Damon, and pixel art. So, but he was talking to me about how they're trying to appeal to China and these different regions. So it's like, how do they find their audience? I feel like that's such a challenge.
It is a challenge, of course. I mean, think of how many great-looking indie games we've seen just during this show. There are literally hundreds of games released every day. It is a real, discoverability is a real challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Well, so much to get to today, but first we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Verizon will get things going with a major update. Stay tuned.
I would say GTA 5, Minecraft, those games, they're still around because it's super open world. I mean, Minecraft, you can build anything, break anything, which is really, really cool. GTA is just it's just like real life, but in a game, which is cool, and you can just go up and punch people, and that's always fun, and you can't do that in real life, or, I mean, I guess you can.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is powered by Duracell, the official battery sponsor of Summer of Gaming 2021, and Army National Guard. Pursue multiple paths while you serve. Reach your greatest potential with Army National Guard.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Hey you! Are you looking for a new way to watch your favorite videos and shows from IGN? Well, check out IGN Watch.
Welcome back to IGN.
It's our new app that's all about video, because there really just aren't enough video apps these days.
I get to unbox this PlayStation 5.
Follow subjects you care about, play videos in the background, or send them to your TV via AirPlay or Chromecast.
I gotta get one of those.
Download it today from the App Store or Play Store, or both. We're not your boss. IGN Watch. Check it out.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles. And team, we are just moments away from Verizon's presentation. Obviously, you know, with a mobile carrier, you think about mobile games.
Sure.
And, you know, how have you seen the mobile game scene change? Because I'm a big mobile gamer, and it has evolved exponentially over the last few years.
Oh my gosh, dude. No, you want to say the last few years, I'd go even further than that. You know, Damon and I have been very clear that we're old. And so at IGN in like 2008, I remember Levi Buchanan walking around and be like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, mobile games are about to be massive. They're about to take over. It's so big in Japan right now. It's going to be that way here. And you jump to it now, and it is that, like, as somebody who never played mobile games, I have Apple Arcade. Right, I have the Backbone controller to throw onto my phone, whether it is for a mobile game, whether it is to go play something through remote play. You're seeing games I'm already excited for, stuff like Cozy Grove, go from a mobile platform to PlayStation.
Yes,
and it's that idea of like you start playing it on a console, you're like, this is a great game. Chicory right now. You start playing it on a console, and you're like, this is great. And then it's like, oh wait, I could have been playing this on my phone a long time ago.
I know. It's incredible how much mobile gaming has evolved. Mobile networks are so important as well, folks, and the wait is over. So let's go ahead and kick things over to our friends at Verizon.
Hello everyone, I'm Diego Scotti, CMO of Verizon, and it's great to be here. This is my first E3, so you might be wondering why am I here and why Verizon is here at the industry's biggest gaming conference. Well, let me tell you, this past year changed everything, including the world of gaming. The pandemic sparked a massive growth for the industry. New players came in droves, and for many, gaming took on new meaning. It was a source of comfort, a creative outlet, and a means of connection. In fact, we estimate that 5 out of 6 people in the US have played a video game at some point in the past 6 months. That is amazing. And this growth has propelled the gaming industry towards massive new creative opportunities and cutting-edge ideas. Gamers know better than anyone that cutting-edge ideas demand new technologies that can keep up. And that's where Verizon comes in. Because here's the thing. In our increasingly fast-paced, interconnected world, we need technology that can transform every aspect of gaming. Technology that is not limited to a single console or platform. What we need, it's a network, and that network is Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband. That is why we're here today, to tell you about Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband's high speed, low latency, massive capacity, and the power of mobile edge compute, or MEC, and how Verizon is powering a gaming revolution. We're going to talk about 3 gaming communities that will benefit the most. The first community is the developers who create the games. We'll see how developers can make the most graphic-rich multiplayer games ever created. And immersive gaming formats like virtual reality can come to life in whole new ways. The second community is the sports teams who play them. We will look at how players can download games in seconds, and data-intensive multiplayer games typically reserved for consoles can now be played on mobile. And third is the community of fans who engage with them. Fans can stream games on the go with no additional downloads or consoles needed. So in all these three areas, Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband is the innovation that makes other innovations possible. Let's take a look. Wow, the 5G gaming revolution is on. 5G Ultra Wideband and mobile edge compute are literally game changers for this industry. And to prove it, we'll hear from friends I'm proud to have here with us today. Dignitas, EA, Team Liquid, and Riot Games. It's an amazing group. All the games, all the programs, the hardware being announced here at E3, all of them require a powerful network. And Verizon 5G will take all of them to the next level. We're talking about capabilities that include speeds that can reach up to 4 gigabits per second, latency measured in milliseconds, the potential to support more connected devices than ever before, and smaller handsets with extended battery life. It's simply incredible. I'm so excited. To bring this to life, let's see how 5G will change everything. So amazing. I really loved that video. So now let's talk about the people who are using this technology to create the games, the developers, and how this new technology will change the way they create and publish games. So to do this, I want to introduce Nikki Palmer, Verizon's Chief Product and Development Officer. Take it away, Nikki.
Thank you so much, Diego. To get an even better understanding of how Verizon 5G is making permanent transformations within gaming, I want to tell you about something called Mobile Edge Compute, or MEC. It's a technology that's having a huge impact on those game developers that Diego mentioned. MEC involves putting compute power that would have otherwise been in the cloud or on the device itself into the edge of the network, where those capabilities are most needed for low latency performance. In 2020, Verizon became the first company in the world to launch MEC. We did that with Amazon Web Services Wavelength. So far, we've deployed MEC in this fashion with AWS in 10 major metropolitan areas across the United States. We've also announced a private MEC solution teaming with Microsoft Azure. In addition, we announced 5G and MEC co-innovation collaborations with IBM, Cisco, SAP, and Deloitte. So in short, Verizon is where the tech superstars go when they want MEC done right. So, what does all this mean for developers? A lot, as it turns out. For starters, with MEC and 5G ultra-wideband, processing can happen closer to the user, reducing the time required to upload or download a massive file or crunch a huge database. So, say goodbye to the days of high-def games bogging down the network. Not only that, truly immersive gaming in formats like virtual reality can be enabled, and that reduces the lag and the jitter in the experience that may have prevented the adoption of VR in the first place. This technology also provides a platform for hardware developers that can change the size and weight of a headset, untethering gamers from the clunky hardware of the past and unlocking the huge gaming potential of virtual reality. With augmented reality games also on the rise, there are even more implications for game developers, especially the ones who are so creative that the current platforms can't keep up. Until now. The platforms are here. Thanks to 5G ultra-wideband, even the most visually complex cloud-based games can come through beautifully on any user device, just as their creators intended. Developers can now focus on making the best games. They can rewrite the rules for creating eye-popping, graphics-rich multiplayer action without worrying about hardware or network limitations. So, now that we've lifted the creative limitations for developers, I want to shift gears to talk about the second community being impacted by the power of 5G, and that's esports teams. Esports has been one of the fastest growing entertainment categories in the world. With access to Verizon 5G ultra-wideband and mobile edge compute, new games can be played with higher fidelity and lower latency, creating new opportunities for esports leagues, especially mobile esports. Our 5G labs have been the perfect place for esports innovation. These 5G and MEC-enabled environments are cutting-edge incubators for forward-thinking companies that are ready to build and scale the future of gaming. In early 2020, Verizon's 5G lab right here in LA became home to the Verizon 5G Gaming Center. This first-of-its-kind facility was created in partnership with Dignitas, serving as their West Coast headquarters, home to its League of Legends teams, and place to co-create the future of esports engagement and content. Since then, we've expanded our capabilities to include a world-class XR stage, cutting-edge volumetric capture, and a space for player analytics. We are taking it to the next level, exploring how 5G ultra-wideband network can enhance player performance, enable new fan connections, and empower the next wave of gaming and esports experiences. Let's see how.
I don't think any other organization or company has what we have here at the Verizon 5G Lab. It's the first in the world. So it's really exciting to be a part of something so innovative and seeing where it can take esports.
Verizon is definitely elevating the game to the next level. My name is Emily Garrido. I go by Emilite in-game, and I'm the team captain for Dignitas' all-women's Valorant team. We have everything that we need here. We have streaming pod rooms if we want to connect with our fans on a personal level, boot camp rooms so we can really get down to business and prepare for tournaments.
It's really nice to have the gaming center here and our own little personal streaming pods and basically have one-on-one conversations with all my viewers. My full name is Carolyn Noquez, and in the gaming community, I am known as ArtStar. I am a content creator for Dignitas, and I was formerly a professional player on the Dignitas CSGO female team.
Esports is really just like any other sport. They want to interact with their fans, and there's a very high level of accessibility. We have a ton of different technology. We have a virtual production stage that allows for XR. We have a volumetric capture stage. 5G is going to have a huge impact on gaming, and it will completely revolutionize how games are played today. Right now, mobile games utilize either processing on a phone or processing in the cloud. 5G combined with MEC is going to completely change that paradigm. The lab is a fantastic place for us to partner with game developers to learn how they want to build their games in the future in order to take advantage of our network. So consumers will be able to have multiplayer, augmented reality games and experiences on their mobile devices, so they will eventually be able to do that anywhere.
It is incredibly exciting to see Verizon really taking it to the next level. So innovative and always thinking of ways of how they can make it better. How can they make the connection better? How can they make your gaming experience better?
To me, what's really exciting is when we bring in creative people who are given access to this technology and they come up with an idea that we never would have thought of. And we're just at the beginning of how 5G is going to impact games.
Emily, ArtStar, thank you so much for that. I am so excited about the possibilities of the Gaming Center. I'm going to turn it back over to Diego.
Wow. Thanks, Nikki. I totally agree. It's fantastic to see that gaming center come to life. Now, let's move on to the third and biggest community that will be impacted by 5G, the fans and their experience. That connection between esports players and their fans is so unique. There's no other sport that has the same real-time personal connection. And just like the players, these fans want innovation too. And to create the deeper engagement and immersive experiences they want, we are going to need to harness the power of 5G. To help me bring this to life, I want to introduce someone who truly knows fan engagement. She has fans both as a dynamic member of the Minnesota Lynx and as a streamer with Team Liquid. Ariel Powers.
Thanks, Diego. Hi, everyone. I love competition, whether it's on the court or streaming. And as one of the most successful esports organizations in the world, so does Team Liquid. TL is tech forward and always looking to push the envelope, innovating how we train, compete, and engage with fans. The fans obviously share that love for competition. This synergy between Team Liquid and the community lends to a critical connection, one that shapes who we are. And we've only just begun to scratch the surface of what's possible when it comes to community engagement and sharing moments around competition, both in person, which we're all looking forward to getting back to, and virtually. Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband is the key to unlocking the future of these experiences. With the power to enable teams and players to deliver the most immersive and personalized experiences ever, the technology is transforming the way fans play and consume content. Team Liquid has a 20-year history of changing the game through the power of community and innovation. And we could not be more excited about the next phase of gaming, brought to life with Verizon 5G. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ariel. This is really exciting stuff. Now, there is clearly new territory to tap into with fan engagement. I am convinced it is the future. And to help build that future, Verizon and Team Liquid are joining forces for a groundbreaking 5G innovation partnership. We'll generate fan-facing 5G experiences that will reshape engagement around esports tournaments, whether you're there in person or watching virtually at home in real time. Let's look first at in-person events. This year, as live events return, Verizon and Team Liquid will experiences at the industry's biggest events. We have over 60 stadiums and arenas around the country with Verizon 5G ultra wideband. In here, fans can look forward to 360-degree portal views into the gameplay for a fully immersive experience, and the ability for top streamers to play live from venues during these events. Something that has never been done before. Only with that powerful connection can you unlock second screen experiences that immerse fans in the competition and that allows top content creators to stream live from those venues. And for those watching remotely, VR innovations will allow fans to experience live events together virtually, giving them the best seats in the house. And 360-degree access that puts them in the middle of the action. I can't wait to see what comes from our Team Liquid 5G innovation partnership. Now, Verizon's expansive collection of gaming industry partners is capable of reaching over 120 million of those players, and that's in the US alone. We want to show every one of them how Verizon's networks will benefit both players and developers in totally new ways. A great example of this was our partnership with Epic to create the Super Bowl 5G stadium in Fortnite creative mode. This was the largest branded experience ever built in Fortnite's creative mode. And it gave players the opportunity to interact with their favorite NFL players and pro players in a way that's never been done before. The activation featured 4 football-inspired games and a few hidden surprises for players. It was a great demonstration of the power of 5G for gaming with the low lag and high speeds made only possible by Verizon 5G ultra wideband. But 5G doesn't just transform battle royale games like Fortnite. It also changes single-player and strategy games. I am thrilled now to invite a friend of mine to talk about how Verizon 5G is amping up the player experience. He is safety for the LA Chargers and a seriously engaged model NFL player, Derwin James. My man.
What's up, my man?
So great to have you.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thanks for coming. You all know this guy. He plays for the LA Chargers.
Yes, sir.
And your home field is the new SoFi Stadium, which is amazing.
Yes, sir.
It was created with the most cutting-edge technology in existence. And I tell you, it is home to Verizon's largest 5G stadium built in the country, built with 5G at its core. So ultra-wideband coverage can be found throughout the entire stadium.
I can't wait to get the fans back out there into the stadium for many reasons. The venue is incredible. The tech is built around is going to totally reshape how we watch and play with the game.
It's very, very, very cool. And listen, we can talk about these tech enhancements for a long, long time, but you're here today because you're not only a competitor on the field,
Yes, sir.
but you're also a passionate gamer, right?
Yes, sir.
A huge Madden NFL fan.
I am. I started playing football when I was about 4 years old and Madden NFL when I was 7 years old. So you can say I've always been a competitor. I always wanted to be a professional football player. When I played Madden NFL, as a kid, I created my player. I wanted to have super speed, super size, and of course, handsome. So, to be able to be the player I am, it showed a lot of dedication.
That's so cool, and you achieved all of that. I don't know about the handsome one, but anyway, it's a great story. And I'm sure you've seen tons of changes in the game since you started playing, both on the field and also on the screen, right?
You could say that. The innovations around Madden NFL and the gaming overall are incredible. The tech advancements have enabled so much When I started playing, there were maybe the color cords with the images were blurry, the networks were kind of slow, so you're constantly getting a lag. It's so different now. The visuals are more realistic. Networks have gotten better, and you can play with a group of people all over the world, so you don't even have to be in the same state or city. You can be playing with a friend in a whole nother country, which is amazing.
Oh my God, it's amazing, and you can't believe what 2 decades of innovation can do to the game. So as you think about the future, what do you want to see next?
Madden NFL is already delivering a lot, but I'd love to see more new modes and experience with deeper and authenticity and to what it's like to be on the field. You know, I want to feel like I'm in this moment as a player. I want to feel like I'm out there. So more engagement with opportunities to connect with people and other people across the world. So being able to be mobile, because I'm constantly on the go as an athlete, so I want to be able to connect with my friends mobilely, too.
Oh, that's really cool. And listen, I'm glad that you mentioned mobile, because we believe at Verizon that mobile is the future.
Yes, sir.
We ended the year, and I'm going to hear this number, with 17,000 5G small cells all across the country.
Wow.
And we expect to have, by the end of the year, 30,000, so everybody can enjoy 5G. So I tell you, this kind of expansion means that the powerful connection you need for console quality gaming experience on mobile, like the one you want, will continue to grow very quickly. And here's one other thing. We are taking it also to the next level, because we are combining this power of the Verizon network with the creativity of the developers of EA. Their team will work with our 5G labs to innovate using 5G to focus on creating the most dynamic player experience ever.
Yes,
so together, our goal will be to produce optimizations for EA Sports, including your favorite Madden NFL Mobile, using low latency to develop mobile experiences, the kind of the ones that Derwin, you, my man, and so many others are craving.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's literally changing the game. Seeing the networks and improvements created over the last 20 years, I can't wait to see what the next 20 years bring with the power enhancing of 5G power.
That is it, the power of 5G. So great to have you, man. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
My guy.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
So it's so exciting to talk about the new technology and how it is impacting the entire gaming ecosystem across the 3 big areas of developers, esports teams, and fans, all bringing fantastic innovation to the industry. But today, there is also a 4th area that is very timely for us to talk about, and that is the importance of supporting diversity in the gaming industry. As technology stretches the boundaries of what's possible, and as the industry grows, the players and the fans are more diverse than ever. And so a different sort of innovation is required. With this shift, and this is something that is very close to my heart, actions to increase diversity and inclusion within the gaming community are more important than ever, more urgent than ever, especially those supporting female representation. Diversity has become a major force driving the industry forward. And as the players and their fans who are consuming these products become more diverse, it makes a lot of sense that the people who make the products, so the developers, should also reflect that diversity. I am a firm believer that change starts with action. And we are taking action together with Riot Games. In March, we partnered with Riot to launch the Valorant VCT Game Changers Initiative. It is a fantastic program that elevates women and other diverse groups within the esports community. And most importantly, it inspires the next generation of players. So to talk more about the need for increased female representation, I am thrilled to introduce now the executive producer of Valorant, Anna Donlon. Anna, welcome.
Diego, thank you for having me.
It's so great to have you here.
I've never been on the E3 stage before. This is really exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, that makes us 2 because this is my first E3 too, but I'm very excited to have you here. especially because you are one of the most influential women in an industry that is predominantly male, from players to developers to heads of publishers. So I really was looking forward to this conversation and ask you, what are some of the biggest challenges you see for female players and also for those that are trying to build their careers in tech?
It's a great question. It's an important question. And I really like that you're asking it from both angles. So when it comes to competitive gaming, women still find themselves at a huge disadvantage. And it has absolutely nothing to do with skill. It's because they can't focus 100% on the game. Instead, they need to spend energy dealing with all the harassment they face. And having experienced it firsthand myself, it can be daunting and it takes away from the focus of the actual competition. And how is that fair?
No, it's not fair. It's not fair at all.
It isn't. And it's something we spend a lot of time discussing on Valorant and at Riot. And you know, it's not a terribly easy problem to solve, but the problems we're solving are rarely easy. What I will say is that we're absolutely committed to creating an inclusive environment for competition and creating safe opportunities for women to compete without fear of identity or gender-based harassment. So that's the gaming aspect.
That's so interesting and so real. So let me ask you then, when we talk about careers, what's the situation there?
Okay, so when it comes to careers in gaming, there's definitely work to be done there as well. I was fortunate enough to have a really impactful mentor early on. I had just started a job at a temp company, and while I played games, I had no idea what a career in gaming could even look like. And then at this gaming company, one of the women I was working with told me she thought I had what it took to become a game producer. I had no idea what a game producer was, but I went with it, and now 20 plus years later, here I am. And as you mentioned, there are not enough women in the industry, so it means a lot that she brought me with her. I try to pay that forward to all the women who are coming up after me, but we need more.
Wow, I tell you, your story is so inspiring, and it's the first time that I actually hear you saying it like that. So thank you, and it just reinforces how important mentorship is. So a little bit of a follow-up to the previous question, but how can both then technology and commitments to allyship play a role in the changes that we still need to see in the industry?
So I'll tell you, one of the most exciting parts of being a developer is that I get to be part of creating the future of Valorant. My team and I spend all of our time dreaming and exploring ways to make the player experience even better. And then we get to go and actually build it. It's a really interesting mix of creativity and engineering. All of the technology you've mentioned on stage today is impacting how we work and what we're able to create. So please keep those advancements coming. When it comes to specific changes that need to be made to protect women in competitive gaming, we absolutely need to keep investing and prioritizing innovations that help fight against harassment. And honestly, the gaming community needs to take a more active role in the community that it's creating. If game developers can be allies, and I truly believe we can and should, then so can your teammates in game. And again, we just need more women throughout the whole gaming ecosystem. We need an industry-wide commitment around diversity and inclusion, and we're finally starting to see that.
I like the way you say it, and I couldn't agree more. We need more women, we need more diversity in the industry, and that's why we're taking it to the next level. Today, we are announcing an expansion of our commitment to the Valorant Game Changers Initiative. We are launching together today a new training program dedicated to mentoring up-and-coming female esports casters. The program that is launching very soon this fall will team up them with professionals in the field to provide them with practical tools and knowledge to help advance their careers. It's pretty cool, huh?
Okay, so this is amazing. Game Changers is all about providing experience and exposure to women in gaming. We want to inspire the next generation of not only players, but any women who want to build careers in any aspect of the gaming industry. So this program fits so perfectly with our mission. It'll provide a pipeline of female talent that is so sorely lacking. I am so glad that Verizon is not only acknowledging the issue, but taking actions to push for change.
Well, I love what you say, but the reality is that no one can make real change alone. So we are equally thankful for your support and for Riot's support as well. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
So Anna, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for the great conversation.
Thank you so much for having me, Diego. And honestly, thank you so much for caring about it as much as I do.
It's great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So now I have a final big announcement, and I want to ask Nikki to help me with it. So come on out, Nikki.
Yes, Diego, this is big, and I am so proud to help announce it. You know, Verizon is deeply committed to building a more inclusive and diverse tech sector. Our work in this space has been going on for decades and frankly speaks for itself.
We are so proud of the work we've done, but we also know that more action needs to be taken to address the lack of female representation in gaming and more broadly in STEM. So today, Verizon is making a new $1 million commitment to increase female representation in gaming and STEM. For this, we are creating the Verizon Game Forward Scholarship. The scholarship is an expansion of the Future Fund, our initiative to support emerging female talent across entertainment and technology.
That's right. And you know, this fall, Verizon will partner with 5 historically black colleges and universities to provide scholarships to 5 female students at each school who are active gamers and also pursuing degrees in fields that are tied to gaming development, such as computer science, graphic design, software engineering. And those 5 schools are Dillard, Delaware State, Morgan State, Texas Southern University, and Howard. We'll build tech centers on each of these campuses that will be open to the entire student body. And we'll also provide the scholarship recipients with access to the Verizon 5G Gaming Center for training, as well as mentorship.
And I'll tell you, here's the best part. We are guaranteeing the students internship opportunities at Verizon and with our gaming industry partners. It is these kinds of deep commitments that will help build the diverse talent pipeline the tech industry needs. We are really so proud of this and for the opportunities it will give these women.
Absolutely. And you know, I just cannot wait to see what these students do.
Nikki, thank you.
Thank you.
So I hope the last 30 minutes have clarified why Verizon is here for 2 big reasons. Number 1, technology. Verizon has a vision for how 5G and related technologies will bring an entirely new level of creation and experience of gaming for the developers, for esports teams, and for the fans. And secondly, we see this next gaming generation wanting and needing inclusivity, an industry that is more diverse and more welcoming of new faces, new voices, and new perspectives. We are here to help make astonishing things happen in gaming and esports. But we're also here to listen and to learn. Gaming is a sector of bold thinkers, free spirits, and wide open creativity. Verizon wants to support that and empower it even further. So we look forward to working with you and playing with you for a long time to come. Thank you.
Welcome back to the E3 2021 caster desk. It's me, it's Jackie, and Jackie, 2 very interesting announcements there at the end for Verizon, right? Number 1, Verizon and Riot teaming up for the Game Changers Mentorship Program, huge. And then, of course, this Verizon Game Forward Scholarship, 5 historically black colleges, 5 gamers at each one getting not only a scholarship for school, getting guaranteed internships at Verizon or game partners. It's a $1 million program. It's about building the tech sector and obviously getting women and minorities involved in this. How important is this, Jackie?
Honestly, they kept on echoing that we need action.
Yeah.
To create change, like we need to start doing things like this. And you think that we've made so much progress, but I can't even tell you how many times people come up to me and they're like, you play video games?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't think that you would be into that. And I'm just like, man, it's crazy. Gamers come from all walks of life. And, you know, we heard Anna Donlan talking about this a little bit, but sometimes when you're a woman, it can be very discouraging. A Twitch chat can be extremely harsh. Social media, like it can be extremely painful. But seeing something like this that is uplifting and encouraging, I'm so excited for it. And you know, they kept on talking about the next generation. So many young women out there are watching this, and I'm sure that they're like, wow, like there's scholarship money out there for this. Someone's like, you can do this, and it really warmed my heart. So
100%.
happy to see it. Really happy to see it.
And one of the things in there before I toss for you, of course, is that Anna was talking in the Riot segment, right? That the gaming community needs to be better about building the community it's in.
Yes.
And I can't agree with that enough. If you know anything about Greg Miller and Kind of Funny, being better is a big part of what we always talk about. Is be better to each other and don't be a jerk. And I know right now on our very own Twitch page right here, a bunch of people are being jerks. And everybody who's a good person, which is the majority of gamers, need to step up, ladies and gentlemen, and of course show that the positive outshines the negative. That's my rant. Goodbye on that one.
Thank you so much for that.
Verizon and Riot, what a team up for the future. Let's talk about esports though, right? And speaking of esports, I want to hear from more of the voices on the scene about how esports has evolved over the years and where it's headed.
For the longest time, I didn't even tell my friends and classmates in school that I was a professional gamer.
Back when Blockbuster was still open and we had MLG events.
People that organized tournaments, and people used to drive around vans with computers and off their own money just to set up these LANs so people could play, so there could be an experience of, you know, people gaming against each other.
And I would go to my local Blockbuster and compete in getting the high score in different Nintendo games. And I would always win.
I always compare it to like a fight club, you know, underground, like super secret. And over time, you know, it's blown up.
The industry and the people in the industry who were once, you know, made fun of for being nerds and playing video games and, you know, the stereotypical living in their mom's basement are now the cool kids on the block.
And I think now that we, as people that are involved in gaming and esports, can actually dedicate our time properly to this, that shows me just how far we've come.
Once I started to play competitively for League of Legends and realized there was an opportunity to also bring kind of my heart and my energy for the game and make it lucrative, I had to follow my heart.
I'm just very excited to see more and more people being able to turn their hobby, turn their passion into their jobs and making a living out of it.
And now you can legitimately be a kid and tell your parents like, hey, I want to be a professional esport player.
Day to day, I wake up every day and I'm just really happy to get to play games for a living.
There's Fortnite players that are 13-year-olds that I know who have the work ethic and drive and put in the time and effort like a job, more so than even my friends who have full-time jobs.
In the beginning, it was like, nerds play video games and jocks play sports, but now you have like NBA players and NFL players that are streaming and making videos.
People are now coming out about it, like, come out your gamer closet. You know, it's not, you're not a geek no more, you're not a dork, and if you are, that's cool now.
When I was a young girl, you know, I was playing 2K a lot, and I never thought I would see myself in the game, and boom, there I am. I'm able to drop 40, 60 with myself and actually look like myself.
It's really started to mesh together, and it's created like my perfect little child. This sports mixed with video games has like pretty much been me my whole life, but now the world can see this.
I think that's what makes esports so compelling, is that there is an opportunity for anybody, no matter where you're from.
When the show debuted, episodes were 30 minutes in length.
You're not capped by your physical attributes.
It's pretty easy for people in esports to gravitate towards underdog stories. I think people love those, and there's a reason, because I think many of us in esports have felt like underdogs ourselves.
Growing up in a children's home without a support system, family, financial means, I just never thought that following my dreams was on the table for me. Like, that just did not seem reasonable. Now here I am. I turned my passion into my job. I love my job every single day. I met my husband at a gaming event, and I made lifelong friends. And I found my place, and I found a family along the way, and I couldn't be more grateful.
I can't imagine with how far it's come to see the next couple phases, but I don't think the hype behind it is going to slow down anytime soon.
I mean, I just see it going up. Content creators booming, just becoming so much bigger than before, new games releasing, more esports, more involvement and acceptance. Like, I think it's going great, and I don't think it'll stop growing anytime soon.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is presented by the Amazon original movie, The Tomorrow War, exclusively on Prime Video July 2nd.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Hey you! Are you looking for a new way to watch your favorite videos and shows from IGN? Well, check out IGN Watch.
Welcome back to IGN.
It's our new app that's all about video, because there really just aren't enough video apps these days.
I get to unbox this PlayStation 5.
Follow subjects you care about, play videos in the background, or send them to your TV via AirPlay or Chromecast.
I gotta get one of those.
Download it today from the App Store or Play Store, or both. We're not your boss. IGN Watch. Check it out.
As the console wars continue to rage and next-gen consoles remain scarce to find, a blast from the past has come along with a new focus to bring gaming to your sofa. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Intellivision.
Hi, I'm Tommy Tellerico, and what an honor it is for Intellivision to be a part of this year's E3. I want to personally thank the ESA for having us be involved. And we have seen some incredible stuff. What a great time to be a gamer. I've been in the video game industry for over 32 years and have been a part of the creative teams that have made some of the greatest video games of all time, including things like Disney's Aladdin, Earthworm Jim, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Metroid Prime, Guitar Hero. I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox. Don't hate me. In fact, I own the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud. But I'm here today to talk about Intellivision and our brand new video game console, Amico. Now, amico is the Italian word for friend, and that's basically what we've designed our entire system and games around. That friendship, that multiplayer, that couch co-op experience. See, when I was growing up, we didn't have the internet to play video games, so if you wanted to play with somebody else, you went over their house or they came over to your house. It was everybody in a room. In fact, I bet if you're a hardcore gamer, you're probably like me, and I bet your fondest memories of playing games were when you were playing with other people in the same room together. That's what we're all about. Now look, I'm gonna be honest, for a lot of you out there watching this, I'm not gonna impress you with our teraflops and gigawatts and screaming processor and incredible lifelike graphics. That's not what we're about. What we are is a really simple, fun party machine that you can bring out when maybe some of your non-gaming friends come over. Maybe you have a husband or a wife who isn't into gaming as much as you are. Maybe grandma comes over and you want to play a simple motion control game or a card game or a board game, dice, whatever it is. See, all of our games are built around fun and simplicity. That's the most important thing for us, and gathering people in a room together to do it. Here at Intellivision, we've assembled an incredible, passionate team of game makers who have over 600 years experience making some of your favorite games. Everything we do, we focus on bringing people together and having simple fun. In fact, we've designed our hardware entirely around those two things. So for example, our controller is really unique. It has a color capacitive touchscreen on it. It really comes in handy when you're playing others that might not be as good as you in gaming. So it's a great way to give them little hints. For example, here in Shark, whoever's in last place, it will vibrate because we have haptic as well. And then it shows the color of the clam that's going to release the next big bonus pearl. So only that player will get that information. And also, having a screen on every single controller gives you a lot of really cool and unique abilities to do game and game designs. For example, everybody has their cards and they can hide it in a game like Spades. And here you'll see it on Farkle, another one of our 6-pack-in games that you get free on every console. You can shake it and you'll feel the vibration. We have haptic feedback. And watch, you pour it out, boom, and the dice pour right out onto the screen. Motion controls are also really important, especially for casual gamers. So a lot of our sports and recreation, for example, will use that kind of motion control. You'll see here with Cornhole, you're throwing the bag into the hole. By the way, this is another game that comes free on every console. Now our main disc is really unique as well. Most directional pads have 8 positions, up, down, left, rights, and the diagonals. It has 64 directions and touch sensitivity as well, so the harder I press down, it'll affect gameplay. Here's a feature I think a lot of gamers are gonna love. I can take my controller, I can go over your house, dock it in your system, and because it recognizes that it's my controller, we can now play all of my games that I own on your system at your house. As long as my controller is there, my games are there as well. Another cool feature that we incorporated is wireless contact charging. So once you're done with your controller and your game's over, you just dock it right back into the base and it charges for you. Another unique feature of Amico is that we have interactive LED lighting all throughout the console itself, the base, and all of the controllers. We also have RFID built throughout the entire console, which means you can get a gift card, for example, tap it on the system, and it shows up immediately. You know what's really cool about having the focus be people playing together? I'll give you an example. Astro Smash is a 4-player game. At any point during the game, somebody can pick up a controller and just hit the ship they want and go right into the game at any point. Now, for all you collectors out there, you'll be happy to know that not only can you download games digitally, but we also have physical media as well, and we'll be releasing more information about that later this year. Now, here's something I think a lot of gamers are going to appreciate. We don't allow any loot boxes, in-game purchases, in-app advertising, or paid downloadable content, but what we do have is an online leaderboard system for most of our games where you can go in there and check your scores against your state, your country, the world, or the month, the year, and of all time. And those scores tie into our achievements as well. So if you have the high score at the end of the month of your country, we're gonna email you a certificate that you can go print out and hang on your wall. Now, as we all know, the most important part of any video game system are the games themselves. They all have to be super fun to play. And that's where we really shine. In fact, all of our games on our system are highly curated. All of them contain a single and multiplayer or couch co-op mode. And all the games on our system are exclusive or contain exclusive content. Like Retro Reimagine, where we take some of the greatest classic video games of all time, give them new graphics, new audio, add multiplayer and couch co-op. Some of the things we have, for example, 12 of the best games from Atari like Breakout, Asteroids, Tempest, Missile Command. We have games like Burger Time and Bump and Jump, and even some of the best Intellivision games from the past like Cloudy Mountain and Night Stalker. We have edutainment titles for kids 7 and under, things like Sesame Street and Care Bears. Now, our original IP category contains brand new games that we've created, a lot of times around our unique controller. Some of those games are platformers like Finnegan Fox, Bomb Squad, Space Strikers, Flying Tigers, and we even got the original Echo the Dolphin team to create our new title called Dolphin Quest. We even take more modern games and add exclusive co-op modes, games like Rigid Force Redux Enhanced and Dino Blaster. Now, our sports and recreational category not only has big sports like Major League Baseball and soccer, but also recreational sports like cornhole, skiing, pool, and many more. Now, our casual category contains many party games, dice games, board games, card games, things like spades, emoji charades, and even award-winning board games like Blank Slate, Telestrations, and Ink and Gold. Now, I've already mentioned some really big partnerships and licenses like Major League Baseball and Sesame Street, but we have even more, including things like Mattel Hot Wheels, Harlem Globetrotters, and so much more. Now, we've previously announced that we're doing a brand new exclusive Earthworm Jim game for Intellivision, and we got the original team to be working on it. We wanted to do something special, so we're gonna give away 3 of these new prints. All of the team members signed it. All you have to do is email cow@intellivision.com with the subject line, Groovy. You have till the end of June to do that, and then we'll announce 3 winners at the end of the month. Well, thank you for spending a little time with us here today. Hopefully, as you can see, our approach is a little different than everything else that's out there, and we really don't view others as competition. What we're doing, we view as complementary to what the video game industry is doing. It's such an exciting time to be in the industry, to be a fan of the industry, and we are fans of the video game industry. And you know, if there's something that you've seen here today that might be of interest, or maybe you're a developer who wants to make some games for us, maybe you want to place a pre-order, please go to Intellivision.com. We want to hear from you.
You all know the target. Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant.
How do we even know the girl will be among us?
Our kind do not question orders, we follow them.
Sergeant, let's summon their icon.
Icon? That thing's a bloody mountain!
Our foe will not relinquish their mother crystal easily. This will be a bitter fight.
You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this. Come, Joshua. Your father will be expecting us.
I am Joshua's shield. I'm sworn to protect him.
What do you mean you refuse? Did you not pledge your sword to our cause?
What does it matter? It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not?
Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
things? Do they really mean to invade us?
It's the Archduke's son.
Phoenix.
Stop there!
Second line of fire. But that's impossible. The legacy of the crystals. Has shaped our history. I'll kill you. If it's the last thing
Hello, Forza fans. The wait is finally over. All the speculation finally came to an end yesterday at the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase when Playground Games announced Forza Horizon 5. That's right, the Horizon Festival is headed to beautiful, diverse Mexico for the 5th title in the series. You'll get to explore an epic, ever-evolving, vibrant open-world landscape full of cacti, volcanoes, tropical storms, dust storms, and hundreds of the world's greatest cars. Forza Horizon 5 is available on November 9th, and you can play it day one on Xbox Game Pass. Your ultimate Horizon adventure awaits, so let's go. Today I'm live with Playground Games to talk about yesterday's Forza Horizon 5 announcement. Then we're going to be taking a closer look at breathtaking open-world festival location Mexico. After that, we're going to talk about the artistic detail that went into recreating the country's unique landscapes. We'll also get the scoop on some of the game's new features. And before we wrap the show, we're happy to answer some questions. So pop them into chat as long as we go, and we'll see if we can get round to a few of them. And beside me today are two of the members responsible, Playground Games Creative Director Mike Brown and Creative Director of Playground Games, not that, is actually the Associate Art Director, Connor Cross. Hello both, how are you?
Hey Charlie, super pumped to be here.
Yeah, I bet you are. Very exciting. How are you, Connor?
Yeah. Brilliant to be here.
Yeah, it's been a big old 24 hours for you both, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's been, barely slept, to be honest.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. How do you sleep after something like that?
Yeah, I think I was up at about 1:30 last night in the Forza Discord chatting with the fans.
Just making sure it all happens. Mm-hmm. What was the vibes like yesterday when the show was on? And obviously you knew it was coming up. Did you know when it was going to be on in the show? Did you just have to sit there and wait?
It's actually super secretive.
Well, we won't go down that route then.
Very, very few people know the whole show. But you basically know your bits, and you get feedback on your bits, whereas we're doing different proposals about what we want to include in it. But you don't know what anyone else is doing. And they'll kind of say things like, oh, it works really well in the context of where it is and the games around it. You're like, okay. Is there anything we should change to make it better? And they're just like, no, don't worry about anybody else's. It's like, okay.
And then it appeared, and then that was it. The game was out in the world. So tell us more about Forza Horizon 5 then. What is it? What are we expecting here?
Yeah, it's the biggest, it's the most diverse, it's the most fun Horizon. Yeah, it's the biggest open world we've ever built. Mm-hmm. It's got an incredible new suite of social features, which just make it such a fun, engaging, and compelling social experience to hang out with your friends. And yeah, just couldn't be more excited to share it with the world yesterday.
I can't wait to unpick it. And Connor, we're going to come to you first, actually, because one of the things that everyone on social media was talking about yesterday is about how phenomenal Forza Horizon 5 looks, with some of them even saying it's the greatest looking game of all time. And as the art director, how does that feel? Everyone's saying these lovely things about what you've been doing.
Great.
It's we've got such a great team here at Playground that really know their stuff and have been and we're working on Mexico. It's Mexico, and just looking at all the ecotypes that we're working on, every single one is so beautiful that when you pull that together, it makes such a, as Mike has said, diverse but absolutely breathtaking set of visuals there that I can't wait to show more of.
Yeah, and it's sort of one of those things where it's Mexico. Like, it was going to be a really easy job to make it look beautiful, right? So,
oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to unpick more of that, but let's have a look at some of the excitement you guys shared on social media yesterday, with our first tweet here being from Roby4TV, who was sort of just excited that it was true. What's that like? What's the reaction that you guys have seen of people finally getting relieved that it's happening, it's here, and it's also only in a few months as well?
Yeah, I mean, even though we play the game, the game's a load of fun. Yeah. We think it looks great, but I can't tell you what the anxiety is like going into that show and not knowing how people are going to react to it. And also not knowing, is anybody else doing an open world game in Mexico? They could be.
Yeah, fair dues. You never really know, do you?
So it is. Yeah, the anxiety levels are crazy, but as soon as it happened and my Twitter feed fills up, my phone nearly exploded.
I sent you a text and you didn't get back to me for hours. So we've got another tweet here from Slap Train. It says, holy Forza Horizon 5, let's go. So many new things. There are indeed. We're going to talk about some of them today. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to come, right? Forza Horizon 5 is huge, as you've already said.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Lovely. Up next, we've got Confucius Max, who says 5 is in Mexico. Yeah, I need that ASAP. So we're going to talk about this in a moment, actually. But it seems like a lot of the excitement has actually been because it's Mexico. Is that something you're really, really happy that you've seen fans have really cottoned on to? Not the fact that it's another game, but that it's Mexico.
Totally. Yeah, it's one... Because we've, throughout the development of Horizon 5, have been really, really getting deep into Mexico and really kind of falling in love with that country. And it's just so exciting.
The perk of the job, right?
Sorry?
The perk of the job.
And it's just so exciting to see other people feel that love as well. As soon as they've seen it, I think everybody certainly every reaction I saw was super pumped, thought it looked great. Yeah. And it's just really reassuring to know that other people love Mexico as much as we do.
Brilliant, lovely. And our last tweet is from Hugo, who says, I'll read the bottom one, the most beautiful graphics ever in the history of the gaming world. I'm guessing you both agree, right? You have to, right, Connor? Otherwise, there's a lot of question marks on you, really.
I'll nod.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. The trailer was absolutely stunning, and what a perfect time. Why don't we have a look at the trailer we've all been talking about? Here is the Forza Horizon 5 announcement trailer.
Everybody talk right now. Tell me what you want right now. You could get it. Yeah. Well, you can get it. Yeah, you can get it. Tell me what you want and I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm not giving up. Come on, we got nothing left to lose. I've been here from the start. You know I'm not going anywhere. I don't give a. Tell me what you want. You can get it. Yeah. Well, you can get it. Yeah, you can get it. Get it.
Play it day one with Xbox Game Pass.
So obviously the reveal was absolutely awesome. The room I was in alone was screams, jaws hitting the floor, a bit of everything. But I think this clip actually from Forza streamer Ash really kind of sums up how we all feel. Should we take a look?
It has to be! Oh my god! Yes, it is! Oh my god! November the 9th! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh
Hello,
my god!
I'm Mike Brown, creative director at Playground Games.
Hi! Thank you. That was so fun to watch. The hype is so real. Mike, we're going to go to you first. So fans have been hoping for a new Horizon game, and the fact that it's imminent is even better. The big question really is, and we picked a little bit on it before, but why Mexico? Why are we going to Mexico?
Yeah, so it's the question that we deliberate on the most. Like, what location is the Horizon Festival going to go to for each game? We start thinking about it right at the start of development of a new Horizon title, and we spend a really long time making that call.
Oh, I can imagine it's not the quickest decision you'll ever make, really.
Well, it has all these kind of trickle-down effects for the rest of the game, like the cars that you'll pick, the type of racing that you do, the type of music that you go with. So it has really far-reaching ramifications. So you need to make sure you make the absolute right decision. Right from the start, we knew that we wanted to make the biggest Horizon ever. And you don't get that far down that path before you realize there's no point making the biggest ever unless it's also the most diverse, because otherwise you're just adding more of the same. Mexico is a country which is almost like the whole world in one country. It's just got snowy mountains, epic canyons, beautiful historic cities, stunning coastlines, jungles, rolling hills, farmland, multiple different types of desert. It just has everything. And then you add on top of that the fact that it has this culture that's known and loved all around the world, the art, the music, the people. There just couldn't be a more exciting option for the Horizon Festival than Mexico.
Yeah, I can't, just the image of like cars bombing around it as well. And you saw how diverse it was from the trailer, so we're going to move over into the art stuff now. And we saw some game footage from the demo during the Xbox and Bethesda showcase yesterday, so I want to get into some of that and talk about how incredibly good it looks. So Connor, from your point of view, what improvements do we see from ray tracing in Forza Horizon 5?
So we have ray tracing in Forza Vista, and ray tracing is basically the closest or the next step to complete photorealism. It's a way in which light's calculated and reflections are calculated that is pretty much, you might as well be there looking at it. Yeah. If you look there, you can see the fin of the Project One, even the letters reflected perfectly, the same resolution and everything. So yeah, it's I can't wait for everyone to go check out all their favourite cars and their setups in ray tracing. It's going to be amazing. And having spent time talking to some of the community that takes so many pictures in Horizon, it feels like that is going to be a mode for them to really dive into. But also on the trailer, you mentioned how diverse it is. We saw a rainforest that was in there as well. And I don't know if it's the UK weather at the moment being so hot, but you can actually feel the humidity in that clip. How did you do that? As with everything, we looked at tons and tons of reference, and we really want to be as true to that place as possible to make it feel like you're really there. And you're absolutely correct. It's super humid, and the way we did that is by introducing lots of volumetric light, which is a great big volume of basically particles that light scatters through and reacts in the way that humid and fog and all that stuff would. So it allows you to have all these glorious God rays from all the sun coming through. And
I love the word God ray. That sounds cool. That does.
All the light diffusion, to get it more technical. It's close to how that would work in real life as well.
That was one of the things I really enjoyed from the trailer, actually, was that you would see an image that looked like it was just a picture, but then you would actually sort of like cheekily, the gameplay would then come in off the corner of it, and it was just this like clout image of, yeah, the game actually looks this good. But I'm going to test you now, actually, Connor. So of all of the beautiful greenery that we do see in the game, I want to ask you, if you've done your research, how many needles are there actually on a cactus?
On the Choya cactus, so I know the actual number.
Okay. Do you know it, Mike?
I have been told the number. I don't know if I can recall it right now.
Okay.
So I'm not going to give the actual number out because there's probably bragging rights on Twitter or something. For the one person that does actually go and count.
Someone will do it after this now, yeah.
But do you want to take a stab? Do you want to take a guess?
I mean, I absolutely have no clue, but a number that feels big to me, I'm going to consider a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 at a push or something. That's a lot.
I was, my immediate reaction when I was, told the exact number from our great foliage team was, no chance.
Right.
But there is 42,000, and give or take,
wow,
each of those Choya cactus.
Yeah, they are all. Each Choya cactus itself is unique, so it's not exactly 42,000.
No, it's exact.
Give or take a couple thousand. Here and there.
Wow. Okay. And I mean, talking about cactus and looking at this clip here, the desert is significantly greener than at least what I thought it was going to be. Is this a feature of Mexico that you've brought into the game?
Definitely. Like I've said, we try to be as true and honest to the location as possible. We've got several different deserts for all of you desert nuts out there. So
we've got your community as well, sir.
We've got your classic sand dune desert, and then we've got the Baja type desert you've seen there that is lush. We actually call it the living desert in game.
Okay.
And what you're looking at there is actually in the wet season, which is summer, where everything's in full bloom. You get the pink flowers come out, the San Verbana, all the Encelia flowers are out as well. It's great because it's everyone's preconceived idea of a desert. It's just rolling sand and barren.
Sand dunes, and it's just dismal, and you're looking for water everywhere you go. But that's not what that looks like. Wow.
There's you can find little oases hidden around here with palm trees, and it's yeah, there's absolute ton of it to go and explore as well. So.
Lovely. Now, obviously, I know what photogrammetry is, but for anyone listening, obviously, but for anyone listening at home who may not have heard that term yet, could you let us know what that is and how it comes into play in Forza Horizon 5?
Sure. So photogrammetry is basically the process of taking hundreds, if not thousands, of photos of a thing you want to recreate from every single angle, and then we basically compile all of that in some software and just put it in the game. And we do that for a lot of things. So, you know, like all these rocks here.
Yeah, that bit there, that was the bit I was talking about in the trailer. Ridiculous scenes. Wow.
we do it for everything, all the way down to roads, just to try and capture it as honestly and
as authentic as it was when you found it. Yeah. It's gorgeous. I do have to ask though, I know you guys take your research very seriously, so who had to climb up the volcano to get the data on that one?
So we've got a brilliant team of photographers actually, and we even got some help from some Mexican photographers as well. That took that team to some great spots and even provided what would be the best most honest representation of that area. And they do all the photogrammetry, they take all the stuff back, they distribute all the reference to the team. So they're very fit now.
Yeah, I bet they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. I mean, we're looking at the city here as well. This sounds really silly. Is it actually that colourful? It looks incredible. I've never been there, but would you look at that?
It definitely is.
It definitely is. Lovely.
Yeah. We've sampled all of the colour from real life locations as well. But one of the other cities we've got in the game is Guanajuato, and we've done exactly the same thing there, where we've sampled every single colour. They've even got beautiful red terracotta roofs that you can see from a distance. There's a fun little tidbit.
Ooh, I love a fun fact.
Discover
that might be true.
Yes. So yeah, one of our team came back and said, hey, when we're looking at these buildings, they're actually all slightly. They are slightly different colours, but the law, apparently, it may be a rule, don't quote me on it, is that you can paint your house whatever colour you want, as long as it's not the same as your neighbour's house.
Oh, I love that.
So that's resulted in some, really brilliant pinks and zany
such
greens.
a diverse city as well, and just looks so gorgeous to drive. It makes me think of Balamory, I won't lie, but a bit nicer than that though. Anyway, you've sold me, and I now do need to go to Mexico, but before I get my ticket, let's get talking about some of the new features that we mentioned were coming up. So what is Forza Link? That's the first one I'm going to talk about. What is it and how does it work?
Sure, yeah. So Forza Link is a new AI assistant that tracks the current status of you and everybody else in the world, as well as your current progress, like through the campaign and festival playlist activities. And the job of Forza Link is to try and just remove any friction and barriers between you joining up and playing with other people that you might meet online. So it'll track the things that I like to do, and it'll track the things I have and haven't done, and it might do the same for you as well. And if it knows, for example, that we both love to do the trial, but we haven't yet done it this week, then it might prompt me to go, hey, Charlie, do you want to come and do the trial? And then you'd go, yeah, cool. And then it just groups us together, starts matchmaking, and then we go off to do that activity together.
Wow, okay.
In that scenario, we might not know each other, we might not have microphones, but the game's kind of try and just join the dots between people and help them play together.
Make it a bit more social.
Exactly.
Oh, I love it. And one of the other things I loved as well, actually, is we saw in the trailer pinatas, and that's in the Horizon Arcade. So can you give us the lowdown on what the arcade is?
Yeah, so the arcade is a suite of really, really fun, engaging mini games that you'll all play in a collaborative or cooperative way. They're public events, so they spawn in the world, a little bit like you might have seen in Destiny. You drive up to them, there's no loading screens, no menus, you just get automatically signed up by being in the area, grouped up with some other players, and then you all work together to try and overcome whatever the challenge may be. In this one, you've got to try and smash as many pinatas as you can, but there's a load of other different game modes in there as well. One of my favourites is called Mini Missions, which is a little bit like Simon Says, so it just throws up a little challenge on screen, which might say, like, jump over another car, and then you've got to try and work together with other players players there to try and get your cars lined up so that you can jump over them, and that only lasts for a few seconds, and it'll throw up another challenge.
Oh, I can't wait to play that one. There was another one I saw in the trailer as well, which was like it was like big bowling alley, and you were like booping into the sky off speakers. Is that another one of those?
So that's not part of the Horizon Arcade. This is what somebody has created within Event Lab. So in this example, obviously somebody on our team has put this together, but this is the kind of thing that players will be able to create themselves with Event Lab. So someone's gone through, placed all of the things that we can see here, including those bowling pins, and then they've set up a set of rules. So there's a bunch of rules that will be going on to make this game mode work, but some of the ones that I'll call out are, so each time you hit one of those pins, they've set up a rule that adds 5,000 points to your team's score. It didn't have to be a team-based game. They could have had it be a free-for-all or a team versus team game mode where you're all fighting against each other to try and smash as many pins as you can. It's actually based on the development tools that we use as a design team. Yeah, so it is a really, really powerful tool set, and one that I really can't wait to see what people create with.
I could see me spending a lot of time in that, especially streaming with like getting a big convoy together and hanging out and having fun. That looks like 100% my cup of tea. And it's all incredible, and there's so much to look forward to. And I'm saying this very personally, but you guys do continue to not only improve upon this amazing series with each new title, but actually come up with new ways for fans to actually play the game as well. So we know chat has been really excited about Forza Horizon 5. So are you guys ready for some questions from them? Ooh.
I guess so. You've kind of like made that sound kind of scary though.
Yeah, you're on the hot seat. Okay, so first question is from Cockney Charmer. By the way, hello, Cockney Charmer. Thank you for joining us. Can we have some convertibles, please?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Signed off, sorted.
Yeah, there'll be a few convertibles in the game at launch. You'll be able to just click.
Take the roof down.
Click the stick.
Oh, yeah. Stick the radio on, drive around the desert, sorted.
Left stick in.
Is it?
And I think it's left stick.
One of the sticks?
One of those.
I think you're right. I think it is.
More information to come on which stick it is.
Yeah, and then that's all it takes.
Perfect. Now, we touched on this very, very loosely already, but Lone Hermit Crab asked, will there be a big city and not just small towns? You mentioned that there were a couple already when you spoke before, Connor.
So we've, Mexico has got arguably one of the most beautiful cities ever, and that's Guanajuato, and it's huge. And with that, it's kind of two cities in one, and it's got a aqueduct system underneath.
Ooh.
So you've got all this bright, colourful, beautiful architecture up top, and then it's really gnarly, tiny little, roads that all in tunnels underneath that you can drift in and around.
God, that sounds incredible.
Yeah.
It's weird how, as we're building Horizon games, you find that if the city existed before cars, it tends to be really, really good for driving. Whereas modern cities are all grid-based, right? Which don't make for the best driving experience. Whereas Guanajuato, every road is curving, banking, dipping underneath another road. It's just it's got this incredible organic road network, which just, if you were designing it from scratch, just out of your imagination, you probably wouldn't come up with a city that was this.
That sounds brilliant. Yeah. That sounds really, really fun. Yeah. Ray has also in chat has asked, every Horizon game has incorporated parts of the car culture present in its IRL setting. What elements of Mexican car culture are you bringing to Horizon 5? Great question, by the way.
It is a great question. We're not actually in a position to talk about cars too much at the moment because we're still landing the final car list. But I will say that, it's a thing that we really take pride in. In all of our games, we really want to capture that local car culture, and that's absolutely true for Mexico as well. I think I'm going to hold off on this one actually, and say we'll closer to launch, we'll really go deep on this. But just for now, we'll. No,
I love that. Simply knowing you mentioned before the culture of Mexico as a whole is very much a character in the game. So hearing more about that is obviously ideal. Danny88 has asked a question very close to my heart. Is there a drag race in the game?
There are several drag races in the game. Yep. There is one that runs through the main festival site as well, which is especially cool.
Oh yeah. Is that? I don't really know how to ask this, but what is the festival site? Is it still this sort of area that has a couple cool races in, or is it still just I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm just excited. I want to talk about Horizon Festival,
I can probably talk about the festival.
So, surprise, there's going to be more than one.
Ooh.
but the main festival site, which is going to be Horizon Mexico, is built on a really old racetrack. So there is an awesome racetrack off to the side of it, and it's also built on a old airstrip as well in the middle of the desert. So, you know, you've got all your typical festival stuff going on with a badass drag strip right in the middle of it, and a racetrack off to the side as well.
Gorgeous. I love it. I cannot wait to see it. On-off PS chat says, do we know if the weather changes? Anybody know? I think there's two people here who might know. Can you confirm if the weather changes?
The weather does change, and it is local as well this time. So you can be at one side of the map, and you can see a storm kicking off, and you can drive all the way over there. And
you could do storm chasing?
Yeah, you can do that.
Love it.
You can. I mean, we've even got sandstorm, so that was a tropical. So you can do tropical storm. So you can do it. You can drive into a tropical storm, and you know you can go inside that thing, and there'll be loads of leaves flying off trees and everything going crazy. And then you could probably leave that and see a sandstorm on the other side of the map and go drive straight into that thing as well.
Wow!
Yeah, it's one of the really interesting things about Mexico and the way it presents challenges for us with seasonality is that because it's a massive country and it has really huge elevation changes, you find that you can almost have different climates at the same time in the same season.
Imagine.
So in winter, which is the dry season, on top of the volcano, it's covered in snow. You can get blizzards.
Oh, wow.
But it's the dry season, so you go down to the beach. It's blazing hot. So you can actually be in a blizzard, drive down the side of the volcano, arrive at the coast, and it'd be blazing hot.
And sunburn. Yeah. Wow, amazing.
I definitely would be.
I fully would be burned. DJ Customs in chat, lesser question, just says, can't wait to drift tap cactus. I mean, fair dues. I mean, one of the things I did want to know is that, again, don't comment on this if you can't, but one of the things I suffer with hugely in Horizon is hitting all the trees. So will the cactuses move out the way when I hit them, or are there some rigid ones in there?
You can smash all the cactus. Yes. You can drift tap as many as you want, and there are hundreds.
I'm afraid it would actually sideswipe if it smashes. Drift tap is only for immovable objects.
There you go.
Don't need to get technical.
Sorry,
but now you know, and now we all know. Green Machines asks, will there be any animals? And also, second question, will there be seasons? We spoke a little bit about the seasons already.
So yes, there will be animals. We saw flamingos in the
Are these
demo.
smart animals, by the way, in the way that the sheep moved out the way? Will the flamingos move?
Actually, yep, they're smarter this time round. So
that sounds like a challenge, that does.
So we've got wild dogs. Anyone who's been to Mexico will know there's wild dogs that you can see everywhere, and now they'll be sleeping on porches or sleeping out around, and you can rudely disturb them and chase them around to your heart's content. We've got donkeys, goats, flamingos, as Mike said, that people have seen in the gameplay reveal. There's some birds, parrots, that sort of stuff.
Lovely. Chrome Finance says, again, not really a question, just we want long highways like Autobahn. Is that something that's featured in the Mexican?
Yeah. It's, as we say, it's the largest map ever, and it does have a big highway that runs kind of corner to corner. So it's probably, I haven't measured it, but I imagine it must be the longest.
It's got to be, yeah.
It's got to be the longest highway we've ever had, yeah.
In comparison to an English motorway that feels like it stretches for years.
Yes.
Perfect. And last but not least, Wolfgang302 asks, what is new in customization?
Oh wow, Wolfgang, that is there's a big answer for that one.
That's a big old question.
Yeah,
huh?
there's no doubt will I certainly forget some of the options here. So for car customization, there are over 100 new rims, over 100 new visual upgrade parts, thousands of performance upgrades. You can also paint your brake calipers, which is a thing that people have been clamoring for a number of years. So. And I did say once that we'll add that to Forza Horizon 4 and then proceeded to not add it at all. But this time it exists.
Yeah,
this time it's real. I've promised it after we've made it rather than before. We've also added a ton of new character customization options. So you can customize your hairstyle, hair color, you can choose prosthetic limbs, you can set your pronoun, you can choose your voice. So there's much more options when you're customizing how you appear in the game, as well as how your car appears.
I made my character day one. I don't know if you know this. I made my character day one, with the same crown and like the duck boots, and I haven't changed her since. And she has like I think it's like the Pulp Fiction emote, and I just thought she was perfect as she was. I'm not touched her. So I love that you can have all of these like new elements to make the real you on day one. I just think it's
cool.
Superb.
Great to see you really engaged with that feature.
Oh yeah, no, honestly, I just found the bits I wanted day one, and I was like, you know what, that's banging. That's exactly how I want my character to look. So maybe I have to get a bit deeper on this one, but. That's everything. That's everything we have time for today. Lads, thank you so much for joining me. I'm obviously, and also on behalf of everyone watching in chat, really looking forward to hearing more about Forza Horizon 5 in the coming months. But as I said, we are at the end of the show, so it's time to say goodbye. And there's been so much exciting news in just 24 hours that I physically cannot handle it any longer. One more time for those in the back, or if you missed it right at the beginning of the stream, Forza Horizon 5 will be available on November 9th on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Windows 10 PC, and Steam. And you can also play it day one on Xbox Game Pass, and Xbox Game Pass subscribers can get early access on November 5th with a premium add-ons bundle. And if you're an eager beaver, you can even pre-install the game today, right now. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Stay tuned to the Forza channels for franchise updates and more Forza Horizon 5 news soon. Adios, everyone.
You're watching Summer of Gaming 2021.
When I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later, haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive, that's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes, exactly what you're saying. There's so much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability piece is really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having organizations, companies like Take-Two have to be visible to young people, not just because they're buying, they're downloading the games off of Xbox or PlayStation, but because they're there in front from the beginning. And so Take-Two has been part of our challenge since the beginning, offering scholarships to our grand prize winners. And I can tell you that that's a motivator for kids to participate, not just because there's a scholarship at the end, but it's because Take-Two is part of it. Like, it made us cool. Right. And I think it's that relationship at that young of an age that makes a connection for people. Is like, yeah, they want to hear what I have to say. Right. Like, they're here because this program exists and because I'm interested in doing it. And I think that kind of relationship with these kids, whether they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam or judging games at the end of the competition, they're involved. And I think that it really has an impact on young kids' lives.
Yes, I love that.
I just want to add to what Suzanne's saying. I think that, and something that, we're talking about Take-Two, and thank you for having us, is making the success of Black people, of women, of queer people, of indigenous people, neurodiverse people, a business goal. Plain and simple, the same way that the consumption, right, of content, right, get some downloadable skins, buy some NBA 2K, right, that's a business goal around which the business is aligned. And I feel as though if the expertise of women, Black people, neurodiverse, other populations was a business goal, then that would be the change. It'd be that simple. Like, oh, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're of value and that's a business goal in itself. And I think that's the real change, because it used to be, I mean, just real talk, it used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are, right? And so as the lever moves more towards that, right? The same way, like I have biases. I attended Harvard College, so I'm of value, right? There's value in that, right? I'm treated that way in some circles. If the same lens was put onto women, onto brown people, Black people, queer people, then there'd be no, as the kids say, no cap on the change that could take place.
Right. And that just speaks to being deliberate with our diversity, inclusion, equity practices. Corporations really have to take that accountability and, like you said, do what's right in that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that. But like you guys have said, it takes time. It takes starting earlier in the pipeline. I love that you just call that out. What other things can corporations do that are just different than what we've been doing in the past, perhaps? What would you recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said. The looking at this challenge as a business challenge is key. That's what between the inspiration of the social justice marches from last summer and really talking to our chair, Danny Bilson, who said that, hey, if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue as a business problem, what would you do? And that flipped the light switch on for me. Well, of course, like any business problem, what are my challenges? I've got gaps in my supply chain, if you will. So how do I fill those gaps in my supply chain? And really working your way backwards in a way where you're putting objectives, strategies, and tactics in place to achieve those goals from a business perspective. You're going to see outcome when it's not just, hey, here's a check and good luck with charity X. It's going to be more of, okay, here's a check. This is what we're hoping to see. Let's measure along the way and see if we're seeing progress on that. And it's the measurement of progress and adjusting in real time based on the data that you're getting back. That's where you're going to that's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really had an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what changes the game.
So I like to think about it as like a pie. You know, when we think about from like a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really, the pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of, but by including more people, you know, in the industry, by becoming creators of this medium, we actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change. And I think like that, I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that. And coming in as an outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of blown away that, oh my God, you can do so much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video games. You know, not 9 out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10 kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation. And yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, you know, so.
Thank you for bringing that concept up, Layla. The codependency. We are all community members in this pipeline, and we have to be active, deliberate in our processes, in our systems, how we tackle this problem. Before we end this conversation, there's tons of questions that we have that we want to ask you. So I'm going to pause right now and give our esteemed questionnaires a chance to ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male-dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanita. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male-dominated already prepared me for, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of. And that is all the things that I ended up doing were things that didn't match anything that I had seen in my own environment, but I just kind of pursued what I wanted to. And then two is to kind of use a very selective hearing. I think you have to kind of develop selective hearing, listen to the people that care about you, that love you and encourage you in being more of who you are, and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because it's never been done, or that's not how it is, or that's not how the world works. The way the world works is based on the world that we build, and we're continually building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now, they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my two pieces of advice for girls, is to just pursue what you want and, develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to anyone else who would like to answer. And I think Gordon kind of hit it earlier when he said that, most of us didn't have a lot of examples or opportunities. I'm in that boat. I didn't have any programs and anyone telling me that I could do this, and definitely had to, not necessarily an accident, but really had to work in a different way, harder than most. So, my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or, a few people?
Sure. So as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We're actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City, and there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants, year on year and year. And that, to me, is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the, like our theme category the first time round when she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center. Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a conversation about, the program, and she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her and followed her around the entire 2 days she was there with a camera, recording her experience in this, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. You've got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so cool.
Nir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that representation is a bit low than what you would expect, what I see in tech in other sectors. Do you have some data or some thoughts about that? Is that the fair estimation? And if so, why is that? And what are the main challenges that LGBTQ individuals face in this industry?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you a little history here. So when we started GGP about 15 years ago, which is not that long ago in corporate times, queer people only existed on an anonymous mailing list, anonymous to each other. Okay, because employment safety, which is still a concern globally, not to mention just safety, was a #1 concern which all of us lived with. So, even back then, weird flex, but I had designed Madden Football, had already sold a company to Activision, employment safety. So that is the #1 reason why. And just in this new recent history, have we begun to build the trust and value in each other so as to aggregate and to even acknowledge each other, okay? And to build systemic ties to companies like Take-Two and others to move from hiding from the industry, right? Escaping from the industry, to affinity, right? Right? To employee resource groups and corporate leaders like Tony existing, right? And we're moving closer to being a business resource. And so in other technology areas, that path is further along, where it is like to say in the batter, that the queer identity is of value, and there's customers, there's of course creators, there's of course business leaders and owners, of all walks. And in the optimum business, you would cultivate, all types of people. As a game craft, we are still in generation 1. You even asking this question here, you are a wild pioneer. You are the out there with your machete chopping down bamboo to even ask this question, which presumes that LGBT people would be employed, okay, and then in communication with each other, right? In communication with each other across different companies, and in any sort of ongoing concern. So welcome. Thank you for asking. For those of you at home, we have a Discord, and Facebook that you can all join and participate at any time, or you can reach out to me directly on Twitter, Gordon Bellamy. Wherever you may be on or off your path as an LGBTQIA person or an ally, right? Because I think that's something we've all discovered. And I think whatever population you are part of, whether it be across gender or race or expression identity, is that you don't have to be a member to care. Okay, you don't got to be a member to say this is an important issue. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do at a corporate level is saying, hey, you don't have to do all the work, right? You know how to push the rock that's sitting on you. We're going to help you push that rock that's on you. It's not on me, but I can help push, right? Because I can see it. It's on you. And so asking these questions, corporate support, time, right? 3 T's, time, talent, and treasure, will move this discussion forward. I hope that answered your question there, but otherwise just get at me. I can, tell you more. And anyone out there who's watching, we can tell you more in greater detail.
Gordon, I know your company has some things going on in the few months.
Oh,
can you talk about some of the activities you guys have?
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our Scholars Program and our community service that we do with Take-Two, is streaming. So we stream front page of Twitch and we bring it to YouTube, content around equity, inclusion, belonging. And not just LGBT, we just had our second Indigenous Game Creators panel yesterday. Big hit, because you know what? Indigenous creation has always been here. In August, we're going to be doing our first GGP honors, which is going to be honoring the best in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our craft. So we're going to be lifting up the people who do the work, right? Every day in our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're going to be beginning to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
It's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that represents a member of an ERG as well as a leader of an ERG. What advice would you give ERGs, affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out or those that are established in organizations that are looking for ways to further embed themselves into the business, so that better versus the fixing that you're talking about?
Also, to add to that, I think the something that a few of us have touched on earlier is an old adage from the business world: you can't manage what you can't measure. If you don't have a way to see how your progress is evolving over a continuum, you're kind of just going, well, I think something's working, let's just keep doing that. And business people, myself being one of them, don't respond well to that. It's just okay, let's just keep investing in a thing that I don't know the results of. You need to be able to go back and say, hey, this year we were here, this following year we were here. Here's the, not only have we seen a positive impact on the investment or good ROI, but we also recognize the fact that the partner and partners that we're working with are making moves and making investments into the future that they're saying that they want to see. The positive feedback loop of being able to say, here's data that shows that what we're doing is having an impact on our objectives, and rewarding that partner or those partners for that investment and for that support. That's really key to building a positive feedback loop around investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, what Jim said, but I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, no, budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
No, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's, to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to, frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
One more thing, just to let it go, is just keep saying Black out loud. Right? Let's get back to Black is beautiful. We've been residing in Black Lives Matter for a long time, and we need to be back to like Black and proud and Black and beautiful. And so your existence, right? And saying it and saying positive outcomes after the word Black is meaningful each and every day that you can do it in your ERG.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh. So the first camp in 2014, we literally like barged into a maker fair with flyers, and we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Take-Two. You can go into their offices, meet the developers, and make these games. And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking to my team the other day. I was like, this is a very fortunate problem to have where we're getting pulled in 100 directions because we're needed in 100 directions, as opposed to us telling people that, hey, this is important, pay attention, and, look at what we're doing. So I would say it's been very organic, and really the tide is turning. We're building a new industry. We're building on the industry that we have, but we're also building a new part of the industry together. So it's really exciting.
Thank you. Thanks, Layla. And thank you to our panelists. You guys have been very inspirational, very thought-provoking, and have left us with a lot of great tidbits to take away, to take back to our corporations and our respective organizations to really make a deliberate impact in our community that we're building and this whole world of diversity and equity and inclusion in the video game industry. So thank you all. Thank you, the viewers, for joining, and have fun at the virtual E3 conference.
I think ever since Mega Man X, I've just loved the sort of 8-bit, 16-bit pixel art style. As an artist, I just kind of fell in love with that aesthetic.
Number 1, Mega Man X, favorite game of all time. Whenever somebody asks me the deserted on an island question, Mega Man X is the game.
I would say Tomb Raider. Lara Croft is the reason why I started to become really adventurous in my own life and wanted to be as intelligent and curious and brave as her.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I feel like that was the first video game that I've ever played where I've seen so many black people in one game and felt like, oh my gosh, my people. You got the Isley Brothers playing on the radio? Like, oh yes, this is where I need to be.
Parappa the Rapper on PlayStation. Man, bring that back, PlayStation. Parappa got more bars than half the industry right now. So I recommend that you all go check it out because it's one of my favorites.
I think it might be Apex Legends. And I know, the thing you're most excited about is the thing that you've just done. But truly, I have been waiting my entire life to play a character like Valk. And it's changed my life.
My favorite game is, without question, absolutely League of Legends. It's been like a decade since release, and it's still just at the top of the charts, and it's where I go with all my friends and hang out. It's my go-to.
That was the first female I actually ever seen play video games. It was my mother, and she loved 007. And we would all play, me and my brother, my mother and my dad, and we would just go crazy in that game, have game nights and everything.
Lion King, Sega, on Sega, because that will teach you about life right quick. That was hard.
I've said it many times. TV should have his own segment. Every time he's on camera, I'm just cracking up. Love him. Anyway, welcome back to E3 2021. Do not forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for your E3 2021 needs.
Look like this. Don't you want to look like this, young man?
You want to look just like me?
You want to look like a schlub like me? I'm in a bomber jacket. Nobody likes me. Or do you want to be in an E3 bomber jacket and everybody likes him?
All the kids want to look just like me anyway.
Okay, anyway, we do need to give a big thank you to Razer. Do you see our lovely little Razer Blade laptops here? And then we're in the Razer Isker chair. Oh, sorry, you didn't get one.
I got the chair, though.
You did, and they're amazing. The lumbar
support's
support is on point, y'all. Greg, you and I, we're tall folks, so it's like you need that lumbar support. It makes us stand up straight.
And that's the thing, is if you're not a tall person, you don't understand how hard it is to be tall. And that's always embarrassing, right? Go, oh, right. Sorry about that.
Okay, be nice, gentlemen.
The pain I'm feeling right now. I don't have a laptop. Greg, make fun of me. You know what? I quit. No, I'm kidding.
No, you know what was low-key the best thing? Yesterday, they were like, Golden Boy, can you put your chair up higher? Can you put your chair up higher? And Greg and I were being so nice. We were not saying anything. We were just like, okay. Anyway, my producer's like, move it along, Jackie. So we did this great segment earlier where we were talking about 90s games and the impact that they had on us. And I kind of went off the rails and started talking about Chrono Trigger and Illusion of Gaia at length. But you both didn't really get a chance to talk about the games that have had a huge effect on you. So I wanted to hear both of y'all just be like, hey, this game changed my life. So you're in the hot seat first because you're right next to me. Hi.
Yay. The easy answer for me would have been Halo. I will just give a mention. It was the game that brought me and my brother together. We were always, bickering brothers, right? It's just how it is with siblings. But both of us sitting down playing that campaign, it was great. But for myself personally, one of the games that had a profound impact on me was, funny enough, Final Fantasy VII. It was the first RPG that I had ever played, and it began this infatuation with RPGs. And there was a point in time, folks, where the PlayStation, I swear to God, just had nothing but RPG games. I feel like every other month there was like a new RPG coming out, but that just started this long-lasting love for that genre. And then there was the first game that I played that literally was just, was Batman on the NES.
What a game.
Super fun game. That first level as a child, let me tell you, not easy. But yeah, those games have always been so big for me. What about for you, Greg?
Man, I think if you go back to the youth, there's so many things that put me on this path here, right? But I think for impactful games, the first thing that comes to mind is more modern. I think of Gone Home.
Oh,
if you haven't played Gone Home, of course, right? It's a walking simulator, and when Gone Home hit, I was told by everyone on the internet to go play it and read nothing about it, which means I will now spoil Gone Home for you. But I played that game like so many people did, thinking it was a horror game. And then slowly there's this side story building of, your sister and she's missing and what's going on with it, and you're reading the notes she's left. And slowly over time, it's like, oh my God, like she's falling in love. Oh my God, she's discovering she's gay. Oh my, and then it was like, wait a second. Is this game a horror game at all, or is it all about that relationship? And it was all about that relationship. And, no video game, no work of fiction, of course, can tell you exactly what it's like to be LGBTQ. But for me, as a hetero white male, where everything's great all the time, right? This was a window, at least, into it of what that discovery is like, and the pressure of it, and what you're going through. And it opened up a window of empathy that I've heard stories before, but to kind of experience it, in a video game way, of being in there and reading these intimate thoughts on a level that I don't get in a passing conversation with somebody, it was so powerful that when that game ended, I felt like I had a brand new empathy for what LGBTQ people have to go through, of course.
Yeah. Wow. Definitely got to check that game out now.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, I'm completely sold. I've heard great things about it as well, but I'm like, okay, everybody, Greg Miller says to play it, I'm playing it. Okay, so Golden Boy and I were up in the break room, and I was like, okay, I need you to break down for me, like, NFT, Bitcoin, the works. And he popped out this little diagram. He wouldn't allow me to bring it down here, folks. He's like,
wasn't very well done.
He's like, people are going to make fun of my stick figures.
Oh, is it like a 7th grade diorama where, like, But what was so sweet about it was Golden Boy's like, you can keep it for you, Jackie. This will just be for you. And I was like, oh, he drew a stick figure of me, and it was like tall and lanky. And then he was like, this is me. And he's like, see, it's got a little belly, and he's like, and it's missing hair. And I was like, stop it, Golden Boy. But actually, this kind of brings us to our discussion about Mythical Games. That's why we even started talking about it.
Yeah, first, I do want to give a huge shout out to my boy Justin Kruger. I've known him for years, and he's over at Mythical, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, Mythical Games is a very interesting company, because what they're doing is they're making games on the blockchain. And I know everyone's like, well, sure, NFTs, blockchain, crypto, there's always these conversations around it. But what's really interesting about games is like, what if you were able to play something like, a Hearthstone, and you had a particular card in Hearthstone. I think Dan used Ragnaros as an example, and you owned a version of that card. Like, you own that card. It was like 1 of 100 or 1 of 200, whatever, right?
It'd be like Magic, right? It would be like what you're already doing.
What you're already doing right now.
Cards.
Exactly. And imagine you were able to do that. Now, this is obviously a fun game. You play with your friends, and it takes that same kind of concept of like ownership over what you have in your game, and then it just paints it with this fun-loving, colorful flair.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to it. Huge shout out to Mythical Games. I think they're pushing the boundaries a little bit here, and really it's only the beginning, because you're going to see more and more of this as the blockchain continues to improve.
Right, it's tip of the sword, right? I think
indeed,
that's the thing. Yeah.
Well, fans of Blanco's Block Party are going to be happy to know that they can now own and sell their own characters. So for more on Blanco and an inside look at how the developers plan to change the way we look at video game characters, here is Mythical Games.
Let's go.
Yay.
Take one, ABC, common mark.
In your own words, what is Blanco's Block Party?
Oh, man.
Blanco's Block Party is a lot of things.
The game or just a Blanco?
I'm looking at you. Perfect. Awesome. So Blancos was originally what we thought a player-owned economy in a video game could be.
So it's a cool mixture of art, design, music, entertainment.
This is like the evolution of modern art. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, it's not just about canvases.
50% of my work is digital, and there's been rarely an outlet for that digital aspect of things.
What the gaming industry has really become is a lot about microtransactions and getting as much money out of the player as possible. What we're doing at Mythical with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script.
By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blancos. So.
Play, earn, collect, sell.
That's it. Sorry, I got lost. Can we start again?
I gotta say it again, boy. I ain't felt this good in a minute. Own it. I ain't trying to rent it. It feel like it's third down. So I'ma slip farm like Emmett Smith. Yeah, I'm going in, baby. Yeah, I'm trying to win, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. The way we win, it ain't fair. But ask, do I care? Yeah, that's right. On the left side, on the right side. Put your hands way in the sky. On the right side, on the left side. Do what you can to
I just had a quadruple espresso. Is that a problem? Hi, my name is John Linden. I'm the CEO of Mythical. So working with Rudy and Jamie have really been a lot of fun because we really have kind of merged 3 different industries into one. So we have kind of obviously deep experience in gaming, but we also have teams from blockchain and we have teams in marketplace technology. And bringing these 3 worlds together, it's been a challenge at times, but also it's really helped us explore how to make this work. And I think that's been the intersection of those 3 industries together has really made Mythical special. I hope the players within Blankos can really kind of be what they want to be. You know, it's kind of a safe place that people can come. It's a great, strong community. And meanwhile, they have this economy behind the scenes that they can earn. They can really transact and be part of the world themselves. And that's really what they need to know. It really has become a great community, and we really encourage people to be part of that community.
When you're building a game at the moment, if you want to move from 10,000 users to 10 million users, what you really need to do is have really, really epic gameplay.
Blankos is a game that's all about what we imagine vinyl toys do when we're not watching. What happens when we go to sleep and these toys are left to their own devices, and an exploration of that whole fun world of creativity that these toys escape to. Every single Blanko has a story and have their own inspiration and their own flavor and their own style. And I think that players are going to find that they'll go, oh, I like this toy because it speaks to me.
You are playing, building, and collecting. But then outside of that, you are also upgrading and selling. You don't need to understand NFTs or blockchain at all to play Blankos Block Party. All you need to know is how to play a game, and we teach you that.
The Junction is an amazing place where the Blankos go to express their creativity. Players are going to have a role in helping to bring that world online.
It's just this city full of tons of different designs and colors and patterns. But the point is that you are meeting up with your friends, you're practicing your new skills out together, and then you're jumping into mini parties.
Yeah, okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanko build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the win conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they've been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt like beautiful pieces of art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles and that kind of stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for games, for gaming studios that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game, the community grow over the next few months. What we're building here with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because then it's players that can actually benefit and profit off of all the money they spend.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if 20 people sell it down the road for exponential amount of money. I never see a dime of that. I have no idea what to think. So one of the cool things about NFTs is that smart contract that's locked in, and you're able to just not only track who gets it, but share that profit forever.
While one will collect for love, the other side that you want to collect from is also from a perspective of capital appreciation. You know, when we look at the collector world today, vinyl toys are on a tear, right? Just the very fact that Blanco's Block Party created a platform where you could not only collect digital vinyl toys created by epic vinyl toy artists, but at the same time use those vinyl toys to battle other people in game. I truly believe that it's a magic formula for, you know, not only epic capital appreciation on the assets themselves, but also, you know, immense amount of enjoyment in playing the game.
Today's gamers are used to having a lot of control over customizing the experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blancos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now. Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big-time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
I love collecting. I actually started my career in comic books.
I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering. I had hundreds.
These concepts as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital world. And what's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy, they are getting these concepts, and it's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
With real toys in real life, right? When the way to keep their value is you put them in the box, you put them on the shelf, you leave them there. But with Blancos, as you play with them, they get better. You can customize them. You can make them the way that you want them to be, but also increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream, games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly three that top my list. Again, Blanco's Block Party, Gods Unchained, as well as Axis Infinity. They've been able to integrate blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, while rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
Get yours, yeah. Get the money, get the money. Ooh, la, 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 throw it all on me, yeah.
A really key focus for my team has been making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet, but the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing a game and you're trying to sell your items, the game developer doesn't support that, right? And Mythical Games takes the stance of we enable it and we facilitate it. Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge to multiple chains. We're bridging to Ethereum, which is about to go to proof of stake, which is about 99.5% less energy. By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible. So you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership, and you have it forever. Because traditionally game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity. And with provable scarcity, as an investor, a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. To have a favorite, that's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about street artists and see the evolution of street artists, see an artist go from kind of painting an illegal wall to having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on trains. And now, you know, a couple of $1 million at Sotheby's, I'm like, it's pretty cool.
Where should our hands be?
Just do this.
Oh, okay.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is, all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係好開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that one, he's a graffiti artist, but two, he's super hip hop culture. Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
My artwork and the style of toys that I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up in the 80s, so I was heavily influenced by a lot of Japanese robot shows. Texas history is like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots, hip-hop, and graffiti, all rolled into one character.
This brand that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually wearing some sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
The Marathon Company, from a culture perspective, they've worked with some incredible folks, obviously led by Nipsey Hussle, and we certainly want to honor his memory.
Nip was someone before he passed who was already into technology. It's such an honor to be able to carry on his legacy in a sense and bring them into the world of Blankos.
One Blanco can be so many different things. A Blanco can be a pattern, it can be a unicorn, it can be so many different characters. We work regularly with Kronk. His skill at being able to create characters, make you commit to those characters, they're believable. And then we have JPK, we have industry legends like James Groman, Nikki Davis, Sarah McPherson, Algran Chamako, Junko Mizuno, Hakatal, and Thomas Han. We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which really helps to kind of broaden those cultural references.
I am an avid vinyl toy collector. I have just a house, floor to ceiling, vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between that kind of tangible good and have that element in the game, no doubt by the end of this time next year, I'm gonna have a whole row of Blankos. So. It's art in a 3D form. I think it's a really great online safe haven for street art where it keeps its integrity and it isn't bastardized. Whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's just tags on walls and stuff like that. I like that. I just like exploring the space. And then you still see this coalescence of cohesion as opposed to a random vomit art exhibit games like Blankos, I think is a really great bridge between the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or street art or stuff like that, and then into the game engine. And that's cool because I mean all the elements that are familiar to the deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins. Anything else, weenies? In the back?
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy all the designs from your favorite brands, artists, and designers, share it with all your friends so they download and play it together. And we look forward to seeing you within the world of Blankos.
But wait, we're partnering with the fashion industry's most coveted brands to bring you their style, Blankos style. And our first collab is a name you'll recognize. They're known worldwide for their signature plaids and heritage prints.
I'm incredibly excited to announce that Burberry will be partnering with Mythical Games to launch a limited edition Blanko in their game Blanko's Block Party. Pushing boundaries and discovering new ways to innovate with our communities have always been at the heart of what we do as a brand. Being a part of this creative and pioneering community with Mythical Games is an incredible synergy for us and a perfect evolution of our existing engagement with the gaming communities. This partnership presents Burberry's first exploration into the world of NFTs. This opens up a whole new platform of possibilities, and it empowers digital natives and gamers to own a piece of our brand and actively engage and participate with our house codes. We can't wait to embark on this pioneering journey with Mythical Games as we explore the future of digital ownership in gaming, whilst discovering new environments and a myriad of possibilities within this community.
All right, you got the last word. Make it count.
That's a good question. Here, give me 5 seconds here to think about it.
All right, guys, let's cut on the cameras.
Thank God. If you're ready to start building, playing, and earning, you can download and join Blanko's Block Party now in early access on PC.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Also, watch your favorite content creators on Twitch this week for a chance to get an exclusive new Blanko, only available through Twitch.
Thank you, appreciate it.
On behalf of all of us at Mythical, thanks for joining.
I feel like you nailed it.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is powered by Duracell Optimum. All summer long, we're bringing you the game announcements, developer interviews, and all the demos you care about. So get comfortable and get ready to play. Upgrade your Xbox controller with Duracell Optimum batteries today.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Hey you! Are you looking for a new way to watch your favorite videos and shows from IGN? Well, check out IGN Watch. Welcome back to IGN. It's our new app that's all about video, because there really just aren't enough video apps these days.
I get to unbox this PlayStation 5.
Follow subjects you care about, play videos in the background, or send them to your TV via AirPlay or Chromecast.
I gotta get one of those.
Download it today from the App Store or Play Store, or both. We're not your boss. IGN Watch. Check it out.
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Inder forced it on us.
Yeah, Rudy forced it on me. We didn't want to work together again. We would.
No. It was all mandated. Orders from above, from our benevolent overlords.
So that's mostly true, but also, we're in the video game world. We're in the NFT world. Joel, you've done some cool stuff in it as well, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been playing around with that, but I outside of the woo and wah of selling JPEGs for tens of thousands of dollars, I really liked what you guys were doing with kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blankos anywhere, where we kind of put somebody in the game and tried to create what their character was like. It was pretty cool. It was cool to figure out how we represented him as well.
What was the inspiration behind the Dead Mouse cross Blankos character?
I mean, from my point of view, I knew how Joel's cat Meowingtons is a big part of his life, and it felt like, we wanted to represent the mouse head, because it's such an iconic part of who he is and what he does, but we kind of didn't want to just do a modification to the Blanko. We wanted to make it a bit bigger than that, so it's actually the first time we've got a full head attachment in the game. And then we were like, well, it'd be cool if when that head comes off, it's not Joel underneath, and it's Meowingtons, and we kind of took a play on that, and I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool that they didn't just schlep a mouse head on it and call it a day. I mean, they also integrated the cat, my cat, Meowingtons, who I'm a big fan of, and just the fact that it's like the mouse head, but when they take the mouse head off, it's actually Meowingtons, which is pretty cool, because he's kind of all part of the Dead Mouse Joel ethos.
Yeah, I like that we repped through one of your early suits in it as well. I was a long-term fan.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. It was just too much effort. I like the first 2 or 3 shows I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what? It's too much. It's too much. We're going to strip it down a bit.
It's a cool throwback, though.
How do NFTs expand the reach of your brand?
It's a new technology and all that stuff, too. So we're just going through the trials and tribulations of what is it? Because I think the general consensus right now, if you were to ask a man on the street, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, isn't that like a $10,000 JPEG? Is kind of the answer you're going to get. But it's really a lot more than that. It's the underlying framework and technology that allows for, the blockchain provenance, that unique identifier that can be used from platform to platform to platform. So think of it as like what Steam's is to video games is like the world's Steam, so it's every time you log into Steam or something like that, they're gonna use Steamworks to grab achievements and stuff like that. It's all stored on that centralized system, but blockchain being the similar concept, but decentralized across all computers and stuff like that. And because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but the metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of, you know, fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. You know, no gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. You know, it's all just a license, right? And you kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can kind of, it's proof. You can see it. It's open. You know, if we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blancos in our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the assets that you pay money for.
When's the first deadmau5 Blanco drop?
This summer.
This summer? Like this summer or next summer? This summer. Oh, nice.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show. One of the things I liked, obviously, in the deadmau5 presentation here was him being very much like, why are you doing this with your brand? He's like, because nobody knows what it is. Like, it's groundbreaking, it's cutting edge, and like, I like the idea of embracing something that, is this going to work? Is it going to translate to video games? Who knows? The other thing I liked that I didn't call it from the original presentation, because I didn't get the presentation about NFTs from Golden Boy, you know?
Yeah.
So I didn't
you didn't get the special one-on-one.
But I really appreciate the idea that the original artist gets money on these. I didn't realize that.
Amazing.
So like, you make it, and I buy it from the marketplace, but then I sell it 20 times over.
You heard what he said, right? Like, you know, he makes one of the artists said, I make a piece, and then that piece gets sold, and then that piece gets resold, and then resold and resold, and that artist doesn't see the value from it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, can relate to. Like, content creators can relate to that. Content gets reused all the time, and they don't see anything from that. And this is like a way through the blockchain to be able to ensure that through these smart contracts, you can do that. So it is beneficial for the creator, which, you know, without the creators, we don't get a lot of these cool things, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Proof of authority in the blockchain.
Girl, there you go.
I'm proud of myself.
It doesn't work. I don't know what that is. If you don't, you know what? Get out of here. Well, I hope you folks at home like indie games, because we've got you covered. We are going to take a quick break, and then our Voices of E3 will discuss the indie gaming industry right before we reveal some of the hottest new indie titles releasing soon. So stay with us. If indie is the future is now. Ooh. That did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still got to get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge. I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is powered by Duracell, the official battery sponsor of Summer of Gaming 2021. And Army National Guard. Pursue multiple paths while you serve. Reach your greatest potential with Army National Guard.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
IGN Summer of Gaming is powered by Duracell Optimum. All summer long, we're bringing you the game announcements, developer interviews, and all the demos you care about. So get comfortable and get ready to play. Upgrade your Xbox controller with Duracell Optimum batteries today.
Hi, I'm Ariko. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo as long as they will keep me. I am head of indies, and I'm probably one of the handful of people who have worked in all 3 major regions, so Nintendo of Japan, Europe, and currently I work at Nintendo of America. I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse. I've been making games for far too long, but my favorite games these days happen to be these really fun small games called indie games.
Hi, Michelle Branstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer. You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not. It's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing. Like there are super indies, and then there's this like marketable indie, which is I think a more acceptable thing that a lot of publishers are picking up. But it's kind of surprising. The real breakout hits tend to be the ones that aren't even being looked at by a publisher, that are just being picked up by, going viral, essentially.
It's right to say that like indie seems to be the in thing right now. A lot of people are like, indie games go here. It's like a category. Go to the indie games category. But I do like the idea of blurring the lines, because when I was a kid buying software or downloading software, whatever you were doing back then, I would not disassociate what Jeff Minter was doing from, say, an Activision game at the time. And right now, when I'm sitting there like going through a storefront, I'm not looking for like specific things. Things catch my eye, and I see all these smaller games. There's so many of them now. But like, I'm actually looking for something that appeals to me. It's like when I used to go to the music store and go to different sections in the store. I wasn't really looking for a specific artist. I was trying to find that artist that spoke to me and take a gamble on it. I love that part of this right now. I love that somebody can still in their garage with all the engines we have now and all the help that you can get online and create a vision and then put it out there for people to either come en masse and enjoy, or just come to take a look, and maybe you don't sell that many games, or maybe you don't like get that many downloads. But to me, that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential indie in my mind.
I want to add to that, because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo, we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately, we decided let the indies, like let our partners decide if they identify as indies and how do they want to represent indies. And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
Do you feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphics style that's popular in the games and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform is due to the platform itself or to the audience that you have or your connection with those developers?
Yeah, I think we want our content to reflect our audience, and our audience is all genders, all ages. They have all the different tastes in games, and they're from all over the world. And so at Nintendo, we always talk about diversity and innovation, like those two words come out all the time. And we have indie teams based in Europe and Japan and the US and elsewhere. And we all have an equal voice. It's truly global when we think about, okay, what do we want to showcase through our campaigns? And so we want to make sure that that our global teams have equal voices and the content reflect our audience.
Absolutely. Michelle, I know that Freedom Games publishes many games from small developers. Do you see those developers, though you're publishing them, as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games. And we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games coming out, and it's interesting to see where the space will continue to go over the years. But yeah, we are focusing on that. We have a robust catalog coming out over the next year and a half and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward to that. Edmund, I know that many people consider Binding of Isaac to be a genre-defining success. Do you see indies in their role to explore new mechanics, genres, and storytelling approaches as something that truly defines indies and their freedoms?
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like doing something that a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're a small team of a handful of people and your budget's basically your rent, you can do whatever you'd like to do, and you could make a new genre, like Among Us. It's like you can take big risks and you can do what you want, and that's the beauty of complete independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Ed Catmull speaks of the concept of the ugly baby and the hungry beast, and the hungry beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making money in order to employ all of the people that it has working at it, whereas the ugly baby is a brand new idea that's strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of 2, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters. And I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but, that's a great indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Michelle, how does Freedom Games evaluate these initially unproven mechanics and ideas?
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well. I came from an indie background too. If you didn't live, eat, and sleep what you were selling, it wasn't going to work. So a lot of our indies are kind of the same, but more in a more healthy scenario now. That's something that we consider too. But basically, Triple I is all about passion. It really is, and that's what kind of differentiates it from some other titles or genres is passion, I would say.
Right now, what I love about a lot of really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision that they really have had for a long time, usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, if people could really hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. That's just stupid. There's always people in the room that you're not in. You're never at the table. They're saying, well, this isn't going to do X because they're doing some math on it. They're over, under, or whatever they call it, and all these different methods they use. But they're rarely ever right. But the person who has that singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever, how can you pit those people against somebody who's been thinking about this their whole life and just wanting to do it? You really can't.
Absolutely. I think storytelling itself is something that indie games can do very well, and particularly when it comes to telling unique stories. Are there any indie game titles that you have all played that you found to be particularly inspiring or emotion invoking in general?
I'm a huge fan of games that present their themes through gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm doing something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone has presented to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle solving creative mindset. So it lets people be more immersed in than simply just telling somebody a story.
Eriko, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo Switch. It won Game of the Year recently at DICE. And so I think there's just all sorts of games. A funny story is Human Fall Flat. That's another puzzle game published by Curve Digital, and that's been massively popular in Japan, and elementary school kids who probably don't have the concept of indies, they just loved it. They thought it was super fun, and it's been really popular in Japan. So I think there's just all sorts of games that are fun and out there.
Do any of you have other thoughts about the future of indie games, or what we can expect from the genre or art form moving forward?
The thing I love most about I guess what how we're referring to indie games here is like I love the not knowing what's coming because ultimately it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like I love finding something I never thought I would like or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to, like, that goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about like getting off a job and then going home and relaxing. I loved it. Or, you know, like all these sorts of things, or like even some weird things that would come out of mobile and all this stuff. Like I would just never anticipate that stuff and things like that. And it's the, I guess what I look forward to is the things I cannot anticipate.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about indie games and indie studios, as well as hear your thoughts on what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is presented by the Amazon original movie, The Tomorrow War, exclusively on Prime Video July 2nd.
The Razer blade.
Use the Razer stuff.
Use the Razer chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a Razer blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a Razer for like Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. Like, you know, my brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original Razer blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just a sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty
I
big,
used to just, at that time, I was playing a lot of controller games. So I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah, it sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razer Blade is a great place to play indie games. And what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up. But there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MinMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, yeah, you can take more chances as a small studio.
It's vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there, and just in the games that they're delivering, top to bottom. You know, you can ram off like a few names like off the top of your head, but like, you know, for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
Love that game so much. And I found it out on a whim because I was playing another independent game. I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game. And I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, you know, I finished that one and I found Moonlighter. And oh my goodness, it just stole me. It captured my heart. Love that game. And I wouldn't have found that, you know, if someone just, you know, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a great game, you need to play it. 100%. And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game reviews.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there, so without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way soon.
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you. I'll be watching you, Michael. Good luck, old friend.
Captain, I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Ahí está vaina.
The base road
Target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
You are safe with me.
Connection established.
Execute protection mode.
All right, I'll download the data. Now, you know what to do.
Toretta! Soldiers, we need you here.
Keep your wig on, pet. I'm all over it. So, what we're gonna do with the intel?
We need it for the job. You know, the heist, larceny.
Larceny? More like...
A most ingenious plan to end this war too sweet and straight away. So I asked to see the general, but the sergeant told me no. He said in the trenches where you meant to stay. I said, dear sergeant, pardon me, I see that I made you upset, but let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser, and then we'll all be home in time for tea. Oh, let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
That was tough. Now
Hamilton. Some beast is looking at us. Whoa, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet. So green and beautiful.
Let's just be careful, sir.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
what are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was telling y'all earlier my friend was a part of that project, so very cool there. But that was just one of many games that had a very retro feel. Fallen Aces was another one that I wrote down on my list. So yeah, I just feel like I'm getting all these retro vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica. First of all, I love the pixel art style, so that appeals to me. And it looks like the gameplay is a mix of shooter and 2D action platformer. I don't know, do you have any more information about what that game actually is?
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to you, Damon, for sure. But honestly, he sent it to me this morning. He's like, dude, this is gonna be in the show. And I was like, what? Like, that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked, because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that game. And yeah, that totally vibed. It was amazing. But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there. Very Doom-inspired. And we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday. Am I wrong?
We saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show before he was unceremoniously cut off by Gabe Newell talking about Steam Next Fest. But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one was literally Doom Noir. It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but with that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me? Oh, I appreciate that, because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh, man. And Michael, I want to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Alliance of the Sacred Sons.
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terra Invicta. And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how these indie games, they're keeping dead genres alive.
The genres that have been of yesteryear, especially for that aren't really popular. You can't really get a AAA RTS anymore. You can't really get, I mean, other than we have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent games that I really like is that you can revitalize those genres of the past. And you can be experimental. And I think this is a theme also when you look at a lot of the independent games, is that they have experimental game mechanics. I think that Neko Ghost Jump, which I love so very much, like you can play with perspective and put a spin on platforming. And but the triple threat of strategy games, I know that I used to play a lot of them when I had time back in the day. I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft, and I miss like the early days of Civilization 4 when I was in high school and I had time to pour into matches. And so if you're craving that sort of thing, you can definitely pay attention to these sorts of games and maybe get your fill.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think 4X games are a fantastic way to hit fast forward on life sometimes. Like, for example, Civilization was a saving grace during the pandemic as well, because I'd be like, oh man, I'm really kind of bored right now. Oh, suddenly it is 4 a.m. and I've been playing this for hours. And that looks exactly like what I'm going to get from Alliance of the Sacred Sons. But I also have to say, one that really caught my eye here is a game that looks like a bit of a Metroidvania, and that is Moolander.
Oh my gosh, I had that on my
super fun.
list. Yeah.
Like it's the same sort of like irreverent feeling that I got from a game like Guacamelee, for example. But with this, I love that these cows are your enemies. I was getting some Diablo 2 vibes from that hell cow at the end there. I'm just very excited to see what that has in store, because it looks like it has a good sense of action, gameplay, and whimsy.
Wow, you really milked that one. An utter disgrace.
Oh, no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could hear the puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down. We did have the pull-up earlier, though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff. But I do think that Neko Ghost Jump was #1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there you go. And then also I know there was Life Slide and a bunch of other incredibly cute ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, indie games, just so much fun. But okay, favorite? Should we go down the line here? Damon, what you picking? I see the wheels turning.
I mean, they were coming fast and furiously.
Yeah.
I know people like Fallen Aces. I got to give a shout out to Toy Soldiers HD. I reviewed the original Toy Soldiers for IGN way back in the day, and that's like a tower defense game that you're kind of take the action right down to the ground. It's built in 3D space, so it's really cool to see that game making a comeback.
I already mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tunguska, I forgot the name.
Tunguska, the
Tunguska.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter, that looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down for it.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I think I'd pick Tunguska as well, but Nico is very close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi, guys. I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden Boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
A lot. So I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
Oh, welcome.
You know, so Larcenauts was awesome. I liked it a lot. Big shout out to my boy BMF, who covers a lot of the VR stuff as well as Thrill Seeker. Big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah, Fallen Aces made my list for sure. That was a dope
literally
trailer.
saw that and I was like, oh, I'm 100% playing this on stream. Like, this is happening because it looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska. Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like, the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list, I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said, doomnoir.com.
It's like they really, I do feel like they like never do wrong. Like, the New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
One of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3. You should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. And basically, he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like, it's couch co-op. Get in there with your kid. You're piloting. You know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things. Right? You're able to explore that way. And then, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Stylized. I mean, you do anything that's in a cyberpunk style world, and I'm literally there. I'm all about it. Great visuals. I feel like that is, again, you know, and everyone's going to look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create, Greg, in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous. And, you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio. So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. Hashtag E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game. And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same like 12-year-old cranky 90s on us in the Fortnite lobby, and we can't build as quick, and he just builds a Taj Mahal and then just drops down on you and you're angry. I get it, but
I don't think we should all be okay with just accepting like, oh, this is how people talk on this video game. Like, that is not okay.
There's a difference between conflict and dialogue. When you're having a conversation, you don't have to agree. When it's becoming something that's toxic, right, there's no respect.
It's a social contract you enter into as a human when you walk out your front door. That is that you will act with decency. And it follows that this would also be imposed online.
And it's easier to just say, oh, mute your mic or don't say anything, but no, do better.
We just shouldn't foster an environment where saying something bad is okay. It should never be okay. It should never be on the receiver to grow thicker skin.
Having other people in the community that have gone through that and that you can connect with is probably the most therapeutic, helpful part.
Find those people that you connect with and have that support group.
I think just pushing a positive environment is a good place to start.
If you see something, say something. I think it starts with all of us standing up.
I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do, to speak loudly about things that really matter.
I think over the years, the space has become a lot more welcoming, a lot more open.
There's such an overwhelming presence of like positivity and acceptance and diversity, and
great strides are being made, but I also think that like more can be done from us as the people that like to play them to make sure that that happens.
Keep playing because you love the game, and no one should be able to take you from what you love.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years, Starfield. The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation. The narrator talks about venturing into a field of stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated Creation Engine 2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from Halo games past are making a return, as well as our favorite narrator. The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign, with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net, and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Word's leg so you can open that portal to the Chaos secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
Welcome back, folks. Freedom Games is our next developer coming up. And, you know, when you have games that are like called Cat Cafe Manager or Dog Shelter, I think we can assume that things are going to be pretty fun. So, folks, here's Freedom Games.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like, you know, any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us felt complete creative control. That was fun. It was a challenge. It was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the words. The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great to get a community like that. They helped us make Corman what it is.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe, and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that, we kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
I'm from a really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, I guess. Yeah. There's no companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. There's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you can see your character's head just flying up and blood's going everywhere, it's like you just got nothing but humour there.
Sure gonna feel bad in the morning.
I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and by the time I get home, I'd just like, We ended up deciding that it would be best if I worked full-time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way, whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be. So to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
This is definitely like a good, just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game.
Oh, this is sick.
Yeah!
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
It's gonna be an absolute show.
I was pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. So for the majority of development, we worked on it in the dorm, yeah. So we would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, type of working away. I learned how to code for like a whole week. I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. You know, where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To be at E3 is pretty exciting.
Maybe I should raise my rates. I have failed my people.
Weakness has consequences. This would make for a fine tale.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, nah, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
It took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know and be the best at that.
Making something that people enjoy.
Thank you, Freedom Games, for that showcase. Passionate, diverse, different, unexpected, Damon. That's what I would call it. If you weren't paying attention, Freedom Games is providing 20% of the profits of To the Rescue to the Pet Finder Foundation. And now, gentlemen, it's time to react. I will start with, I don't know, maybe I would speak for everybody. For Greg Miller, I wasn't that familiar with Freedom Games before leading this E3 2021. I am now a Freedom Games fan. Like, I liked what I saw there.
Hell yeah. You're a freedom fighter.
Let's not go that far. I'm a lover, not a fighter. All right? I'm a freedom lover. All right, Is that better? Koraman, Cat Cafe manager, To the Rescue, and then Slaughter League all jump out at me. But you guys are the experts. Dan, what did you like?
Well, first I have to give it up for To the Rescue. Not only is it a great way to support the Pet Finder Foundation, but I really like that kind of simulation game. You saw a great pairing there. Whether you're a cat fan or a dog fan, you can come together to celebrate these awesome pets with a fun, like, sort of management sim. It looks really up my alley. But I dropped my notes, so I'm just going to stick with those for the time being.
I'll get them for
you. Thank you so much. You're a
you
true
dropped
friend.
this, King.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The one I really want to talk about, because Michael and I were geeking out about it, was Dark Deity.
Yes.
A strategy RPG that looks like very up the alley of anyone who likes Fire Emblem or things like that.
Sure.
I also like they have an XCOM-esque wound system, which I appreciate. Adds another layer to it, so looks pretty exciting.
I thought it was cool. It was cool pixel art also, but also anime-style hand-drawn art that's going along with it too.
Don't take that away from me, Damon. Listen, if y'all want to get my attention with your video game, if you have anime-style artwork for your characters, I'll at least give you my time of day. I'll say that much.
That was the one. I mean, for Dark Deity, you went, ooh. I wrote my only note on Dark Deity is Mikey likes because you liked it.
I mean, yeah, and Cat Cafe Manager. Yo, Freedom Games really hit me with my brand.
Yeah, for sure.
I love Cat. Dude, it's so cute. You know, Cat Cafe Manager. I've been to a cat cafe before. You know, you get a little coffee, you go pet the cats. If you're allergic, R.I.P. But yeah, that was really cute. It's obviously like a tycoon simulator management thing, and cute cats. Say less.
Say less. Damon, you love cats. Did Cat Cafe Manager work for you?
For sure. I've been to many a cat cafe, Greg. I have some ideas about how they might be run better.
Well, here we go. See if you can put proof in the pudding and you get out there, you manage your own cafe.
This fool's lying.
No, it's true.
Oh, okay. True. Yeah. Anything else stand out to you?
I mean, the games are coming so quickly. You see, like, well, this game looks interesting, and then they're on to the next one. There was I think it's fair to say it's a Pokemon-like in there.
Mon's even in the title.
Koromon. Mon is in the title.
Koromon,
I think there's more to it than that. There's definitely like animal battling.
Well, when it started, I was watching and he started like moving puzzles. Like, oh, I wrote very Zelda-like, and then it became Pokemon. I was like, oh, very Pokemon-like. Actually, I'm sorry, I got this one wrong. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, right now you can get out there and vote, no matter which platform you're watching E3 2021 on. You can vote right now. Cat Cafe Manager is winning narrowly with 32%. Right behind it, Koromon with 26%, and then Dreamscaper with 19%. Remember, no matter where you are watching, you can put it into your chat of choice, and if you want to just roll down your window and yell, somebody else will jot it down, and we'll figure out how to tally it up there, right?
Yes,
Thank
sir. Another thing that an extension from the indie showcase that we saw, like a lot of experimentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though we saw some things that are kind of like, oh, that reminds me of this, that reminds me of Fire Emblem, that reminds me of Pokemon, they're still putting their spin on it. And like, I like to see those kinds of things in those games. Everyone has an inspiration, so it's like, I want to make the game, like make something similar to the game that I love. So
it's all this evolution. I mean, like, think about One Lonely Outpost, for example. Yeah, we were joking around like, oh, Space Dew Valley, because it does look Stardew Valley inspired, which in turn is inspired by Harvest Moon. So there's a lot more that you can do with this kind of genre, this type of game. No one really gets to be sort of the be-all, end-all of that category or genre, and I'm excited to see what they can offer here. So it's nice to see a lot of these indie developers wearing their influences on their sleeve. I was really excited about Slaughter League, for example. It looks like that kind of competitive madcap fun of a game like Fall Guys, for example, but with the kind of murdery chaos you'd expect from like a Smash TV or like a I'm blanking on the name right now. Meat Boy.
Oh yes. And it's funny you mentioned Meat Boy, right? In the panel before, where they were doing the indie games conversation. Ed McMillan talked about the fact that the power of indies is that you don't have to appeal to the mainstream. And I think that's why this one stands out in terms of a conference so far, and we can all find something else to hone in on, right? Where it's like, I don't know if To the Rescue, a realistic, sim about running a rescue operation for dogs and cats would stand out or make sense for a big publisher who has to get a big return on their investment. But for this team here that wants to do a dog shelter and wants to have this stuff and wants to get profits out there to people and help, it's great.
It's smart of Freedom Games to, in addition to showing trailers or gameplays for the games, to actually put the creators in front of the camera as well. Indie games can be so much more personal. It's so much more one person's vision or a very small team's vision.
Totally. Yeah, one of the things I loved about it when you were watching their To the Rescue is they showed them at PAX, right? And if you've never had the chance to go to a PAX, I urge you to do it and then go to the Indie Mega Booth when you can go to things again. Because getting to sit there and get a demo from somebody like, oh, what do you do in the game? You're like, oh, I make the game. It's the most personal way and the best way to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we return, our friends at Venn will give us a special edition of their series Origin Stories featuring 100 Thieves founder and CEO Nadeshot. That and more after this.
I always really appreciate queer narratives, trans narratives, gender diverse narratives. Tell Me Why by Don't Nod, with a trans character as one of the main characters, is huge. I can't recall many, if any, main characters that are trans that are playable. Being someone who identifies as non-binary, seeing someone that is proudly trans represented in a game is just so incredible to me, because it shows that not only game developers but the world is seeing these narratives as important things and stories to tell, because games are just another way of telling stories.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. Now, we know a little bit about this topic, don't you think?
Thing or two.
In esports, the scene is becoming more than the teams, though. Esports orgs are making content, making apparel, and building a brand. One org taking this model to the next level is 100 Thieves, led by their CEO, Nadeshot. And Alex, you have covered all sorts of events with 100 Thieves. So what do you think is so special about this org and Nadeshot?
Yeah, well, you know, I've known Nade for years at this point. You know, all the way back to when he was a competitor. I used to make the joke, he hates it when I say it, that he's America's favorite gamer. But because he was, you know, at one point, he was like the biggest name in Call of Duty. He was one of the biggest names in esports, right? And he still continues to do that to this day. You know, and I'm so proud to be able to talk about a friend like this, because to see his success has truly been incredible. I could not be more proud of him. And 100 Thieves as an organization, you know, they had such a history, right? From an initial reveal that didn't go the way they wanted to this complete transformation of this brand with a lot of support from great figures in the entertainment and sports industry. It has become amazing what 100 Thieves has been able to accomplish with their drops. Like, they themselves, I feel like there have been a lot of great collaborations over time, but few have been able to make independent products, right? Without collaborations that are just, they're huge. The drops are massive, and their hoodies, their shirts, all the lines that they have, the talent that they sign, everything is done meticulously, and I give him a lot of credit for it. Recently, Courage, another friend of mine, is alongside Valkyrie, who is an amazing figure in esports, becoming you know, co-CEOs in the company as well. 100 Thieves have just done incredible work in esports, and I give them a lot of credit for what they've done.
No. I mean, honestly, I feel like they've paved the way for so many orgs. I feel like a lot of orgs modeled their formula of how to approach all these different things, like you were saying, merch and the content creators. But anyway, it's absolutely fascinating, and I'd love to hear more about it. So for more on the Nadeshot 100 Thieves and what's next, here's a special E3 edition and the origin story series from our friends at Ben.
My name is Hector Rodriguez, but you might know me as Hex. I know a lot of people in gaming and esports, and I will be bringing them into the studio to share their origin stories.
3 words that best describe you.
optimistic.
Introspective.
Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
It's really about cracking the code. And that's the same approach that I had with FaZe Clan, right? It's like, here's this thing that is so special that nobody knows.
When I walked into the job, this is sacred space. I am a guest here. I'm here to try and help align things, motivate, set new visions, get more people involved. I didn't start it, I didn't create it. You know, this has to be a very respectful entry into this party.
I'm like, yo, what do you want from me?
Yeah.
We were 3 years in 4 months.
Yeah.
And people are talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how f***ing hard it is to win in League of Legends?
Join us on Van for new episodes, behind-the-scenes moments, and much, much more.
Esports is 1,000% going to contend with traditional sports in viewership, which means
dollar bills, y'all. Origin stories.
Bro, this is Matt.
Hi, Matt.
How you doing?
Good. Let's do me a favor. So what's going to happen is Hector will introduce you.
Yeah.
You'll sit down.
You better give me the best introduction
I can't even wait to give you the intro.
The prodigal
This
son.
dude.
That was just stab me in the back.
I'm super excited. I'm getting mic'd up right now. I'm about to interview somebody that I've interviewed like 100 times, but I'm gonna try to make it super interesting by asking him questions and talking about that we haven't really ever talked about in public. There he is.
Oh, I'm sweating. I am sweating. And I have to pee.
Welcome back to another episode of Origin Stories here on Van. My name is Hector Rodriguez. I am your host. Today I have the honor, the pleasure, the true pleasure actually, to introduce my little brother, someone who's near and dear to my heart, Mr. Nate Shot, Matt Haig, CEO of 100 Thieves. I mean, you do it all, baby. Why don't you come in and sit down?
You were about to say Optic Nate Shot. You got really close to saying Optic Nate Shot.
I almost did say Optic Nate
yourself.
Shot. Yeah, I did. Did you catch that?
I did catch it.
Usually, I like to start out this show by asking you 3 questions and then another question, but the main one is 3 words that best describe you.
3 words that describe me? Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
All right, 3 words that describe 100 Thieves.
That one's tough, too. Let me think.
Can you describe anything in 3 words?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not good at descriptive adjectives.
Oh.
Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Let me spitball something that's... Well, because I don't like using 3 words because I'm confident in myself and I don't want to sound pompous. You know what I mean?
No, you're in good company, babe.
I would say goofy, impatient,
yes,
and squirrely.
Squirrely's good.
That's what you always called me. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you were like your brain was elsewhere. It's just because at the
I look
time,
like a squirrel.
at the time you did.
Chubby cheeks.
Yeah, at the time, but now you've grown into a handsome man.
Thank you.
Who knows you better than anyone else?
I would say, if you asked me that question like 8 years ago, I'd say you. When we were living in the Optic House. But now I have to give it to my girlfriend, Haley.
Yeah.
I mean, Haley can read all my emotions really well, and she's very patient, and she tolerates me.
Yeah.
Because she knows that sometimes I get angry, and sometimes I get sad, and sometimes I have a range of emotions where she is always just like that even keeled, you know what to expect, and I know how she's gonna react when I am reacting to something. So I'd say Haley knows me best. We've been together for 2 years.
So obviously, I've known you for over 15 years, I think now. Oh my God! How old were you when we met?
2008, Call of Duty 4.
Call of Duty 4, that's right.
You weren't in Gears of War. My first event was MLG Chicago 2007.
St. Charles.
St. Charles, yeah. What the hell? How'd you know that?
I know everything.
Were you there?
I was not.
Do you know I got my ass beat? I almost made it to championship bracket, top 16, would have been considered a pro player.
Yeah.
Lost to Gringo Jr., who was like an 8-year-old kid.
Oh, dude, he was like during Call of Duty 2, I heard about that dude.
Yeah, kid was nasty.
Yeah, he was.
Pieced us up on Mansion, execution. Last round was tied 3-3, first of 4. I'll never forget the round.
Yeah.
Made a call, did not pan out.
How many times a day do you say 100 Thieves or 100 Thieves or 100 T?
I guess I say 100 Thieves a lot. 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I was doing like a PR tour for Excedrin. We had a partnership to make people aware of mindfulness routine that can help you reduce headaches. And everybody on that call kept saying 100 Thieves, and it was driving me nuts.
Yeah.
We talked to like 30 different outlets in 4 hours this morning. They all said 100 Thieves. I didn't correct them.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be that guy.
Just 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Let's go back to the earliest memory that you have. Born in Chicago, Illinois. lived in Palos
Hills.
Palos Hills. Does your dad still live at the same crib?
He built the house that we grew up in Palos Hills, and then after my mom passed, I think there were just too many bad memories in the house, so he sold it and moved to a nice part of town, which was like 20 minutes away. It's called Orland Park.
Okay.
And now he moved again to a city called Lisle. So it's tough, man. I wish I could go back to that house to kind of like face some of the fears that I had from stuff that I saw with my mom, but I'm glad that I can still go back to Chicago. I'm bummed that you guys went to Texas, because that was always like my saving grace. All right, I go see my pops, go hang out with Optic. That was great. But my earliest memory, that's kind of tough. I think one of my earliest memories was probably my dad. He would have to reside the house every couple years because of the material that he used to build it. And he had scaffolding built up the side of this 2-story home. And I was playing on it like a jungle gym, but little did I know that wasps started nesting inside the scaffolding itself. And so like 4 or 5 of them came out and stung me all at one time in my hand, and I've been terrified of flying bugs ever since.
How old were you?
I don't know, I was young.
Like, were you a teenager, or were you like a toddler?
No, I was younger than that.
Like 7, 8?
I was probably like 8, 9, 10.
Were you crying?
Yeah, bawling my eyes out. I cried a lot as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah. I was a very emotional young man.
I think I cried a lot up until like I was 4 years old, and that's what my parents told me. It's like it wasn't until I was able to hit someone that I cried, because I didn't know how to release that anger. But once I learned how to punch walls and things, I started doing that in the bed.
Yeah, I didn't get angry. I got sad.
I was telling Lee Trink the story about me being in Mexico as for my school, as a Catholic school.
Juarez.
Yeah, and how the nuns would grab me from the hair here, and then they would just like seriously jerk it. So I was like, oh my God, that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were just disciplinaries. And both of my parents were actually disciplinaries. My dad was super strict, him, a very quiet dude, but that's because of that. And my mom was just super
yeah.
And I still became what I became. Just I didn't give a shit. They hurt. I would pretend like it hurt, but I'd be like, it don't hurt. I would look at the wall or my teddy bear and be like,
see, I love that. But I think that's what I appreciated actually a lot, getting to hang out with you. You're like 10 years older than me when we first started hanging out. And I always loved your mentality around other people. You're just very tough exterior. And that was something I could appreciate, because my dad was a great dad. I love my dad to death. He's my hero. But there was a lot of things that, I don't want to say, because we're not in the streets in Schaumburg of Illinois, but just seeing how you interact with individuals. If somebody doesn't talk to you right, you kind of let them know that they weren't talking to you the right way.
Yeah.
And I don't like confrontation, and that was stuff that I wouldn't do. But now that I'm older and a lot more confident in myself, I feel like I picked up some tendencies from you.
Do you wish that you could go back to a certain situation and be like, yo, my man?
All the time, brother. All the time, man.
Do you have one that you can recall right now?
Man, I mean, what's the situation? Do I have the knowledge that I do of where I'm gonna be in life?
No, you're just you.
I was just me?
Yeah.
Nah, man, I didn't have going for me. Who am I gonna step up to, bro? I was bro, I didn't get testosterone shots as a kid. Did you know that?
No.
I was not even in the percentile of growth, so they were worried that I wasn't gonna be on track to be a certain height or a certain weight. So freshman year, bro, I weighed 85 pounds, and I was 4'8".
So were you like a good kid, bad kid? Did you get in trouble? Were you the class clown? What kind of kid were you?
No, I wasn't the class clown. Dude, I've told people this before, but I was a super timid kid. I mean, I was really bad in social situations. I didn't know how to make friends. I mean, I had friends in grade school and going into high school, but my first job at McDonald's is what really helped me come out of my shell and start learning how to talk to people and not be so afraid. But yeah, I wasn't a class clown. I kind of just stayed to the side, and I wanted attention. I know that for a fact. I just took this narcissism test. I'm right in the middle. I'm a 18 out of 40.
Are you?
I thought I'd be way more narcissistic than that.
Yeah. What do you think mine would be? My score?
I think you'd probably be a 28.
Is that bad?
40 is the highest.
40 is the highest?
You know Jackson from 100 Thieves? He got a 33.
Jackson got a 33?
He's the definition of a narcissist.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, I was just a quiet kid.
Play sports?
Yeah. Baseball, basketball, B team. I was terrible at that. I was too short, man. I didn't have any athletic ability.
Yeah? I mean, so was Muggsy Bogues, I think.
Second baseman, 4th through 8th grade, though, all-stars every year.
Really?
Yeah. If you can hang your hat on that.
I can. Yeah. I mean, I've seen the pictures, or I've seen the one picture of you as a baby with a bat.
Yeah.
Just chubby cheek.
That was me in 7th grade.
No, you were not.
No, I'm playing.
Oh my God. Bro, I literally thought that was true, and I'm like, man, you had to look like you're 7.
Yeah.
I remember clearly, by the way, the first day that I heard your voice when we were playing on Vacant with Diesel and somebody else. You were playing with somebody else. But I remember, and I'm like, damn, this has got a deep-ass voice.
No, you go back and watch my old videos, I sound like a...
No, I don't know why, but you sounded like, I don't know, you were talking like a grown dude.
Must have been the testosterone shots.
May have been.
I didn't grow this myself.
No. But I remember that clearly. When do you think was the first time that we met?
Well, I mean, I could tell you the story how you and I met, but I don't know if you want that on camera with Optic Nerve. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Well, so we were one of the better competitive teams in Modern Warfare 2. We won the first 3 major tournaments in Modern Warfare 2. And then Optic reached out to this guy named Optic Nerve, who no longer works there. I mean, he wasn't even working there much longer after I joined. But he basically said, yeah, we're looking for a competitive team right now. We make YouTube videos and we make money off of it. And my mind was blown. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, hold on. Back up. Because I had posted like clips to my YouTube channel of me clutching 1v3s on Crossfire, Search and Destroy, all these old school gameplays from game battles. So when I found out you guys can make money from videos, that's when I don't know why, because I don't think I've ever had that level of motivation for anything in my life besides that. Yeah. As soon as I heard that, it was, let's blow the hinges off this thing and let's go. Yeah. So and I got introduced to you. I think I was really scared to talk to you. I think we hopped in a Skype call, and you were kind of an asshole, to be honest. Yeah. You wanted no business talking to me. You were just very short. Yeah. Like, who the is this guy?
No, I knew who you were. I just didn't want to have anything to do with you at the time.
Yeah, seriously though, that's what the tough part was.
Is that what it felt?
Well, because Optic was so tight-knit back then, I felt like I had to be in your good graces to really feel a part of it. But I was only close with like Diesel and Predator. Yeah. Predator was the OG.
I think that's. I mean, still to this day, I think that's how Optic is, right? Like it's literally the same group of guys since the beginning.
The first time somebody meets you, they got to approach you the right way, because if they don't, I think you write them off immediately.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to the origin story. Take me through the competitive years of 2010 through 2012.
It's pretty broad, man.
Yeah, 2010 is what? Modern Warfare 2?
2010 to 2012, nothing happened. There's nothing notable besides, COD XP.
Yeah, 2011, COD XP.
COD XP, we won that event, $100,000.
You just made $100,000. How does that feel? I don't want to work at McDonald's anymore.
You guys end up winning, and again, I knew that we were gonna win it. I don't know how, but I remember that the moment that you guys won, I was in the middle of the crowd, and Jericho, Gold Glove, Dr. Disrespect at the time, or Guy, he wasn't in custom, Guy and Bashir Musa, and T. Martin were all there.
Bash?
Yeah, Bash. Yeah. From there, let's jump through 2013, Black Ops 2. Yeah. You're blowing up. For the first time ever, after only sponsoring people in Halo 3, here comes Red Bull.
Oh, yeah. So that was really the biggest moment, is I flew out to LA. I was staying at the Gamer Shore House, which was Jericho, Syndicate, and Gold Glove. And I was going out there to sign a contract with Red Bull, part of their athlete program, because I grew up watching Walshy was sponsored by Red Bull, and to me that seemed like the coolest thing ever. Same. And I sent them a DM when I was still living at my parents' house, like a year prior, like, hey, I'm really interested in Red Bull and working with you guys. Do you have any plans of getting in Call of Duty? That's when I met a guy named Sam Keen, who's still friends with to this day, great guy. Yeah. And they flew me out later that year, 2012, signed the contract, and when I got back, that's when Black Ops 2 and live streaming, it seemed as if every day after I returned from LA with the Red Bull hat on, it was 1,000 viewers, 2,000 viewers, 3,000 viewers, just climbing and climbing and climbing. That was when I caught my break.
Yeah. All right, so walk me through your decision to, one, retire, and then ultimately leave Optic.
Yeah, I was going back and forth to LA, and Fwiz, who's the head of gaming at YouTube, who you and I are both really, really close with, one of our best friends, he was always convincing me, or trying to convince me, to spend some time in LA, just to broaden my horizons, try something new. So yeah, I mean, look, dude, when you think you're like in love and it kind of clouds your judgment, and all I want to do is get out to LA and start that next chapter of my life, but it came with a heavy heart because I didn't want to leave Optic or the house because I was having so much fun. I have a hard time actually putting myself back in my shoes that I was in then. Yeah. Because
you're not the same person.
Yeah, I'm not the same person, and I would probably do it again, but I I'm upset that I cut off that part of my life so soon. Because I love the Optic House and I love living around you and hanging out. And I thought that's what I was going to be doing for the rest of my life. I thought we had something special that nothing could ever alter, and we're going to take over the world of gaming. And Optic has done it respectively. I'm trying to do it with 100 Thieves. But yeah, I definitely have regrets of leaving at that time in my life when I did.
Yeah.
Because I moved out to LA, started living on my own, and I felt like I was on an island. I mean, I was in a house living with all my best friends.
Yeah.
And now I'm in LA alone, trying to find my way.
You know what's crazy is that back when you were still back in Chicago with us, you brought up the whole streetwear thing to me. So walk me through your decision to finally pull the trigger on doing something that you had been talking about for years.
I was sitting on my couch, depressed as just watching like reruns of Friends for the first time. I'm not even kidding, man. It was a really dark point in my life just because I wasn't happy with what I was doing, and I just felt isolated, even though I had friends around me. And so I was trying to come up with something that I could get excited about again, and I've always wanted to start an apparel brand. And even then, I don't even think I knew what my style was or what my style would turn into, but I knew that if I created something that I really loved, everything else would follow.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to come up with words that play on each other that sound really cool.
Yeah.
If I'm being totally candid,
yeah,
that's really all it was. Like, Thieves popped up into my head. I don't remember why, but I always thought the idea, maybe I was playing Skyrim a lot. I don't know. Thieves Guild, Thieves. Like, Thieves by itself, definitely can't get the trademark for that. It wouldn't be that original. Like, how can I add something on top to make it sound fun? And I've always been one that wanted to make money. Of
course.
So I always thought about, like, the $100 bill is one thing that you hear everywhere. You see it everywhere, pop culture, hip hop. So I was just like, man, this kind of rolls off the tongue, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves. And I want to go back and get my old phone because I still have it.
Yeah.
Sending the first text about, hey, what do you think of this? 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Who did you send that text with?
I think I sent it to my ex-girlfriend at the time.
Yeah. First time that you're in the room with Dan Gilbert, what are your feelings?
Well, they flew me out to NBA Finals, and that was surreal. It was Cleveland versus the Warriors, and I went up to San Francisco, and I sat in this room with Dan in a boardroom at the hotel the team was staying at. So I was seeing all the players walking around. Dan had like 4 people on his side, opening doors for him. He just looked like money.
Yeah.
And we started going through the pitch, started talking about it. And to be honest with you, I was nervous at first, but then once we started talking about gaming, it's my wheelhouse. So I was just firing from all cylinders. Connections were being made in my mind. It was somehow limitless. Bradley Cooper, except I didn't look as good. So I started pitching 100 Thieves off this deck that Blake masterfully built. And he sat there with me for an hour. And Blake actually told me he never really sits in a room with anybody longer than 30 minutes. And he got on a helicopter directly after and went and had dinner with Steve Jobs' wife.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so Dan Gilbert makes this massive investment. How does the Drake situation happen? Obviously with
Scooter Braun.
Scooter Braun, such a good name, good basketball player right here.
Scooter's a legend. Man, that story's funny. So I get introduced to Scooter by this random dude who was working in venture, who basically said, yeah, I know Scooter really well. You guys should come take a meeting. And this was when we were raising our Series A. So Dan Gilbert did our seed series, or Series A. We were trying to raise like $10 million. So this guy, after hearing our pitch, introduced us to Scooter. And he takes me to Scooter's office. And this dude's literally on the phone with Justin Bieber as I walk in. And talent managers, they speak a certain way, especially, I mean, if they're talking to their clients and if they're talking to anybody that they're trying to get a deal done for. I mean, block and tackle, that's what talent managers do. Obviously, Scooter's much more than that.
Yeah.
He's a savvy investor, great guy. But at that time, that was my first initial reaction. He's yelling and and I'm like, oh, goddamn. So I walk in there, and what I find out after the meeting, I'm not going to bore you guys with the details, but this was the worst meeting I ever took. I was sweating. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know what to talk about. And what I find out is the guy that set it all up was trying to be like this grimy middleman. I don't know who he is to this day, so if he's super successful, please don't hate me, but that was just my perception of it.
Yeah.
Basically, he said he knew me really well to Scooter, and he told Scooter that whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, playing them. And so it was the worst meeting I ever took. I'm like, yo, I don't think Scooter's the right fit. You know, I went back to John. I don't know if it makes sense. He was saying a lot of things. I don't think he really understood where I was coming from. So then I get a call from Scooter after we told them no. And I'm like, oh, I'm not answering this. I can't answer this. I hate competition. Scooter Braun, super successful. He calls like John's former boss, gets on the phone with John, and then gets me to take the call again. And I'm in the drive-thru with Jackson, who was one of the co-founders of 100 Thieves. And he apologized to me. He was like, hey, look, man, I didn't know what that situation was, or I had no context to what we were talking about.
Yeah.
But as I sat down and learned more about your business with your partner, John, I'd really love to be a part of this. I promise you I can take care of you and open a lot of doors that you wouldn't be able to open without my help. And to this day, Scooter has been one of the biggest contributors to our success. Just great guy.
100%, man. That's so crazy.
And he introduced us to Drake, too.
Yeah.
The next day.
How did that happen?
We're finalizing the deal. He's like, yo, you know who would love this? I got a friend in hip-hop who would love this. I'm like, who's that? He's like, Drake. He calls up Drake's manager, Future, in the room with us, in our tiny 400-square-foot bedroom, which was our office for our leadership team.
It's on speakerphone, you hear, yeah.
Oh, we didn't have it on speaker. He's like, all right, yeah, you're going to come by tomorrow? The next day, Drake's manager, Future, was in our living room, and we pitched him on the business. And then a couple months later, we went and met Drake at his house, told him more about 100 Thieves, and it was a wrap.
Damn. That when you dropped that picture, I was just like, I mean, I knew about it already, but everyone's reaction was just like so iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough too because Drake was on tour at that time, so we took a lot of we tried really hard to get in front of him. I mean, he's busy. He doesn't know me that well. He just knows a little bit about the business. He loves gaming. Yeah. I mean, I'd be lying to you if I told you we were really close because we're not. You know, we've spoken over DMs a couple times over the years. But him and Future both still contribute from like a creative level. Our board meetings like 4 times a year. But I was just honored and just over the moon with the fact that he fucked with 100 Thieves just a sliver, just enough to be like, all right, I'm gonna throw some cash at this. And it was a good amount of money, and I met with him twice. It was awesome, man.
That's so cool.
I'm like, it sucks too because I don't want to go up to the guy and be like, yo, I'm your biggest fan. Yeah. But that dude got me through college,
How difficult
bro.
is that, right? Because obviously there's levels of success and levels of popularity, and obviously you have like a massive, fan base, but he's got a massive, massive fan base. So you don't want to approach a person that you admire and say, yo, I admire you. Because then you're uncool or you're...
Exactly. Because if somebody comes up to me and starts like, wide-eyed, drooling over me, I'm just... It's this weird psychology. I'm like, great to meet you, man. Pleasure, and I'm on my way. Yeah. So I didn't want to do that. It was I was so nervous meeting him, and I don't even know if I was putting sentences together. And it's tough too, like I said, because his soundtrack reminds me of so many things. Yeah. His discography of me in high school, just struggling with shit, college, dealing with my mom, like. Ah, man, it was crazy.
Got you through some times.
Yeah, bro, it got me through some time. So to finally meet this guy, have invested in our company. One of the best days of my life.
So tell me about 100 Thieves. What are you guys doing in the future? I mean, obviously don't tell me what you got, but what are some of the industry thoughts that you have about where your position is in this space?
Yeah, so I think what's really important for us is just to continue to push the boundaries of what it means to be an entertainment company in gaming. I feel as if there is a lot of narrow-mindedness in esports because if you do anything other than competition, which teams haven't traditionally done, or that's always what they've done, is just compete. Yeah. There's this negative connotation and stigma around your brand. And so people give us a hard time about slinging apparel and making videos with creators, but now everybody's trying to do it. Yeah. And obviously we started that with Optic, and FaZe Clan did it really, really well before too. So that was the model, like let's go do this as well as we can. And build something special.
What's worse about the space right now is that they get mad at you, at me, at FaZe, and they just get mad at the fact that they're not just a sports team. Everybody's out here trying to be the Cowboys, but nobody's thinking, it's like, I want to be the Cowboys, I want to be HBO, and I also want to be Supreme.
Yeah, you can't afford to be the Cowboys in esports. The business model doesn't work yet. I mean, I might one day, but I respect a lot of people that work in esports. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm on my high horse. I mean, you and I feel like with a lot of the teams that give us grief, besides maybe 1 or 2 outliers, they were really coming up on League of Legends and Counter-Strike where we came up in console and we were always doing content differently. Yeah. And so I feel like us coming in, I hope they understand that the majority of people that I've seen or work with, I do have respect for. Yeah. But I'm proud of the business that we've built, and I'm never going to be apologetic for creating something that has become a really great business. I mean, we're going to be making some announcements at the end of the year. I think the industry is going to turn their head.
Yeah, you should, and you should be proud of that. More importantly, any single time that somebody tells you that you're only a hoodie and you haven't won any championships, just remind them the amount of championships that you won at Optic.
Well, and then we won multiple championships on our teams.
That's what I'm saying.
We won 2 majors of Call of Duty. We won multiple Fortnite tournaments. I mean, people might not count those or whatever that case may be. Won this Valorant tournament, First Strike, a major right there. We've only been around for 4 years.
Yeah.
We're not even 4. We were 3 years in 4 months.
Yeah.
And people are talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how hard it is to win in League of Legends when I got these teams spending $8 million on a roster in a year?
Yeah.
Bro, they can't, and that's not even including buyouts. I'm like, yo, what do you want from me?
Yeah.
What do you want? Like, truly, what do you want?
Yeah, you're actually
I feel like Ryan Gosling in The Notebook. Hold on, keep the cameras going because I'm going to keep going. You guys don't understand. I mean, Hector understands. You don't understand how hard it is to win in esports. You come in, we came in January of 2018. Player contracts and relationships with the owners and the talent managers and the agencies already exist.
Yeah.
We had to come in and do right by our first couple players to build relationships with other players. And then get into the Counter-Strike. We had bad luck in 2018 with the Brazilian roster. Things didn't pan out. That would have been like a top 5 team on paper. We had a great Counter-Strike team for a little bit. We came in Call of Duty, won championships. League of Legends, if you're not spending the most money, you ain't going to win. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So people give us a hard time about not winning, but we've won, and it's only been 3 years. Every other team's been around for 10 years.
10, 15 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Can you give me a break?
Yeah.
Cut me some slack, man.
Can you give you a break is a real question,
gets me
man.
riled up.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
We try so hard to win. It's not easy.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. Look, you're preaching to the choir. Secondly, I don't like that you feel like you need to explain yourself to anyone. You are who you are. You've done what you've done. Numbers speak for themselves, and anybody that has any sort of issue needs to look inwards, look at their bottom line on that spreadsheet, and say whether or not they're making money on that and how much is going out the window. And if it doesn't look anything like the way that we've been doing it for the longest time, where we are very concentrated on the fact that this is a business and money needs to be made, they're playing the wrong game because they're spending other people's money, and it's so easy. But when you're the one putting your ass on the line with all that cash, investing your personal $300,000 into your team that isn't even a team, where's the respect?
Yeah, bro.
Where is the respect? You know what? On that, I think that is the perfect place to end it. I want to thank you
now these I'm sorry. These people are going to hate us even more, dude. We just sound like we're in our own little echo chamber.
Good.
I'd like to say, if this part still makes it in, I have a ton of respect for the other teams, but I am jaded in a sense with just the things people say and the perspective that they have of what we're doing. I mean, these teams that will come spew out ignorance on their timelines about what our business is, they should be excited that there's another team that's coming in and reinventing and creating new revenue streams for teams.
For them to take a guide off of.
The first team that exits in a big public way, it's a trickle-down effect.
Yeah.
I want FaZe to be worth $1 billion. I want Optic to be worth $1 billion. I want Team Liquid G2. I hope one of y'all sells for $1 billion. Please! No,
that's so
I'm
good.
begging y'all, man.
I'm telling you, I hate when you sort of have to feel like you have to explain yourself to anyone. You literally have a good model. What we started back in 2013 has resonated throughout this entire history. So when you come into the space, a decade after some of these teams, knowing what you know and how to build a team, dude, why do you even care? Like, you have like one of the coolest brands.
Well, I don't care about it on a day-to-day. I mean, you don't see me popping off on Twitter. No. But when we start talking about it as close friends, like that shit's that bothers me, but I don't think about it often.
Nah, good. That's going to do it for this episode of Origin Stories. My guest today, obviously, Mr.
You think
Matt
I could get the water in my mouth all the way from up here?
No, you cannot. And I wouldn't try it. Actually, let's see it. Do it for the...
I don't want to f*** up their set.
Yeah, you're good. Anyway, we'll see you guys next time.
Look at your face.
Yeah, delete that. Get something better. Oh my god. Yes. No.
Weighted nade shots.
No, I get it. Wait, explain it.
Let's have a camera right here. So we're going to use this camera right here.
Okay.
Hat on, hat off, whatever you prefer.
Yo, Bill's always slacking. He's not even doing anything.
He ain't doing shit, man. Sneezing?
Oh, yo, there's a cat and a skunk fighting.
No. Oh, don't move.
And that was a very exciting and lovely interview with Hex and Nadeshot, and there was so much I wanted to say, and then it ended with a skunk and a cat fighting there.
Yeah, they said in our ear, this video ends with a skunk and a cat fighting, and I was like, that can't be right. And then there it was.
Yeah.
There it was. Ven.
I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, are they going to both get into furry costumes, and we're going to see like a fight that? And then, no, it was just in the alley. So there you go. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. But anyway, you know, you and Golden Boy have been working the bomber jacket look, and I was like, I need to get in on that, man. Like, come on.
We just heard from Nadeshot himself about establishing a brand, being more than just an esports team, right?
100%.
So there you go. Go be part of the E3 esports team, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you can go to e3expo.com/shop and get all your E3 merch.
I'd also like to say, as a woman who is 6'2", and Greg Miller can probably appreciate this as well, sleeve length.
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic, folks. Usually when I put on a jacket, it's like up to here, but this is actually pretty good.
There you go, look at that.
Okay, so it's made for tall people as well. And
sorry, Golden Boy. They'll make a kid's version one day.
Oh, be nice to him. But
not here
at
to
least
defend
he can wear the dad's hat. Yeah,
He does like the dad hat. He can wear the dad
like
hat.
throw that on the ground over there. But we do have some great merch. So again, e3expo.com/shop. I was like, oh my God, help me out if I don't say it right. Anyway, again, that was a really great inside look at Nadeshot and
100%.
Hex. Yeah.
If I can, like, you know, as somebody who interviews people all the time, and I know you do too, but in a longer form podcast interview, I was surprised at how candid that was, how insightful it was. Like, I know about 100 Thieves because so many of our ex-IGN colleagues have gone to 100 Thieves, but I don't know much about Nadeshot. So to hear that, first off, I didn't realize he's a suburb of the Chicago kid, just like myself. DuPage County, Glen Ellen represent. But on top of that, you know, his journey, right? I mean, talking about having to take testosterone shots.
I know,
so
super
open,
candid.
Talking about being depressed, right? Leaving his team before he started 100 Thieves. Like, that's all a fascinating journey. And it's, you know, as you continue to see 100 Thieves blow up, that's awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely just loved how candid they were with each other. They're obviously like very close friends. And I think Hex said at the beginning, like, I've interviewed you so many times, I don't even know what to say to you right now. And then he's like, what are 3 ways that you would describe yourself? What are 3 ways you describe 100 Thieves? They were just having a good time, so super fun. But anyways, so games have changed so much over the years by becoming more inclusive and representative of their player bases, but there's still more work to be done in this space. Let's discuss how we can make games more inclusive.
Okay.
Yay!
I think that representation is really one of the biggest things that the gaming industry needs to tackle.
The more diversity we have in the industry, the more voices we have, and that is how you grow something.
There's no one type of gamer. There's no one type of gamer that looks the same either.
Bringing in people from different backgrounds makes the place generally more interesting.
Like, I have no problem like stepping into the shoes of, you know, of Nathan Drake or like some other like, you know, white male protagonist. But, you know, just realizing eventually, like, wait a minute, nobody is being asked to step into my shoes. What's up with that?
I want you to be able, when you pick up most games, that you see yourself in some way in those games.
The areas that you don't hear about gaming in which Black people are working, like, I think advocating for their visibility and bringing them up is very, very key as well.
When you're developing the game, they're like, okay, we can start adding this Black representation, this, you know, brown representation into the game from the ground up, and then I mean, that alleviates the problem.
This is where we need to have programs in place to allow more women, more people of color to have a transition into this space and an opportunity to work their way up the ladder like everyone else.
It's gonna make a huge difference on how your games are created. The diversity in the space helps everyone, I promise, I promise, I promise.
And I also think that some of it falls on consumers as well, and us and gamers, in supporting these games and supporting games that are positively showing diversity in our community and representing the gaming community.
Female gamers make up 48%, and you wouldn't even know it by looking from the outside in. So that's what I would want to change.
The next era of gaming is just going to be so sweet, and I am super excited about it. We are definitely heading in that direction, but I can't wait until everyone is part of it and everyone has great ideas and everyone just feels like they belong in the community, and it's just going to be a great time when that happens.
right, well, next up, we're going to be talking about Freedom Games. Before, I get into the whole production bit, I just want to say, one, follow Freedom Games on Twitter. Just did that. Also, this next game, follow them on Twitter, too. They seem like incredible people. Because here's the deal. They want you to believe, Freedom Games, that in 2021, farming is fun, especially when the livestock are robot chickens and cows, and the crops are gene spliced with alien freaking material. So the question is, do you have what it takes to build a thriving farm on an alien planet? Here's one lonely outpost so you can see for yourself.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2021 is presented by the Amazon original movie, The Tomorrow War, exclusively on Prime Video July 2nd, and powered by Duracell Optimum, the official battery sponsor of Summer of Gaming 2021, and presented by USAA Insurance, and Army National Guard. Pursue multiple paths while you serve. Reach your greatest potential with Army National Guard.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for?
we're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Crazy to think about it now, like a dream dinner after we've all sort of been stuck inside for so long. I'd stack the deck with a few friends of my golden boy. I mean, we would have to have him at the table.
I'd probably invite Pokimane.
Valkyrie, just because she's a boss.
Pokimane and Valkyrie, two amazing women that have done so much for the industry and so much for women.
But I gotta bring all the voice actors from my favorite video games. Boy. The dude who says boy and the kid who plays the boy.
How could you not invite Keanu Reeves?
Vin Diesel or Henry Cavill.
Little Richard, if we could get him back.
Megan Thee Stallion, T-Pain. You know, some celebrity gamers on there too, you know, to just spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, I say Michael Jordan. Bring him in. You know, I don't know if he likes this kind of stuff, but we'll get him there.
I'd have to stack it with a few of our most out there visionaries, right?
Todd Howard, Jade Raymond,
Cory Barlog, Major Nelson,
Amy Hennig,
Ed Boon,
Neil Druckmann.
Kojima would be at the table.
Have to invite Hideo Kojima.
He's always posting really awesome meals on social media.
Does he use his fork in the left hand or the right hand, or actually does he use his telekinesis to just magic the food into his mouth? You know what I mean?
My ideal dinner at E3 would just be a one-on-one sit down with Ken Levine.
Bioshock Infinite is one of my favorite games of all time, so I would love to talk to him about it.
And I just want to know what he's doing now.
I would bring the entirety of Nintendo.
Oh man, Miyamoto-san, I would say.
Miyamoto's there. He's eating a lot of popcorn chicken.
I think Reggie.
You don't even work at Nintendo anymore, and I gotta bring Reggie.
I think his entire story is phenomenal.
You know when you see CEOs and you're like, you look a little stiff, right? No, I feel like he would be a good person to have a beer with.
Of course, there are so many luminaries in the games industry that I want to meet, but like, I want to party with QA.
I'd actually extend that to everyone.
No, I would bring everybody. This is for us. We're all eating from the gaming entree that is E3. So yeah, you're all invited to my dinner. If y'all can afford $75,000 a plate.
I think it's safe to say that we would all like to have a lunch or a dinner with Miyamoto and pick his brain about video games. How incredible would that be? But folks, you know, in the games that we love, our favorite characters are brought to life by real people using real motivation to give us a realistic look at the story. And while some of the faces of gaming voiceover are relatively unknown, their resumes and body of work over time speak for themselves. So our Voices of E3 panel will discuss the life of a real-life voice actor in a virtual world.
And here we are for the Wonder Women and Gaming panel with some incredible women in the industry. I'm so excited to be moderating this. I'm so excited to call most of them friends, all of them friends, right? Some of us are newer friends, but we're all friends.
Which one of us isn't a friend? I'm
I know.
who didn't make the cut, y'all? Who did not make the cut?
You're all friends. We're all friends. All right, let me jump in because we have a lot to talk about, and I'm so excited to pick all your brains and get us flowing and get us moving. So let me introduce the wonderful women of this panel. Oh, I guess I should say what my name is. I'm Kritzia Bajos. I'm also a voice actress, on-camera actress. Yes, part of What the Vox with these wonderful women. But enough about me. Let's get to the women here in the panel. We've got Courtney Taylor Callie-Bourne, most famous for Jack and Mass Effect, Ada Wong in Resident Evil, Soul survivor for Fallout 4, passionate about activism. She co-founded the online community of Nerds Vote. Amazing badass all around. We love you, Courtney Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Anjali Bhamani, I have to say specifically, she is known as the international superstar Anjali.
Goodness.
Well, you know, that's what was requested.
It's a super spy.
Sorry, super spy. So even better.
But I'll take superstar. I mean, either way.
Superstar, super spy. Why can't we
both.
have both? Why can't we have both?
That's true.
She's graced the stages of Broadway, has illuminated your televisions in shows like Modern Family, Marvel's Runaways, Grace and Frankie, and one of my favorite shows of all time, probably the best show, arguably for me, is The Sopranos, among many, many, many others. In gaming, she's most known as Symmetra in Overwatch and Rampart in Apex Legends. Anjali, hello, hello.
Hello.
And we're moving over to multilingual, 5 languages, y'all. Carolina Rabasa, Colombiana. 4. I saw 5, a little bit of French. Don't humble yourself.
Oh, I make it up. Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. Colombiana dancer, actor for screen and games, most known for her roles in Overwatch as Sombra, Raze in Valorant, and many recurring characters for Victor and Valentino, among many other shows. Guys, the lists are too long here. I'm just giving you guys some nice spicy tidbits here. But Carolina Rabasa, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
And Jennifer Hale, actor, singer, Matrix revealer, podcast host, passionate advocate for financial freedom, Guinness World Record holder for her incredible resume of video games, including Femme Chef in Mass Effect. It gives me goosebumps even just saying Femme Chef. I still, and I'll talk to you about that Twitter post that I love so much. And Ash from Overwatch, among a ridiculous amount of others, y'all. Jennifer Hale. That was really well.
I know, we were all ready for that.
And you closed right at the perfect time. I feel like a maestro. Okay, Wonder Woman in voice gaming. Here we go. Let's talk about the stuff that we've been seeing. It's 2021, y'all. Lots of changes have been happening. Obviously, we've had a bit of a Paramount year last year with a lot of stuff happening and changed a lot of the landscape, just a tiny tad bit. So, our industry especially has been at the forefront of, we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Gaming has not stopped. In fact, it's sped through these years and become bigger than it already was. So with that being said, I want to ask you all, what recent changes in this industry are you happy about so far? And what would you like to see about what happens in the future? What are you pleased about the changes that you've seen most recently? And what would you like to see more of moving forward?
Representation. Yeah. Yep. Super happy with the levels of representation I'm seeing out there and I want more of it. And more access, just a wider playing field.
I think it's been so important to see all people represented. I love that, casting is really going in the direction of getting the people who are actually the ones, getting the LGBT community to tell their stories, when I started, there was a lot of really bad accents because there wasn't a huge pool of us to choose from. And now it's great to both, I think, from an acting perspective and also a directing perspective, that you're getting people who it is their stories to tell. It is their, mother tongue or their mother countries. And so they have, these deep roots. And as actors, we're not worrying about, maybe necessarily falling out of an accent that we don't really do.
I think to piggyback on that, for me, it's not just the representation, which is exciting in and of itself. The particular stories that are being told are so much more complex and have been over the last few years, that it's no longer all about any one characteristic of someone being the entire focus of their story. It's no longer about the particular culture or about the particular gender or about the particular sexual orientation. Everybody is a sum of these incredibly unique parts that make their story interesting. And so it's become even more inclusive than representative, because everybody can find a hero or a story that they can identify with on some level. It doesn't have to be necessarily, oh, she looks exactly like me, or she comes from my culture, or anything like that, so much as it can be any number of things. It can be emotional complexity. It can be particular plot points. It can be all sorts of things. I think the storytelling has really advanced tremendously. And you know, games are now epic, long movies that the player gets to be a part of.
I love this. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in gaming. Gato, did you have anything to add, or
no? I feel like they've hit it all.
Yeah.
Well, there's one other thing though too that I'm really excited about is that we're also starting to get scripts in advance from time to time.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, we're doing less what I call the standing long jump, where you just drop in and jump as far as you can. So that's really exciting. I feel like we're starting to, you know, be able to make, as voice actors, we don't get the rehearsal time, we don't get the collaboration time, you know, that you might get working on a play or, you know, starting up a television show, things like that. And I'm just so excited to be able to have some time with the script to be able to make, you know, deep decisions on who the character is. And I'm really thrilled that there's the value of that is starting to be recognized.
I feel like also the relationship between the actors and the developers has become closer in recent years. Like I've definitely had more experiences where there is an active conversation going on, and there is and that the voice directors in sessions are so giving and so excited to try to really connect and figure out what the best way to pull the story out of a person is, rather than something that is prescriptive or, like you say, standing long jump situation where it's like, just go, give me 3 and go. And that's the fun part of this, is that collaboration where we're all getting to be a part of it, and that we're all cogs in the whole wheel together rather than completely separate.
Yeah. And sometimes they even let us go to the companies and we get to see people in their natural habitat doing the work, which is so incredible, because the more that I feel like I can talk about the process that goes on behind it, you know, and give the love to the developers, the, you know, the painters, the people who are like, not just the writers that we come into contact with, but the people who are doing all of the beautiful visuals and the music, the composing, I mean, the sound design, all that kind of stuff. I've only recently gotten to do that, and it has enriched my whole understanding of the process for everyone, as well as being able to speak more knowledgeably about it and talk about how great these things are, that everybody's putting all this blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
All these blood, sweat, and tears.
Connected to what Andra was saying about like getting to talk to the developers or them caring to represent us properly. I think that sure, there were a lot of Latinos in video games, but they were always the drug dealers and the illegal immigrants. And, you know, we auditioned for the prostitutes and the wives, or the mobster wives. And, you know, that I think that now it's not that there is more representation and that we are being, they are casting appropriately, but that they care to really do their research and do a positive portrayal of it. And I'm working on a video game now where I play a character of Hispanic descent, and they've cared to ask questions about my personal experience so that it is more specific, and it isn't just like, well, they kind of are all the same, when we're like 26 different countries in Central and South America. So, you know,
or also, you know, there was a time, and it still happens occasionally, I'm sad to say, but there was a time when they would just assume, oh, you're Indian, you know all the Indian things and all the Indian languages. And I'm like, let's have a moment about that, because that's not true. I speak Spanish better than any of those. So now they're actually bringing people, bringing in experts to be the experts so that we can do the job that we were asked to do.
You know what? I have a question for Jennifer. There was in the beginning of, was it this year, this past, or 2020? But you had the reaction on Twitter to the trailer, right? And I heard in another interview that you were unsure if to record your very real and authentic reaction and post it on Twitter. It's been a very long road, and I think it was absolutely valid. But why do you feel that you were hesitant in that space, in that moment?
Oh my God. Well, it was a super personal thing, and I was ugly crying like a baby. So that gave me a little hesitation. But, you know, I mean, what happened, I didn't expect it. It completely took me by surprise. And I didn't even really understand why I had the reaction I had until somebody on Twitter pointed out, they were like, this is what representation looks like. And I went, oh my God. Oh my God. Like I've been in this business for a while. And I've conditioned myself to accept a certain status quo and not to expect much outside of that, because to do so is to create an enormous amount of frustration and discontent, and those aren't productive states for me. So I've just put a cap on all that. And it's like, when all the things I really wanted to see happened that I never expected to happen, just number one, being seen, being represented, because all the marketing materials, most all of them, early on in the life of Mass Effect were brochette. You know, there was a little bit of femshep, but it was not much until like when Mass Effect 3 came out and femshep was on the box. That was just like a huge moment. I was just over the moon with that. I, in fact, stood on a table at a GameStop at midnight and called out Casey Hudson, thanking him, and he was mortified. But it was, so when I saw that, yeah, something in my gut went, share this. And I was like, what? But I listened to my gut. I don't argue with it. But I was like, oh my God. And I took my phone. I was like, okay, I'm going to share this as my response. And this thing happened. And I think I'm glad I did, because you know, it certainly gave permission for other people to ugly cry if they need to. And also it seemed to have touched a chord, which I'm happy about. That's cool. Yeah.
I feel like that was a good Wonder Woman moment for you. You know, I feel like we're told, oh, don't show too emotion. I mean, I know we're getting a little bit more open with all of that stuff, but I thought that was a beautiful moment of like, hey, if I were a guy, would I hesitate on saying exactly how I feel or the moments that are coming up at this? I don't know. Maybe depends on the person, but
you know, and also I think it yeah, and it opened up but like I have to live in a certain amount of denial as a woman in the industry, who's been in the industry for a long time. I've been in this business since I was a teenager. And there's all kinds of conduct that I have just shoved under the table, just smiled through. And because you do, you know, if you want to keep working, you're good to work with. End of conversation. And, you know, nothing too crazy. You can smart enough, you get yourself out of those situations. But to now be living in a time where it's different. Oh, it's amazing.
I feel like that was a great moment of that. Everything you're saying, it did feel like a capping, like just your cup runneth over. You're like, everything I've been holding on to, all the drops of water for over 2 decades. It's like, and I'm done.
Oh no, they're still here. There's more.
They're still here. There's more. Maybe we've lowered the cup a little bit. We've got a little bit more to fill.
Oh, it was substantial. You know, just because here's what I know, like, you know, and part of why we are the collective that we are is to shed more light on voice actors, you know, on women in gaming, on underrepresented peoples and inclusion. And I know that there's going to come a time in the not too distant future when voice actors are seen and voice actors are respected, not just by fans, but by corporations as well. I know it's going to come. I may or may not be here to see it, but I will always own my piece of getting there. Always.
Yeah. Yeah. Moment, please.
And we see it. I'm not a gamer, but I see the response female gamers have when they come up to us and thank us and tell them they tell us how those characters have affected them. And so you've seen it from the inside, Jen, and I'm seeing it from the ones who play and go, I've tried to play for years and all I have are male characters that I can play that I don't resonate with. And now they get it and they thank us for it. And I didn't create these characters, but we infuse them with life and we see it with the gamers.
I know I have to tie this up, so I'm going to do a really quick lightning round. You all have given some gems and I so appreciate your time and all of your super thoughtful answers and your energy. So I'm going to do a really quick lightning round in one sentence. Tell me, oh, Anj, you don't have to be so scared.
I'm always scared. I'm just kidding.
Wonder Women in voice acting or in gaming mean to you? Wonder Women in gaming. What does that mean to you? One sentence. How do we culminate that? Courtney.
Me first.
Okay.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Here I go. It means being the pillar of support that everyone needs in the community. It means a rising tide, lifting all boats, helping other women in this business, but also just helping everyone and being an example of what collaboration can look like.
What she said. Can I just say that?
In your own way?
Very similarly. climbing up the ladder, there is no ceiling. And reaching back down and pulling people up along with you to tell new and exciting stories and collaborate as much as possible, you know, bringing the collaboration together more and more and more, I think is the big thing.
Good.
That wasn't a really good grammatical sentence.
No, but you know what? The feeling is all there, and that's what matters. I feel it here. Caro?
It means women that are so incredibly different. It means these characters that can be moms, these characters that can be nurses, these characters that they're not just sexy ladies running around with guns being badasses. We're all badasses in such a different way. And it can be soft and it can be nurturing and it can be sensual and it can be all of the things. So like encompassing this idea that it is way bigger than we can imagine.
Oh, I love it. Jennifer, close us out.
All right. What the Vox, Wonder Women in Gaming. Because we're here because it's time to change the world. We're linking arms because all boats rise together. No grand act of the universe is coming to do this for us. We are the ones we've been waiting for, and we're here and ready.
Got chills? Anybody else got chills from that lightning round? Thank you. Thank you so very much. And I can't
Thank you.
My pleasure. This has been a joy, an absolute joy. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for your time. Thank you to E3. Thank you for everybody else. Amber, Chris, Brian for making this happen today. Yes, thank you so much. Have a beautiful rest of your day, y'all. Wonder Women in Gaming. Out. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Joining us. I am here today talking Diablo 2 Resurrected with Rod Ferguson. Rod, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
And I'm excited to talk about Diablo 2. I played the alpha. I loved it. I cannot wait to get into the full game. One of the main questions I have, though, is about the graphics. So you made it so that you can quickly swap between the graphics. How difficult was that to get implemented? And like, why don't you just tell me a little bit more about the process of designing in that way?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was really about, we wanted to make sure that the game was authentic to the original. And so this is a remaster, not a remake. And the way that we did the remaster was underneath the surface, the actual engine that's driving the game is the original game. That 2D sprite game that you know and love is under there making all the, did you hit the monster, what loot should fall, all those sorts of things. And so what we've done is we've created a layer on top, and which is this 4K HD layer with Dolby surround sound and those sorts of things. And so, you know, in some ways it was hard to have that, but in another way, because the game is underneath the surface, switching between our HD layer and the game that's running underneath was actually relatively straightforward.
And the big reveal today is that we have a date, September 23rd. The game's going to have cross progression. There's a beta in August on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, where you're adding the Druid and Paladin for the first time. How do I get in as soon as humanly possible to play more Diablo 2?
Well, there's two ways to get in. As part of our announce, for the date, we're also starting pre-orders on console. And so anybody who's pre-ordered on PC and console will have the opportunity to get into the early access beta in August. And then after that will be an open beta. So if you want to get in as early as possible, all you have to do is pre-order.
You know, I love taking a look at the technology, especially on the consoles. We're in this time where you got the PS5, the Xbox Series X, the Xbox Series S, and then all the consoles that came before that. So what are your targets on the older consoles, we'll call them, and then the new consoles? Can you tell us more about the tech specs there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have them all like written out here exactly, but like our goal is on the latest and greatest is to get to that 4K, and trying to push to 60 frames and those sorts of things. I think what's interesting with the technology is just like how much is actually there. Like the fact that you have 8-player co-op, that was something that hasn't been around in a while. And so bringing from, the fact that a feature that existed 21 years ago is actually going to be somewhat new and interesting in 21 years later is kind of fun. But you've got 8 necromancers creating, lots and lots of skeletons. It can definitely push the system. So, yeah, but we're really focused on making sure that it's the best. Like the original was 800 by 600 2D. And like I said, we're really trying to push to this 4K 60 that we can have on and sort of the top of the line consoles and PC.
So like when you're developing and testing this on consoles, you're testing it on PC, how does having those two engines running at the same time, the old one, which is your base, as you said, and the new one that you can swap to on the fly at any time, how do you test that and make sure that both are working well at the same time?
Yeah, it's been great in the sense that we're, because we're so focused on parity, that again, trying to be as authentic as possible, that we can kind of just keep flipping back and forth and understanding, okay, how do we think about, are the things in the right place? And I'm running some weird collision in HD that, when I switch to SD, I can see there's something in the way and we don't have that represented correctly. And you do have to do that testing because, the original game ran on a much lower frame rate. And so where like modern games run on time and sort of the 20 years ago you were running on frames, you can't do that anymore because you can get the frame count so high it causes the simulation to sort of break. And so you have to kind of work between this sort of translation layer between something that's running on a certain number of frames a second versus, okay, how do I run on time so that the events click at the right place? And so it's been a lot of engineering around knowing if you hit, knowing if this animation played at the right time, whether certain things miss, and all those sorts of things. So there's been a lot of work to go through that translation of going, okay, a frame-based engine and now a time-based rendering engine for the HD. There's been a lot of complexities to that, but it's working really well, and it feels great both on PC and on console, and being able to play with the controller.
Yeah. So you brought up being able to have these big collaborative battles, so to speak, where you just kind of go through and clear the map with a bunch of your friends. What has that been like during playtesting? Like, what has the reaction been that you've seen from the community or just from people playing the game internally at the studio?
Yeah, for the multiplayer stuff, we've only been able to test it so far, and such. Like the alpha we did earlier was a single player alpha, and the response to that was fantastic. And in fact, it was kind of really what allowed us to have confidence in our date, because when you're bringing sort of this beloved game and making it feel modern and contemporary, you're making decisions around what should you leave the same for authentic reasons and what should you change because you want it to be contemporary. Like, hey, maybe if we had a shared stash where you could share equipment across characters, which didn't exist, or having auto gold pickups so that you don't have to click on every piece of gold. Those are decisions that we as a team are making, hoping like, okay, let's not mess it up. Like, you have this amazing experience, and that's the joy of doing a remaster, is it's fun, it's an amazing game, so don't screw it up as you try to modernize it and make it feel contemporary with modern visuals. And so it was really trying to find that balance. And so what the alpha showed us in terms of the feedback that we received from players was that, like, for the most part, we nailed it. Like, we found a really good groove on what we wanted to accomplish with that game. And so that really gave us the confidence to be like, okay, that, now we can focus on understanding that feedback and reacting to it, but also like, let's go to the next stage in terms of giving people that multiplayer experience as well. And so that allowed us to feel confident about where we are and why we have the September 23 date.
So was that idea of keeping the original feel, so to speak, was that something you landed on from the get-go? Like when you were in initial concepting and planning and everything, were you just like, we have to keep it as close to the original as possible with these really minor improvements?
Yeah, that was the big thing. Like it's Diablo 2 sort of set a bar and kind of helped establish what is the action role-playing genre, right? And so you don't want to mess with that. And that's even when we looked at the balancing. People were saying like, hey, if you're going to remaster the game, why don't you change the balancing of the classes or the balances of the skills? And it felt like we have to be careful because then it's not that same experience. And so again, like everything we did, we sort of did with in a measured way of like, okay, are we fundamentally changing how the game plays or how it feels? And versus are we making sort of your experience better without doing that? And so again, we made individual choices. Like take one of the things about a game like from 21 years ago is that there's a lot more discovery, and a lot more things that weren't explained to you. And so when you get a quest in Diablo 2, you got to go find it. Like you got to, okay, it says go to the monastery, and you're like, I don't even know where the monastery is, so I'm going to go out and start adventuring and start moving through the maps until I discover the monastery. Whereas a modern game would put a little arrow on your map and say, go here, that's the monastery. And and that felt like, sure, that's a convenience and a quality of life improvement for some players, but it kind of takes away the essence. And same thing with sort of inventory Tetris. The inventory space in D2 is very small, and people are like, oh, like, what about a charm bag so we can put all of our charms somewhere else? And what if we may increase the inventory size and all these sorts of things? And what you realize is that actually that constraint around your tiny inventory is a big part of what makes the game work in terms of some of the things you have to think about what you're picking up and what you're not. And that that Tetris is kind of a big part of the experience of playing. And for a while we had an auto sort button, and as soon as it went in, you immediately realize that no, that doesn't work at all, and it takes away some part of what's core to playing the game. I just want to call it one of the big things we're really excited about with the trailer that we were able to show at E3 was really getting to see the cinematic, or a sneak peek at what the cinematics are. So one of the things we talked about is the game as a remaster. We felt like the game, again, it's a legendary game. We wanted to make sure that the storytelling and the cinematic quality matched kind of the game. It deserved more than a 4K up-res or an AI up-res of 20-year-old cinematics. And so we went in, we partnered with our story and franchise development team. They call SFD at Blizzard. They're responsible for all those amazing CG cinematics. And we partnered with a company called Access Entertainment, and we work together to take the story shot for shot when we make all the cinematics. So 27 minutes of amazing CG cinematics where you get to see sort of Maris's journey and following the Dark Wanderer. And you got to see a little taste of that at E3, and we can't wait to show more.
So, Rod, your career, you've worked on some, major franchises. What has it been like for you jumping into the Diablo franchise? Are there any techniques across the different games you're working on, like Diablo 2, that are being utilized in Diablo 4? Really, I'm fishing for anything about Diablo 4 that you could tease, but yeah, feel free to elaborate on that.
It's a good bridge. I'm glad it was nice of you to tell me what you were going for there. Two things. I mean, one is like from a sort of going from leading, the Gears of War franchise to now leading the Diablo franchise, it's definitely been different in a couple ways. One is, when I was part of Gears, I joined Epic in 2005, and I was part of really Gears from the very beginning. I pretty much had a hand in shipping all versions of Gears, and at some point I kind of became, I was the creative director up at the Coalition as well as the studio head, and I knew, like, when you had a question about Gears of War, you come to me and I can tell you the answer. I knew the lore, I helped create the lore, and those sorts of things. Coming into Diablo, which is one of my favorite franchises ever, and it's been around for 25 years. Like, this December will be the 25th anniversary for D1. And even though I was an avid player and I loved it, like, I'm still not, like, I don't have the depth of knowledge that a creator would have. And so I've really had to come in as a student and not as a teacher in that way. And then the other is really just sort of the pandemic. I mean, made the decision to, like, move from Vancouver and start a whole new journey with my family and work on a new franchise. And I had 8 days in the office before the pandemic really hit, and we started work from home. And so for the last 15 months that I've been the executive producer for the franchise, I've been doing it through calls like this. And so trying to lead a team, and multiple teams, because we've got Diablo 3 and Diablo 2R, we've got Diablo Immortal and Diablo 4, like helping to guide those teams and work with them. It's been really interesting to have to do through through a video camera and a monitor. But to go to your fishing for D4 information, I mean, the thing I can say is, one of the things we did after we announced D4 is we really wanted to keep all the players invested in the game and understanding the kind of decisions we were making and include them on the journey. And so we were doing quarterly blog updates, and even we did sort of a video blog update at BlizzCon, if you will. So our next one is coming. So it's coming at the end of June, and it'll really be focused around the characters and the character art. So we're really excited about having another blog update and keeping people up to date with what we're doing with D4.
Wow. Well, that's great to hear. I'm happy that I got a little bit of something about Diablo 4.
You'll see more, I promise.
Great. And I am truly really excited about Diablo 2. Thank you. And thank you to the team for all the work that you put in on that game.
Playing as a lord, I command thee now.
We have very quickly gone from having absolutely zero information on From Software's hotly anticipated Elden Ring to having just so much information about Elden Ring. I was fortunate enough to talk with the godfather of Souls himself, Hidetaka Miyazaki, who gave me a huge amount of information on the game that totally recontextualizes what we saw in the most recent trailer. Here's what's really going on in the lands between.
They will fight, and they will die in an unending curse.
The trailer opens up in a very typical Souls-like fashion, with a softly spoken woman uttering a very cryptic message.
The tarnished will soon return.
So, who are the Tarnished? Well, for one, it's you. The player character is one of the Tarnished, much like in the Dark Souls games where you are a chosen undead or an ashen one. To explain what it means to be Tarnished, we must first explain a little bit about the world of Elden Ring, known as the Lands Between. The Lands Between and the people who reside within it, both great and small, were blessed by the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree, which symbolizes its presence. Those given grace by the ring are characterized by having a golden aura that's predominantly shown in their eyes. However, after a time, for one reason or another, some individuals lose this grace, and were thus exiled from the Lands Between, labeled as Tarnished. Then, for reasons unknown, the Elden Ring was shattered. Its pieces picked up and carried by many of the bosses that you'll eventually come to fight in the game. The destruction of the Elden Ring calls out to the Tarnished and compels them to return to the Lands Between, guiding them back to their former home. According to Miyazaki, one of the main themes of the game is how the players, the Tarnished, approaches or treats this newfound grace and this return to the land that they were once banished from, how they interpret this and the meaning. Miyazaki wants the player to discover for themselves what this return means and how they want to begin their adventure. The Lands Between is broken up into 6 distinct areas, each overseen by a particular demigod who holds a shard of the Elden Ring and has been twisted and warped by its power. I asked Miyazaki-san if there was an order to which you must approach these 6 areas, or if the player had total freedom to visit any of them right from the beginning, to which he responded that, while you won't be able to access everything from the start, there are a lot of different ways that you can approach each area, and that there's a lot of freedom as to which order you can tackle different areas as well. There will be a hub area that will link these 6 areas, but it's not accessible right from the start of the game. Miyazaki further clarified that each of the 6 areas will house its own mainline dungeon map, which is seamlessly connected to the Lands Between itself. So, from there you're able to explore these mainline dungeon areas, all of which are interspersed throughout the map. And, of course, while you will be using a horse to travel great distances around on foot, or, hoof, there will be a fast travel system as well. Though, of course, Miyazaki's preference is that players enjoyed that aspect of exploration and uncovering the map for themselves. And it seems like there will be plenty of incentive to explore as well. Miyazaki confirmed that the skills that you see in the trailer, like this, and this, can be obtained through exploration, much like in the previous games where you would find weapons and magic spells off the beaten paths. Weapon skills can also be interchanged between weapons, and there are more than 100 of them to discover, which Miyazaki hopes, when combined with the many different weapons and magic spells, will offer build customizations that are richer and more varied than ever before. Finally, let's talk about some of these wild enemy designs. The main bosses are demigods who are written by Song of Ice and Fire author George R.R. Martin, and they inherited the mad tainted power of the Elden Ring shards once it was shattered. One of the things Miyazaki wanted to convey in their designs is that they're not just horrible monsters, but that there's an element of heroism and mythology to them as well, as they're essentially the old gods of this world. Each of the demigods fell to madness and ruin in their own individual ways, and FromSoft's designs aim to showcase this dichotomy of heroism and ruin.
Brandish the Elden Ring.
A key focus in Elden Ring is to empower the player with a feeling of freedom, not just in the way in which they explore, but also in the ways they approach encounters in various situations. To that end, stealth is now a viable option in certain situations, like this moment from the trailer. You're able to crouch, sneak, and be less easily detected in tall grass. And if you're stealthy enough, you can even bypass certain areas, or potentially get to a position where you're able to easily assess situations from afar. Miyazaki says FromSoft wanted to create these opportunities for players to see what lies ahead of them, and below them, and around them, and to assess how they're going to confront that or not, as the case may be. So stealth, while it is a simple implementation, it allows for a lot more of these possibilities. In addition to using stealth, another key gameplay feature is the ability to summon spirits to aid you in battle. This is nothing new to the Souls series, but what's different here is that you can actually summon the spirits of enemy characters as allies to assist you in battle. There are a large variety of them, so they're a nice collectible element within the game world to discover and equip as you go. Of course, Miyazaki also made sure to clarify that there would still be online summons where you could bring other players into your world for cooperative play as well. Of course, one of the most marketed selling points of Elden Ring is George R.R. Martin. The way Miyazaki describes it, Martin created Elden Ring's foundations, building up the world's history and mythos, which was subsequently iterated on by FromSoft. For example, Martin created the Tarnished and their Lost Grace, a spurring moment for the player character. But then on top of that, Miyazaki explained, FromSoft built a lot of their own world, story, and gameplay elements that are necessary to the game and necessary to the player's guidance, and how they find that footing in the world. Miyazaki said it was a great collaboration, and it was a rather fresh approach for the team. Rather than imposing new restrictions on the game, Martin himself was very open to From Software prioritizing the game's systems and leaving out anything they didn't want to explore, even though that ended up not being the case. Miyazaki explained that Martin's work was a huge source of inspiration and the impetus for the design of the game, so the world building and the systems went hand in hand. From Software has a reputation for its unique brand of story told predominantly within the margins. Miyazaki said that this will continue in Elden Ring. We want to retain that sense of the player discovering things for themselves and enjoying uncovering the world both in terms of action and narrative for themselves. We don't want to force anything on the player. That much has not changed. However, Miyazaki was also keen to express that an ease of understanding is paramount. Elden Ring is more character-focused than previous Souls games. While the player character themselves is a blank slate, other characters will provide a sense of depth and color. Even with all I learned about Elden Ring in the hour I was given to pick Miyazaki's brain, there are still so many questions. What about PvP? How actually does online co-op work? Why does this man have 2 axes, 15 arms, and a bird head that breathes fire as one of those arms? Like all Souls games, it's best to leave some information to be discovered for yourself. Fortunately, the wait is no longer without end, as Elden Ring is dated for release on January 21st, 2022. Make sure to check out the full interview on IGN for some extra tidbits of information, and for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy game is on the way, and to talk about it, we have some extra special guests.
Hey, true believers, this is Bill Roseman, VP of Creative here at Marvel Games.
Hi guys, my name is Jean-François Dugas. I'm the Senior Creative Director at Eidos Montreal.
And I'm Mary DeMarle, and I am the Senior Narrative Director at Eidos Montreal, and super excited to talk about this game today.
Yes, I'm super excited. You know, we all just saw the demo where in this Guardians of the Galaxy game, you know, the player controls Star-Lord in a third-person action adventure where the other Guardians follow him around, you know, banter with him, give him a hard time, and he gives them commands during battle, which I thought was really interesting. So my first question for you guys is, you know, what made you want to showcase Star-Lord as the player character and have him control the Guardians, as opposed to, you know, letting the player switch between the characters or make it a multiplayer game or something like that?
When we started this project, the first thing we did is to discuss with Marvel Games, Bill and his colleagues, and initially the talks were about like, we want you guys to run with the Guardians of the Galaxy and make it your own, create a new version that will feel fresh and unique and everything. So when we came back to Montreal, we started to discuss about different opportunities like multiplayer, co-op, or anything. But we were looking at what is the Guardians of the Galaxy. And it's all about the characters, and it's all about those colorful personalities clashing with each other, and sometimes like getting along. And it's a mix of all these things with their qualities, their flaws. And we were, you know what, like it would be freaking awesome if you could be one of the Guardians, and putting you at the center of that team and surrounded by those characters. And this is how it came to be like, well, if you're Star-Lord, you're the so-called leader because you're not necessarily leading them officially. And sometimes the Guardians, they will make decisions on their own and everything. But we thought like that kind of, I would say that ecosystem in which like they can be characters on their own, make their own decisions, have their own reactions, and you as the so-called leader, the player, decide how to react to those things. And we thought that the purpose of that was really, really, really exciting. So we dove into that and explored what it would mean for the game.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So One of my favorite things from the gameplay footage that we saw was there's this team huddle ability where Peter Quill picks a song and it gives his team this big combat boost and they're glowing and it looks really cool. So I'm curious, what kind of songs do we have to choose from? Like, how deep is the playlist here?
Well, when you think of the Guardians of the Galaxy, you definitely think of the licensed music. And in ours, Star-Lord being a child of the 80s, Peter Quill being a child of the 80s, we have like 30 amazing 80s classic songs that everything from Iron Maiden to Rick Astley to Kiss to Wham! And it's a lot of fun. And it's more, as you saw with the huddle, it's more than just something that's in the game to support the action and the combat and the cinematics. We have this whole gameplay aspect called the huddle.
Yeah, and in the huddle, it's like when you're in combat, as you play, if you're doing great combos, you're engaged with your guardians and everything. So you're getting some momentum, and with that momentum, like it helps to fill the gauge for the huddle. And when this gauge is filled, you can use it at any given time. So maybe you're in trouble, you're struggling on the battlefield, or things are going well. So when you summon that, like Peter goes like, guys, huddle, and they go into a huddle a little bit like American football. And the Guardians, when they come in, like they will give you anyway, so he's on fire, but the Guardians are going back on the battlefield going like WTF, like what was that? Like I don't get that kind of thing. So that's the idea.
Josh,
is great.
This sort of illustrates how much the team at Eidos Montreal thought through everything. They just didn't take music and just slap it on there. They thought about and were very strategic and thought about how can we really make the music part of the gameplay, and how can we illuminate and spotlight what is it like to be Star-Lord trying to bring this team together, and then what will that effect have being Star-Lord on the rest of the team. And coming in through music is a perfect way to really get at what is unique about Star-Lord. He's not the alien, he's the half human, half alien that's out there in space, and he brings that music with him.
I love that. Music has become a quintessential Guardians thing, and the way you've incorporated it into the game sounds really fun and really cool. So, Bill, what can you tell us about the story? Like how long have they been Guardians? What's the big event that gets the adventure going?
So, as Jeff and Mary said, we really wanted to present a Guardian story that would be, immediately recognizable, but still ownable and unique. And so the player would say, well, I know this is the Guardians, but I haven't experienced this version of the Guardians. So in this story, our backstory is about 12 years ago, there was a big galactic war. And the universe and the characters themselves are still recovering from this. And out of the chaos and war comes opportunity. And so Peter Quill, as Star-Lord, is looking to, make some money, but at the same time, he has this buried deep down inside this heart of gold. So he wants to make some money, but also do some good. And so he gathers together some like-minded individuals who, like himself, are underdogs, who feel all alone, feel like they don't have a family, are in search of redemption, in search of something to belong to, in search of a way to prove themselves. And he brings them together as the Guardians of the Galaxy, and he even has a business card that he's passing around. So at this time, the Guardians are still trying to prove themselves to the universe. And so you, as Star-Lord, you are trying to hold this team together as you're going through the adventure. And as every Marvel story, it's got drama, it's got action, it's hilarious, it's filled with characters from throughout the history of the Guardians, going all the way back, looking to the 60s, all the way to the 70s, to the modern day iteration of the Guardians. So it's a great mix of kind of the best of ingredients, everything you'd want in a Guardians adventure. And for the specific story, without giving any spoilers, essentially the Guardians accidentally knock over some dominoes, if you will, and they turn out to have grave implications across the universe. And every good Marvel story is a sense of responsibility, power and responsibility. And they feel we caused this to happen, we must solve it. And the rest of the universe looks at them and says, a talking raccoon, a tree, you're gonna solve this? And you as Star-Lord says, hey, we're more than this, and yes, we are gonna take care of this. And have fun along the way.
Very cool, very cool. That sounds like a really intriguing setup. In the footage we saw what appears to be at least the initial villain of the game is Lady Hellbender, who I recognize from the totally awesome Hulk comic book, but I imagine a lot of people have not seen her. They don't know who she is.
Yes.
So what can you tell us about why you chose her and what is she up to in the game that she's given the Guardians such a hard time?
Well, when
I can jump in on that one, actually.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, let me jump in. That was one of the things that was really came from the collaboration with Marvel. It was really, really great because we basically started working on that storyline, and we would come up with ideas for, roles in the story. And in this case, we needed to find a character who the Guardians were going to attempt to con, and who is a very, very tough gangster-like person with how we were looking at it. And we approached Bill with it, and we were saying, hey guys, what kind of character could fill this role? And it was at that point that Bill and his team came back to us and said, well, you know what? We think you should look into Lady Hellbender. And so we did, and he passed along the comics to us, and we started reading all about her and everything. And we were very pleased to see that with a few little tweaks to our storyline, she was the perfect character for it. And that's kind of how she came into our story.
That is really cool because I do love that about Marvel games in general, of using characters that a lot of people maybe haven't heard of. I remember when Spider-Man was announced, Mr. Negative showed up, people said, who's that? And now again there's this, who is Lady Hellbender? So I feel like people are going to have a really good time meeting her. And I think I saw her two goons was in the footage as well, right? Those Redskin guys. So I think people are going to be yes, I think the people are going to be happy to see what she's all about.
And again, that's why the team is so smart. We just, we give them all the ingredients. We say, you want to make a Guardians game? Here's all these books. Here's all these comics. You do a deep dive into it, and you come back and tell us what catches your eye. And in that way, as you said, we can have characters that people know very well, and then we can sort of introduce characters to the world. And what that does is it just opens it up. And again, it picks characters, and JF and Mary did it. They cherry picked characters from throughout the Guardians timeline and mixed it all together in a way that no other medium has done before. And so they're going to tell a story that is familiar, but also very surprising. And because of this mix and little tweaks here and there they made, even the most diehard Guardians fan isn't going to know where the story is going.
That sounds very cool. That's actually all the time we have for now, but thank you so much for talking to me about the Guardians of the Galaxy game. It looks really cool. I can't wait to play it. And for everyone at home, it's coming out on October 26th this year, which is very soon. And stick around for more.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time, Josh. Thank you, true believers. We hope you love Guardians of the Galaxy.
What if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN for, we're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney. Then we'll wrap up with some updates from our friends at Capcom Fighters. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Our first stop today, Resident Evil Village. The Resident Evil franchise continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to Resident Evil Village, which launched last month. It brought the world another chapter in this decades-long story as the franchise celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. I'm honored to be able to introduce Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village, with a special message for the fans.
Another time.
Bye-bye.
There's nothing to fear.
Where's Rose? She's everything to me.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's played since we launched the game in May. We hope you're enjoying this new chapter in survival horror. As a reminder, everyone who purchases Resident Evil Village will gain free access to our online multiplayer title, Resident Evil Re:Verse, where players go head-to-head with their favorite Resident Evil heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil Re:Verse will go live next month across all supported platforms. So head into the fray to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
Thank you, Kanda-san, for that wonderful update. Next up, some long-awaited news from the world of Monster Hunter. Whether it's adventuring alongside monsters or battling them with friends, we've got something for you. First, let's dive into the brand new story-based RPG entry to the series, Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin.
This was his fate. Red may have been strong and skilled, but against the awesome power of nature, he was merely a man. He never stood a chance.
All around, things just kept getting worse. But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned to Hekolu Island. I went there to see Red's old monstie again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
You were given Red's kinship stone, and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
This is the legendary monster, Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin.
It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about waves of destruction.
Many people believe there's a connection between the strange happenings and the wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
What's this whole idea of forming kinship with monsters? How do you control them?
It's not about control. Monsters help riders of their own will. And the bonds between monsters and riders are just like your bond with Tsukino.
What kind of power does Ratha really have? Why are all of these pits appearing? And who are those people who want to take Ratha for themselves? All I have are questions.
If there's worry or doubt in your voice, Ratha will become anxious too. He needs to know that you will protect him no matter what.
I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great power is too much for his body to bear.
A voice. Can you hear it?
Riders can bond with monsters. Surely you can groove with fellow humans.
They have the power of kinship. They're friends. They're monsties. Humans carry the strength of everyone they meet. That makes them strong. My friends here taught me that. I believe in the strength of humanity.
Looks pretty epic, right? And how about that announcement? The canine companion Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new monsties in the first free title update coming soon after the game's release. You can get an early peek at the game with the Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin trial version starting on June 25th, which also carries your progress over to the full game release just a few weeks later on July 9th. That's not the only way to join the hunt. Millions of you made Monster Hunter Rise a huge success earlier this year, and we have even more content coming, including a new collaboration on the Rise. Let's find out more.
Let's go! This is for my fellow hunters!
Rathalos is no runt. Moon's blessing emerge. Get ready. I have a good feeling. What will it be? Moon's blessing emerge.
Nomura is like my second home.
You think you can take on Rondine?
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter fan, with all the new updates to Monster Hunter Rise and the launch of Monster Hunter Stories 2 this summer. We can't wait to hear about your own stories of adventure. Well, that's not the only thing Capcom has in store for us this July. Fans of Phoenix Wright will have new chapters to explore with the release of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. North American and European future attorneys will finally be able to get their hands on the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, which were previously only available in Japan. You'll travel back in time to the late 19th century Japan and London to play as Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Phoenix Wright's ancestor, in this action-packed prequel. Now, let's hear more about the story.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Welcome to the center of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This country is incredible. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Who are you?
Herlock Sholmes. You must have heard of me.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Let us engage in the art of deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, what have we here? It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Objection! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
You're the best lawyer in the world.
So we have 10 new cases and 8 mini escapades where you can take on the role of a defense attorney. Now, we all want to see some gameplay, right? Let's take a closer first look at 2 gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Hello, I'm Jonathan, Capcom's marketing brand manager for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Where to?
The Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present 2 new gameplay features, Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination, coming to the Ace Attorney series.
While investigating to prove your client's innocence, players will come across conspicuous situations that require further examination with the help of Ryunosuke's legal aid Susato and the brilliance of deduction from Detective Herlock. Herlock will proceed to present his logic and reasoning spectacular, a grandiose yet flawed series of conjectures.
Ryunosuke and Susato will then discuss to correct the flaws in Herlock's deductions. At this point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the errors in the detective's logic and reveal the truth to the mystery. As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information. Upon uncovering the truth, Ryunosuke and Herlock enter into a semi-metaphorical, semi-literal dance that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
In courtroom battles, players will attempt to convince 6 jurors of the innocence of their client. Their progress will be displayed and represented by 2 scales of justice, one black, representing a guilty verdict, and one white, representing a not guilty verdict.
Objection!
In summation examination, take the stand to face off against the jurors, all of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict.
You'll have to identify conflicting statements and sway the jury in your favor. Examine each statement carefully and select 2 contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
Objection!
Be ready to provide evidence from the court record to help prove the contradiction in their claims. When you successfully point out one of these contradictions among the jurors, you might just change their minds, too. With a slam of their fist, each juror you persuade will send a fiery ball towards the scales above and literally tip the scales of justice in your favor. Bring each contradiction to light and persuade the jury to help prove your client's innocence.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
This has just been a small taste of the exciting new gameplay features in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are very excited to get this game in the hands of both new fans and diehard fans alike. Thanks for watching.
It already seems like I have a bunch of games to catch up on. There are some exciting new adventures and titles to look forward to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom, but what about esports? Let's close out today's showcase with a few words from 2 of the stars of Capcom Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious. They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom esports, including updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League, and all the other content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom esports presentation for E3 2021. My name is Vicious, commentator for the Capcom Pro Tour as well as Street Fighter League, here with competitive Street Fighter V player and host extraordinaire, Hollywood, Rob TV. What's going on, Rob?
Oh my goodness, Vicious. Host extraordinaire. That just sounds beautiful. It has a ring to it, and I think that's the perfect word to describe what we have for everyone today. Street Fighter V, Capcom E3, it just feels right, and you feel the electricity in the air. Nice! Nice! What? That was nasty! And there might be some people at home, Vicious, who don't fully know what competitive Street Fighter V is. The long and the short of it is this. We travel all around the world, state to state, country to country, and we try to bring our opponent's life bar from 100 all the way down to 0 and feel pretty goddamn good doing it.
That's right, Rob. If you think you're the best in your region, sign up for Capcom Pro Tour to prove it and become possibly a world champion at Street Fighter V.
The double perfect, the way he looked at the camera.
Yikes! Don't ever expect another man to control it.
So in this year's CPT overall, it's a series of tournaments that have $5,000 on the line for each tournament, but that money alone, that's not what's really at stake here. It's about making it to the granddaddy of them all, Capcom Cup.
Item just resetting grand finals of Capcom Cup.
So behind me, you can see in all of its glory, the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 official stage and set, and that's a place that you are very, very familiar with.
That's right, we take all of our events and broadcast it live from this stage, and we check out all of the top competitors from each and every one of these regions. And speaking of, the Capcom Pro Tour has shaped up a lot. 2021, we have 32 events going on in the Capcom Pro Tour, spanning across 19 different territories. So there's so many opportunities for players from around the world to get that ticket into Capcom Cup this season. I'm absolutely excited because, again, that is a big change from what 2020 was into what we could expect for 2021.
And Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
Not only can you catch the Capcom Pro Tour live on the Capcom Fighters channel, you can do so on a plethora of platforms. We have it on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Of course, if you don't catch it live, you can also check out the VODs for all the competitive studying you would need to become a successful Street Fighter V player, as well as catching some of the community-focused content that we have on Capcom Fighters. We have No Neutral, the official pre-show of the Capcom Pro Tour. We have sets where we take players from around the world and play off in an exhibition first to 10. Not only that, actually, we do have Street Fighter League that's happened season after season, non-stop action, 6 teams of 3 duke it out in this battle tournament series to see who will walk away with the championship and the $150,000 prize pool.
Street Fighter League is something that you don't want to miss because normally we only have 1v1 content, but now you actually have your teammates at your back and every decision that you make is not just about you anymore.
Look for more news on Street Fighter League later this year.
It's Oki time. What's gonna happen?
Nice.
He checks it. He checks the movement. What's happening? It's so good.
Let's not forget, the Intel World Opening is happening right now. Top players representing 11 regions around the world are competing for their place in the World Finals happening next month. Be sure to check out the official website for more information, including current standings and broadcast schedule.
To commemorate this event, everyone who logged in during this period will receive an exclusive competitor title and dojo object. You do not want to miss this.
I highly recommend everyone to stay tuned for future Capcom Pro Tour updates on the Capcom Fighters channel.
And again, we've had so many events so far. We started off with the Japan region. We've had a couple of more events going on afterwards, but the action does not stop. In fact, we're going to be continuing off with the Midwest region for the Capcom Pro Tour. I know you're definitely excited about that.
100%. I mean, of course, your boy is from Ohio. Make sure you guys tune in to see the tournament.
You do not want to miss some of the best Street Fighter V players in the world compete head-to-head.
So it's you.
I dare you to find better Street Fighter. I dare you.
This is a game about being a world warrior.
Capcom Cup tournament play.
Obviously, they got a rivalry.
I'm the best in the world.
This game has changed the lives of so many people here.
Ooh! Nice!
Oh,
The pop-off! That's what I'm talking about.
I told you it's gonna go to the limit, and I ain't lying to the beat.
This is the ultimate Street Fighter V experience. This is Capcom Pro Tour.
Thanks, guys. It's been a really exciting season so far, and I can't wait to see how this plays out on the road to Capcom Cup. Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches. So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with the latest installment of the survival horror experience and RE-verse as part of the franchise's 25th anniversary. We have new adventures to embark on in the world of Monster Hunter with Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and Monster Hunter Rise. And don't forget to go back in time with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles to tap into the family history of Phoenix Wright and solve new cases. Finally, don't miss out on the esports fun. Make sure you catch the latest matches with Capcom fighters. There really is something for everyone here today. But don't go anywhere yet. Join the conversation on Twitter and make sure you check out the Capcom virtual booth on the E3 portal to watch all these videos again and more. I'm Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer. Thank you for being part of the Capcom experience at E3 this year.
What's up everyone, I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years, Starfield. The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation. The narrator talks about venturing into a field of stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated Creation Engine 2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from Halo games past are making a return, as well as our favorite narrator.
Killing spree.
The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net, and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Wurt's leg so you can open that portal to the Cow's secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
You're watching Summer of Gaming 2021.
Welcome to the Razer keynote at E3, the world's biggest video games convention. We have got an insane show for everyone today. We have come a long way here together, for gamers, by gamers, and today we're one of the biggest gaming brands in the world. We span hundreds of millions of gamers, from PC gaming to console gaming to mobile gaming. But what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, to kick things off, is PC gaming, something near, dear, close to my heart, and pretty much to talk about the decade of the Razer Blade. So in 2011, we launched the world's first true gaming laptop. And this caused quite a bit of controversy back then because gaming laptops were not gaming laptops in the true sense of the word. They were gaming luggables back in the day, super thick, super heavy. And the Razer Blade was the first true gaming laptop in the sense it was super thin, super light, and super powerful. And it ushered in a new generation of gaming laptops. And since then, over the past 10 years, the entire industry has moved to follow in the footsteps of the Razer Blade. In 2013, we launched the world's thinnest gaming laptop. 2016, we invented the world's first Thunderbolt 3 external GPU. In 2018, we launched the world's smallest 15-inch gaming laptop. And since then, we've now got the entire Razer Blade family. We've got the Blade Stealth 13, we've got the Blade Pro 17, and of course, we've got the Blade 15. And the Razer Blade has been both a critical and commercial success. It's been called the very best gaming laptop in the world and continues to win accolades over and over again. And at this point, many of our fans, many of the Razer community is asking, what's next? So we go down and we talk to every single one of our fan base, for gamers, by gamers. We talk to the press. And one thing that we've heard consistently over the past couple of years is, when is Razer going to make an AMD gaming laptop? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm incredibly excited to be able to announce that we're now working closely together with AMD, and we've put the very best designers and engineers together with the top AMD engineers, and what we've created in a single line is the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. And with that, we are bringing back the legendary Razer Blade 14. How do we do this? How did we make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop? Well, we took a look at the 14-inch gaming laptops today. Now, many of them have tried to follow in the footsteps of the Blade 14 that we created some 10 years ago, and many things have changed since then. In terms of form factor, many of the gaming laptops out there are portable, but we feel they could be thinner, could be slimmer. Now, over and above, in terms of GPUs, there's been not much innovation. Don't get me wrong, they've got a great GPU in there, but they max out at a RTX 3060. In fact, in terms of total graphics power, or TGP, they max out at just 80 watts. And we feel it could go much higher with, of course, the right materials and with, of course, the right cooling thermal solutions. Now, as we talk about materials, unfortunately, most of them still use really non-premium builds. Now, one thing that we do at Razer that all of you are familiar with is that we look at doing really premium builds. We've got CNC'd machined chassis. We want to make sure that you've got the best possible no-flex kind of chassis, but many of the ones out there don't have that. And of course, cooling. Many of the 14-inch gaming laptops are still using solutions that we pioneered some 10 years ago. At Razer, we've really pushed it ahead. We've had vapor chamber cooling for years now. We are in the next generation of that. We've done that for laptops. We've done that for phones, over and over. Now, in terms of having all this last-gen tech, many of them are still limited in terms of the ports that they've got. They've got only a couple of Type A ports, a couple of Type C ports, so on and so forth. And they've got truly uninspired keyboards. They're using single color backlit keyboards. Why? Because they don't have space or they don't have the imagination. But at Razer, we've got loads and loads of imagination. And what do we want to imagine? Well, a whole lot of ultras. Ultra what? Well, ultra powerful. We want it to be ultra powerful. We want it to be ultra thin. We want it to be ultra fast. We want to have ultra connectivity. We want it to be ultra responsive. And of course, ultra immersive. That's a lot of ultras to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. But let's talk about how ultra powerful the new Razer Blade 14 is. Now, together with AMD and Razer, we have designed and engineered in a single line the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. This is not any normal gaming laptop that we're talking about. We're talking about the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. And to this end, we wanted to pick one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet today, and we've picked the AMD Ryzen 5900HX. This is truly an incredible CPU. We are talking about a HX class, an extreme class AMD processor, and it's an unlocked processor. Unlike many of the other laptops out there using the HS class processors, we are using a HX class unlocked processor, a Zen 3 mobile processor in a cutting-edge 7 nanometer level. It's an 8-core x86 CPU, and it's got up to a whopping 4.6 gigahertz of power. This is an insanely great CPU. And joining me here today talking about this partnership to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop is Jason Banter, VP of Product Management of AMD.
Razer is known for some of the most innovative gaming laptops in the industry. Razer has established a design, quality, and performance standard that is second to none. That's why we at AMD are excited to partner with Razer for the first time, bringing Ryzen, the world's best mobile gaming processors, to the Razer laptop lineup. Engineers from both companies partnered together, start to finish, to bring the best components, the best performance, and the best experience together in the new Razer Blade 14. The new Blade 14 features an unlocked Ryzen 9 5900HX processor, enabling elite gaming performance on a thin and light notebook with amazing battery life. The 5900HX delivers 8 cores and 16 threads of Zen 3 core performance. A max boost clock of up to 4.6 gigahertz quickly dispatches workloads, reduces latency when gaming, and performs 3D renders at breakneck speeds. The 5900HX also doubles the L3 cache size compared to the 4000 series. This massive on-chip memory is vital to unlock the full performance of discrete graphics for gaming. And all of this is based on 7 nanometer process technology. The AMD Ryzen 9 HX series was designed to deliver the most immersive gaming experience you can get in a laptop with zero compromises. From all of us at AMD, congratulations to Min and the entire Razer team for outstanding execution on this project. We're proud to be a part of this generation of Razer Blade laptops and look forward to expanding these opportunities for gamers in the future.
Thank you very much, Jason. So that was Jason of AMD talking about our partnership. But the CPU, of course, while we've picked one of the most powerful in the world, is just half the equation. What's on the other half of the equation? Well, the GPU. We've picked one of the most powerful CPUs in the world, and we've also picked one of the most powerful GPUs. And we're talking, of course, about the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 30 series. Now, our engineers and NVIDIA, we've been working together for many years. We've been optimizing it. We've got the best GPUs in the world with NVIDIA. They've got up to 8 gigs of VRAM. And one thing that we did is that we've managed to push the total gaming power up to 100 watts of power. We're not talking about the 80 watts that everyone else is doing. We've pushed RTX 3060. It's a great GPU. That's what everybody else is also using, but we wanted to start with that. Now, over and above, our thermals guys said, you know, we're crazy at Razer. We're the mad scientists. We can take it a notch further. So what have we done? Well, in the new Razer Blade 14, we've got an RTX 3070 option. That's a truly powerful GPU matched with a truly powerful CPU. But we're Razer. We want to take it up to 11. We are going all the way up to the moon. And what we've done with the new Razer Blade 14 is that we have now added as an option a crazy and insane RTX 3080. Imagine that, the most powerful GPU on the planet with one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet. It's truly, truly powerful. And of course, joining me here on screen today from NVIDIA to talk about how we've put this crazy RTX 3080 into an ultra-thin form factor of the new Razer Blade 14 is Matt, VP, Global GeForce Marketing at NVIDIA, on screen.
Thanks, Min, for inviting us to present at your event. Once again, we're excited to partner with Razer on the development and launch of a Blade laptop. This time, the all-new Blade 14 powered by GeForce RTX. For the first time, gamers can experience an RTX 3070 and 3080 laptop GPU in a 14-inch form factor. It packs incredible performance in an ultra-thin, sleek design. Wherever you go, you can play the most stunning and graphically demanding games because the RTX 30 series includes second-gen RT cores that enable fast ray tracing. Enjoy realistic lighting, reflections, shadows, ambient occlusion, and more. All of those make your games more immersive. Ray tracing is featured in many of today's most popular games. NVIDIA DLSS also has been widely adopted by games. Many refer to it as magical. DLSS provides a huge boost to performance using AI rendering and looks as good or better than traditional methods. Dedicated tensor cores built into the RTX GPU do the AI processing. Now, in addition to the high frame rates pumped out by the GeForce GPU, NVIDIA Reflex low latency technologies give gamers the competitive edge in their favorite games. NVIDIA Reflex is now supported in 7 of the top 10 competitive shooters. But we're talking about laptops, so efficient power usage is incredibly important to making gaming laptops as thin and cool and quiet as possible. That's where our Max-Q technologies come in. Every aspect of the laptop, the GPU, software, PCB design, power delivery, and thermals are all optimized for power and performance. With the help of AI, high-performance gaming laptops are faster and better than ever before. Let me give you an example. Dynamic Boost 2. It automatically distributes the power across the GPU memory, and the CPU for maximum performance, whether you're gaming or creating. We can't wait for gamers and creators to experience the incredible power and the portability of the new Razer Blade 14. Min, thank you for your great partnership.
Thank you very much, Matt. And that is the ultimate AMD gaming laptop, ultra powerful. And we just talked about it. But we've not just got true power. It's not just the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. Let's talk a little bit about how it's ultra thin. Now, how thin have we gotten it? Well, it's not just ultra thin. It is the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. Let it sink in. Think about it. I just said this is the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop, and now I'm actually saying it's also the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. We are talking about 16.8 millimeters thin with a 3080. Mind you, it's 0.66 inches thin. And the reason for it is because for the past 10 years, we've been bringing together the very best thermals engineers on the planet. They've got all kinds of innovative solutions. They've been pushing the limits. And what we've got over here in the Razer Blade 14 is the next generation vapor chambers. And we've designed this from ground up. We are light years ahead of the competition. Many of them are still copying what we've done 10 years ago. And today we're 10 years ahead. We're a full decade ahead. We've designed the next generation vapor chambers in the Blade 14. Each of these tiny little fans have got 88 fan blades. And we worked with fluid dynamics scientists. We made sure that every fan blade was designed from the ground up. 88 fan blades. What does that mean? Every single fan blade in our fans is about 0.1 millimeters thin. We have designed fan blades the width of a human hair. In addition, of course, we are using T6 grade aluminum CNC chassis. You've got to kind of touch it to believe it. You've got to understand that's what a Razer blade is about, that premium quality. And of course, that super durable anodized finish. Ultra thin, the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. So let's talk about how fast it is. Ultra fast. We've got the fastest 14-inch display. We've got two options. We've got a FHD 144 Hertz, and we've got a QHD at a blazing fast 165 Hertz. It's 100% DCI P3 display, IPS grade. It's AMD FreeSync Premium, and every single display is custom calibrated right out of the factory. Ultra fast. Now let's talk about connectivity really quickly. Ultra connectivity, lots and lots and lots and lots of ports. We're talking about Wi-Fi 6E. We've got Bluetooth 5.2. Now, some of the gaming laptops, so the 14-inch gaming laptops, don't even have space to put a camera there. It's a Windows Hello I ports. We've got, on one end of the chassis, we've got a Type A, we've got a Type C Gen 2. The Type C, is Gen 2 charging. It's got a display port. In addition to that, we've got HDMI 2.1, which has an output of 4K 120 Hertz. Now, on the other end, we've also got another Type A, another Type C. We've got lots and lots of ports. Ultra connectivity. Let's talk about how responsive it is. Ultra responsive. It's got a full anti-ghosted keyboard. We've pioneered this many, many years ago. Now, one of the things I'm really proud of is how buttery smooth. This is like melted butter. The precision touchpad is. It's a beautiful touchpad. You've got to touch it to believe it. And unlike all the other inspired keyboards, we've got a per key Razer Chroma RGB keyboard. It's a fantastic keyboard. It's an incredible keyboard. It's got a beautiful key travel. You got to try it to believe it. This is a legend by itself. It's ultra responsive. And now let's talk a little bit about how immersive the new Blade 14 is. And what we've got incorporated inside this is THX spatial audio, giving that beautiful spatial surround sound all around you. And of course, we're using it with upward firing speakers. That's a truly, truly great set of speakers. And at this point of time, I'm sure most of you guys watching, some of you guys may be skeptical. We've made it so powerful. We've made it so thin. We've packed it chock full of all kinds of features. This is like a laptop, which is 10 years in the future. What have we compromised? And at Razer, we do not compromise. You'll know it if you own one of our Blade laptops. We do not compromise. And some of you may suspect we may have put a really tiny battery in there. Absolutely not. Because on a single charge, the Blade 14 runs for up to 12 hours. That's an insane level of battery life in the Blade 14. Now, the team has put together a video, a quick ad to kind of show it to everyone. I'm sure you're excited to see it. And let's show it for everyone. Here you go.
Yeah, this is what I'm made of. This is for the throne and the kingdom. The king's here, yelling freedom. Do or die, do it now if you believe it. You reap what you sow every season. Yeah, you kill what you eat when you feast it. Yeah, it's death before the sign of no treason. No, in that time of war, no retreat. Never lay down and die on my feet. I look the reaper in his eyes and won't blink. I'm the voice every time that I speak. It's like thunder when it strikes. I'm the king. I'm the king. I am supreme. I am king.
And at this point of time, I'm sure all of you would like to see the actual real thing. This is not a figment of my imagination. This is not a figment of the imagination of a gamer out there. But here it is, the legendary Razer Blade 14, back in flesh or back in CNC aluminum. You can see it's ultra thin. Imagine we've got a HX class CPU in there. We've got a 5900 Ryzen, of course. We've also got a 3080 NVIDIA GeForce GPU, all in an ultra thin 16.8 millimeter form factor. It's super thin. All right, I'm sure you guys would like to see the display. This is a 165 Hertz display. As you can see, it's just truly beautiful. And yes, there is a webcam. All right, so check it out. And it just sounds beautiful. So, this is the new Blade 14. It's so compact, packing a 3080, imagine that. And really quickly, to take us through this is the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop. It's ultra powerful, it's ultra thin. It's the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. Just imagine I'm saying that at the same time. Ultra fast, it's got ultra connectivity. Look at all the ports on both ends. It's got an ultra responsive gaming keyboard, and it's ultra immersive. You know, you've seen the upward firing speakers, and all of this with 12 hours of battery life. Today, together with AMD, I'm incredibly excited to announce the ultimate AMD gaming laptop, the new Razer Blade 14. Now, at this point of time, you want to know the price, you want to know availability. Well, I'm sure with a product like that, you're probably quaking inside thinking, is this going to be a $5,000 laptop? It's got all the insane features. It's got the most powerful CPUs and GPUs, right? You know, is this going to be a $3,000 laptop? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Blade 14 starts at just $1,799. When is it available? Well, not in 10 years from now. It's available right now today. By the end of this keynote, you can order it. And where can you order it? Well, you can order it online at Razer.com or at any of our global Razer stores. You can check them out. And of course, at leading retailers globally, you can check it out right away today at just starting from $1,799. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Blade 14, the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. So that's the first product that we've got today. And we've still got a big show ahead. So what's next? Insanely small, insanely powerful. And what am I talking about? Well, it's our all-new USB-C 130-watt GAN charger. 10 years ago, when we first launched the Razer Blade, one of the big innovations that we did was we went and redesigned the charger. 10 years later, we're now really pushing the limits of what we can do with power. So, here is a traditional power brick. It's shipped in many of the other gaming laptops out there. Not a Razer laptop, but this is often in many of the other gaming laptops. This is 130 watt size of a power brick, all right? It's almost 3 inches tall. It's got about 6 inches wide. How big is the new Razer GAN charger? Or how much smaller is it? It's up to 59% smaller. It's so tiny, it can fit in your pocket. And it's not just smaller, it's also up to about 17% shorter. It's an incredibly small charger. So I thought you guys would like to see how small or how large the chargers are. This is a traditional 130 watt power brick. It's pretty big, it's pretty heavy. It's something that will ship with your traditional luggable kind of a laptop. So how small is the Razer GAN charger? Boom, it's just hiding behind it. It's just so tiny. The same amount of power that it's packing from 130 watt, and this is a 130 watt charger. And this is already considered one of the smaller 130 watt chargers out there. You can see how tiny, how small it is, but we've got another surprise for all of you. This charger can only do one thing. It charges your 130 watt laptop or gaming laptop, this charger doesn't just charge your laptop. Boom, it charges up to 4 devices simultaneously. That's how powerful, that's how insane this product is. This is the Razer GAN charger, USB-C 130 watts of power, truly compact power. Here's the side profile. Here's the front profile. You can see the 4 ports, 2 USB-Cs and 2 USB-As, truly compact power. And here's a perspective shot. Truly, we've designed this so that this is the perfect charger that you can buy. It allows you faster charging up to 4 devices. It's mobile and travel ready with global adapter plugs. And in summary, it's small enough to fit your pocket. Charge up to 4 devices at once. Faster charging, 2 times USB-A, 2 times USB-C, mobile and travel ready. And it's got safer power delivery features. Now, what does it work with? Well, lots and lots of selected devices. As long as it's got USB-C and charging, it works with a whole slew of Razer Blade laptops, Apple MacBooks, both the Pro and the Air, Windows laptops like the Dell XPS, tablets, smartphones, smartwatches, and much more. So, is this $500? Is it $300? Well, absolutely not. The Razer GAN charger is just $179.99. You can pre-order it right now, and we're shipping within the next 30 days. And you can buy it, of course, at Razer.com, any of our Razer stores, and at leading retailers globally. This is the Razer 130-watt GAN charger, and you'll want to be making your pre-orders right now because this is truly the ultimate charger. Next up, Pixel Perfect. Well, a couple of years ago, we launched the Razer Raptor 27. What do we have with it? With the new Razer Raptor? Well, still a 27-inch form factor. It's got an IPS display. It's got a beautiful QHD resolution display. Now, what we've done is that we've upped the refresh rate from 144 Hz from the previous generation to a faster 165 Hz refresh rate. In addition, we've looked at how to ensure that there's tear-free adaptive sync. It's not just using NVIDIA G-Sync, but it's also compatible with AMD FreeSync Premium. And we've got one of the best display panels in the industry. It's got a 95% DCI P3 color space, HDR, high dynamic range display. And something I'm really proud of is that this is the world's first THX certified gaming monitor. And we've worked really closely together with THX, specifically with the gentleman, Eric Gemmer, who's got decades of experience in making sure that he certifies the very best displays in the market. And joining me on screen here today is Eric, talking a little bit about our partnership.
Hi there, I'm Eric Gemmer, THX's Director of Imaging Technologies. I'm pleased to announce that THX has certified its first ever gaming PC monitor, the newly refreshed Razer Raptor 27-inch. If you don't know, to become THX certified, a monitor like the Razer Raptor must pass 400 different tests run by the certification team and me. The THX certification process makes sure that the screen in question will perform remarkably well, and our testing process includes ensuring panels are lit consistently, colors are accurate, and the image is pristine and clear. The result is a stunningly good screen that is good for fast-paced gameplay and other challenging scenarios. More importantly, THX certification plus the Razer Raptor's fast refresh rate of 165 Hz and 1 millisecond response time means the screen will keep with your superhuman reflexes. If you're a creator, the THX certified screens, like the Raptor, have the added benefit of being a great option for color grading. If you've ever worked on an artistic endeavor and the colors you see look off compared to other screens, don't worry. THX's certified screens and our exacting attention to detail means the Razer Raptor 27 serves as a benchmark for color accuracy, so your next project will look true to your artistic vision. If the Razer Raptor is your main entertainment screen, you're in luck, because like all THX certified screens, the Razer Raptor 27 includes our renowned THX Cinema mode. When it comes time to enjoy your favorite blockbuster movie or TV shows, it'll look spectacular and pixel perfect by correcting for color, brightness, grayscale, and removing any excessive and unwanted video processing. Across the board, the Razer Raptor 27 is a superb entertainment screen, and we hope you enjoy the quality THX certification brings to the new Razer Raptor 27.
Thank you very much, Eric. So that's Eric, who's had decades and decades of experience in terms of making sure that the very best displays in the world are certified in accordance to THX's highest standards. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the new Razer Raptor 27. It's got a forged aluminum construction. It's got a beautiful construction. It's got a unique 90-degree tilt that you can flex it and have it positioned any way you like it. And it's got lots and lots and lots of ports. It's got a beautiful integrated cable management. It's truly unique. You can see it from the rear. And when you touch the back of the new Razer Raptor 27, it's got a beautiful textured fabric backing. Now, the display is optimized in terms of software. We've had optimized gaming modes, as well as immersive cinema modes that you can use. And over and above, of course, it's integrated with Razer Chroma RGB. So it fits the entire Chroma RGB family. With Chroma as the world's largest RGB platform, you can rest assured the new Razer Raptor will fit in terms of the entire desktop or battle station that you have. Now, one of the things that we've done to update the new Razer Raptor 27 is to include VESA compatibility. New Razer Raptor will allow you to use monitor arms with a VESA-compatible mount, and this is also backward compatible with the previous Razer Raptor 27. And of course, the mounts are sold separately, and I thought I'd share a little picture of how a triple screen monitor might look on your desk, and it looks just beautiful. Now, at this point, I'm sure many of you guys would like to see a video that we've put together for the new Razer Raptor 27, and here you go. All right, so at this point of time, let's do a quick demo of the new Razer Raptor 27. Let's call up the Raptor 27. All right, here you go. It's got a beautiful, beautiful screen. It's forged out of aluminum. It's a beautiful monitor. Let's turn it around so people can see the integrated cable management. As you can see, it's got a truly unique cable management system. All right, let's turn it to the front again. And one of the things that we've updated, the new Raptor 27, is, of course, the VESA mount. And with the VESA mount, now you can have a triple screen monitor. There you go, boom. Display over here, right on your battle station. If you turn it around, you can see how it looks. It's truly, truly unique. And we're really excited to be able to present this here today, the new Razer Raptor 27. Thank you very much. So, in closing, it's got an ultra-fast display. We've upped it to 165 Hz. It's a beautiful display. It's got adaptive sync. Bear in mind, it's got both G-Sync and AMD FreeSync Premium. It's the world's first THX-certified monitor. And it's a VESA mount compatible, sold separately. And it's got this really clean, ultra-clean cable management system. And lots and lots of ports. So how much is the new Razer Raptor? Well, you can pre-order it right now at just $799, and we will be shipping within the next 30 days. And of course, like most Razer products, you can order it at Razer.com, Razer stores globally, and leading retailers. And also, you can order the new VESA mount, which is optional, at just $99, available today at Razer.com and at global Razer stores. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Raptor 27. Pixel perfect. So that's what we have today at our Razer keynote at E3. Remember to join us after this. We've got Razer Store Live. Every month we run this. We've got great new products that we announce. We've got giveaways, and we stream it live from one of our Razer stores somewhere in the world. But that's not all. We've got one more thing to share with everyone, and it's safe, social, and sustainable. And what am I talking about? Well, no other than Project Hazel. We announced this at CES earlier this year. And at CES, we had some truly, truly insane press coverage with everyone out there saying, when can I get a Project Hazel? Will you make it into reality? And it wasn't just the press. We had resounding response from the community, every single one asking us to make Project Hazel a reality. And many of you had great ideas for features to remove. We've heard your feedback. We continue to hear your feedback on Twitter, on Facebook. Ping us anytime because we listen to all the feedback for gamers, by gamers. And what I thought I would do today is that I'd give everyone an update on the project because we are going to be making Project Hazel a reality. So what kind of updates can we give? Well, when the pandemic first started, we converted one of our manufacturing facilities to make surgical masks. Today, we at Razer make high-quality, certified surgical masks, and we ship them worldwide. We've donated over 1 million masks worldwide in the US, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, etc. And we continue to do that. High-quality, surgical masks meeting the very best standards. And what we've done is that we've taken the learnings from that, the engineering, the design, and we've put that into Project Hazel. So Project Hazel is going to be using replaceable N95 grade filters. We've now designed in a secure silicon face seal. These are just some of the updates since the last time that we talked about this at CES. And we are going to make sure that Project Hazel follows the lab testing with BFE rating that we've done for our surgical masks. That's the safe aspect. Now, what about the social aspect? What are we keeping? What are we not keeping? Well, first up, the clear, transparent design. We're definitely keeping that. We're also adding in interior lighting so that in low light conditions, you can still see the face of the Project Hazel user. And one of the big things that we've added this time around is anti-fog coating. So we've got an anti-fog coating on the inside of the Project Hazel to ensure that the social function still remains even during use. Now, what about sustainability? Now, many of you will be aware sustainability is at the core of what we do over here at Razer. We care a lot about the environment. One of the things that concerned us the most when we were making these one-off surgical masks was the sustainability of the surgical masks. Well, Project Hazel has got a reusable mask design, and every single filter lasts 3 times longer than single-use surgical masks. And what I'm really proud to say is that every filter uses 80% less material than traditional surgical masks. Now, I'm sure many of you are waiting to try out Project Hazel, and I'm going to talk about availability at the end of this. But if you can't wait to try Project Hazel out, we've got something really special for all of you. You can try the Project Hazel filter online and see how it looks on your face. You can check it out on Instagram, check out Razer, and here's a quick video to show how you can use the Project Hazel filter on Insta. Now remember to tag us with your Project Hazel filters because we will be watching out for all of you, and we might have some pretty cool giveaways for Project Hazel when the time comes for shipping. So we've got a quick video to show you the updates that we've made since the last time we announced this at CES. Here you go. So, I'm sure many of you are asking, when can I get one? When do they ship? Well, with the insane demand that we're expecting for Project Hazel, we've put together a plan so that we can get as many of these units out to you as possible. We're going to have limited quantities right from the get-go. So once we start manufacturing, we're going to be doing sale by drops. We'll have all the database of everybody who wants a Project Hazel, and we'll send you information once there are units available. And our first drop is going to be happening early Q4. We're still perfecting it. We're taking in all the beta feedback. You're going to see units out in the field, but the first drop is going to happen early Q4 once we've got most of the testing and certification done. And it's going to be available exclusively on Razer.com. And you can sign up now for all the information at rzr.to/project-hazel. So thank you very much for joining us here today at the Razer keynote at E3. I'll be seeing you guys soon. Goodbye.
And the Razer presentation is over. Laptops, monitors, and face masks. Oh my!
You want that Project Hazel? You getting into one of those?
Oh
props?
heck yeah! I thought it was one of their like April Fool's jokes things.
It's
I really didn't think that was going to be happening.
Well,
so
they underestimated all of our desires to be able to see each other's mouths while you actually talk to one another.
I ain't gonna lie. When it said it was see-through, I was like, but I wanted to hide my face.
Oh, I'll tell you, somebody hard of hearing, being able to read your lips is so clutch. Like it's.
Yeah. I mean, regardless, it's super cool. Okay, but we gotta talk about the Blade 14, $17.99.
Yeah, I know.
Need that kind of funny games money.
Well, first off, can it run TurboTax? All right, we heard. What did we hear about? It's got the RTX 3080 built in, right? AMD Ryzen 5900 HX processor. But can it run Minesweeper? Can it run TurboTax?
Minesweeper, I mean, that's the big question.
That's the big one right now.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is absolutely lovely. I like feel uncomfortable touching it because I'm
How
just
light
like,
is it? Lift it up.
All right.
Toss it off the side. See what happens.
Yeah, you want to catch? Just kidding. Come on. They would kick me out of here. I'd never come back. But it is really, really light and lots of ports. I felt like I heard that a lot.
Yeah, when they were talking about all the USBs on the side.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though, that is clutch.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because I'm always like, oh man, I wish there was more ports whenever I have any laptop. So I'm here for it. But it is extremely light, and also the THX. Catch. THX spatial audio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
100%. Yeah, you know, I give PC gaming a lot of trouble, but I do play that SWTOR. You know, that sweater out there, that Star Wars: The Old Republic, and yeah, I would like to take that on the road.
Wow. Okay, now
I'm a Sith, Taylor Sith, no big deal.
Wow,
It's true.
that
Look it
joke.
It's not a joke. That's literally my character.
Taylor Sith? Yeah. I absolutely love that, actually.
Thank you.
I would be a Sith, too. Did you see? Yesterday, I thought I had very Sith Lord vibes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about Capcom.
Sure, yeah, we got cut off. We were only in the Monster Hunter before, right?
Yeah, where to begin?
One more thing. I told you all. I was like, Capcom talked about what it was. Golden Boy over there. Oh, I want Lost Planet. Oh, I want this.
Yeah.
Like, they were very clear about what they were going to have, and that is what they had. They did not go beyond that.
Well, you know, we always think, hey, maybe they're going to sneak something in there. They 100% stuck to the agenda on that. So we talked about Monster Hunter at length, but the Great Ace Attorney, first of all, I like absolutely love the character Sherlock Holmes. Like, I love that they made him. Oh wait, I said his real name. It's supposed to be Holmes Herlock Sholmes.
Yeah.
I'm
it rolls
sorry.
right
I
off the tongue.
cannot believe that I messed that up. But anyway, absolutely like adored that character. I loved how they made him like very grandiose, and he's like totally over exaggerating, and you have to prove him wrong.
Sure.
And like I said from the beginning, I'm here for the animation. This just looks so beautiful.
Of course.
Also, this is so anime. Dance of deduction, summonation, examination. Like,
they
I'm
know
just
their
like,
audience.
I'm here.
They know the Phoenix Wright audience.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, of course, these were released in Japan. They hadn't been released here yet. Still haven't, obviously. We're coming up on what is it, July 27th.
Yeah.
And 10 new cases. I'm a lapsed Phoenix Wright fan. I remember back in the day playing them and enjoying them quite a bit. I haven't done it in a while, so I didn't even realize these were prequels. We're going back into the history here of his lineage. So yeah, it's interesting.
And now we're going to actually have access to these games here in the United States, which is
great.
really awesome. Anyway, Golden Boy, Golden Boy, Golden Boy. I know you jealous. Look what we have over here. We have a cool toy. Anyway, just wanted to rub that in your face. How y'all doing over there?
Thank you, I think. Also, Greg, don't crush a boy's dreams, all right? Just because I was hoping for Lost Planet, I knew it wasn't coming. They stuck to the schedule, and I don't blame them for it, because you know what? There's going to be even more awesome Capcom games down the line, I'm sure. But there were some awesome things that they showed today. Of course, I'm joined by our colleagues here. We got Dan, Michael, and Damon. And Damon, I'll start with you, man. Okay. Because yes, obviously, they stuck to the schedule. That was what was expected from them. I have to say, I appreciate how punctual they were.
It was punctual. They didn't waste our time with any sort of like long interviews or musical performances or anything like that. I think Monster Hunter fans got stuff to be excited about. Having another Ace Attorney is great. I do just wish we got that one, even if it wasn't a big reveal, just a tease for what's the next big AAA next-gen game that's coming from Capcom.
True.
E3 it's E3. This is it. There isn't like a bigger show that you should be saving your stuff for. So this is like the place where you would reveal a game like Resident Evil Village. So I do feel a little bit disappointed in that respect.
Yeah, but that said, though, regarding Resident Evil, Dan, we did get RE-verse, so we knew about this, but I liked what I saw. It looked pretty cool, like just the insanity of the concept, right? I could definitely tell the very action-like combat, very different from traditional Resident Evil games. But I think in that respect, it looked cool, and I believe it is going to be included with Village, if I understood that right, or it's included with the game or something.
Unless I misread or misheard, I think it's going to be included or a separate download probably, but no additional charge. Yeah, it's exciting that it's coming imminently. It's something to look forward to. Also, the promise of more RE Village down the line. I do agree with Damon. It would have been nice to see at least a hint about what's to come.
True.
But it is nice to know that there is more. I half expected them to release like Ethan Winters brand like hand lotion or something because of how effective it is in the game.
Yeah.
But I will take RE-verse in the meantime. But they didn't give me Rival Schools, but they did give me the great Ace Attorney and some RE-verse to look forward to. So I'm happy enough.
But one game, though, that they spent a significant amount of time on, and for good reason, because it looks great. And Michael, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin looks awesome. I had not played the original. And I just downloaded it. I'm going to play it tonight. I'm looking forward to it. What can you tell us about this game?
Yeah, so earlier in the show, I said, give me cats or anime. And Capcom said, ¿Por qué no los dos? And they gave me both in Monster Hunter Stories 2 because they gave an extended trailer of that. And they got the palicos are so cute. I think their name is Tsukino. So very cute. And it's about Rathalos and Rathalos growing up in a world of oppression. Because in the stories of Monster Hunter, Rathalos is like the big monster that you want to slay. But here, it's kind of flipped on its head a little bit, where you have a baby Rathalos they call Ratha, and then you kind of go through the motions of society trying to like, that's Rathalos, we got to chain them down, we got to control this monster, and everyone else is like wilding out about it. Like, so they're like, you get the story trailers, and for me, as someone who loves JRPGs straight up and loves that melodramatic storytelling, and I love characters are crying, so that means I'm probably gonna cry, and there's anime boys and anime girls, like this is 1000% up my alley, and it's an RPG, like you think of Monster Hunter, like Monster Hunter Stories, like obviously we've had one before, so it kind of set the tone for that, but you think of Monster Hunter Hunter as this wild action game where you just like slay huge monsters. I like the vibe of Monster Hunter Stories. That is much more up my alley. Even though Monster Hunter Rise got some new content, that game is dope. I still can't believe that's running on Switch. But Monster Hunter Stories is my game of the day so far.
But speaking of crying, do you think this story is going to be like a Marley and Me, but for Rathalos?
Maybe, yeah. Oh, that's tough.
Well,
That's what I would want, though.
Yeah, I kind of was getting Dragon Prince vibes there as well.
Oh,
you know, because
you messed with Dragon Prince?
Yeah, it's a great anime on Netflix. But yeah, I was like, that kind of reminded me of that a little bit. But Damon, you know, we did get the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, right? I know you and Dan are both very excited about it. Your thoughts on that one coming stateside? It looks like it's going to be a fun time for fans of the series.
Yeah, it's coming soon. I like, there have been many Ace Attorney games. I like this one has a more historical setting. I think that'll help it feel a little bit fresh. And then they revealed 2 new game modes. The names of those escape me right now, but I think that'll help to mix it up a little bit in this long-running series.
Yeah, impressive, Dan. And I know you were gushing about it. So I do want to give you some time to express your love for this game.
As someone who loves excruciating wordplay and makes it a key facet of my personality, I have no objections to what I saw there. Wow. When I saw it, I said, take that and take my money because I want this game imminently. You have historical himbo, Herlock Sholmes, you have Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It looks like a blast. I like all this. It feels like almost like an Agatha Christie-esque mystery. So I'm very excited to see what they have in store. I know it's been out for a while in Japan, but I'm excited that we get it stateside. It's been a great year for fans of that type of game who have a Nintendo Switch. You have Famicom Detective Club. Now you have more Ace Attorney to look forward to. So it's a great time to be a fan of solving mysteries and experiencing excruciating puns.
Yeah, one thing that you can always, or at least turn to, is like, there was a little something for the fans of those games, and that is always a plus. It's always, we should definitely celebrate that, which is always fun, right? Especially for fans of the Ace Attorney series. I'm intrigued. I'm going to check it out. I'm looking forward to that one. But, guys, Capcom, they've had a pretty busy 2021 with the release of Resident Evil Village, the 8th installment, by the way, of this epic franchise that introduces all to survival back on the PlayStation 1. That opening cutscene was horrifying, by the way. I was a child. It did not set right for me. So basically Reddit, set up an AMA with the developers of Capcom sequel to talk about, these, the creepy corners, the really tall vampires and, what the devs have against Ethan's poor hands. Let's take a look.
Who is?
Ethan Winters. Welcome.
In Resident Evil 7, we created Ethan to act as the player's alter ego, a cameo-like character without any strong personality. However, through the course of production, we became attached to Ethan and we became curious to find out what will happen to him. And this decision to have him as the main character in Village came to us early in the production. While we began production for Village before RE7 was out, we actually had a plan for Ethan's destiny during RE7's development. And with the popularity of RE7, we were able to realize this idea. Since Ethan was created as the player's alter ego, we wanted to leave his face up to each player's imagination. So at this point, we don't want to show his face in any official form. In Village, showing that Ethan is in pain is an important tool to instill fear in the player. We don't have anything against his hands, but even we can admit that he has gone through a lot throughout the years. Naturally, there were many ideas that were not fully implemented in Village, either due to it crashing with the gameplay or game tempo or other reasons. But all ideas were utilized in the finished product in some way or another. This is one of the contrasts to the modern horror of RE7, where Village instead leans towards a gothic horror type action. Creatures in Village are a modern, biohazardous interpretation of the classic monsters like werewolves, vampires, and marmor. Lycans are just one of them. We created the Duke to be a beloved character, but we were surprised to see that he has now become equally or even more popular than Lady Dimitrescu. It's also fun to read fans commenting that this Resident Evil game is the one that made them cry. That it gave me the privilege to work on Resident Evil Village. That we were able to complete the fatherly story of Ethan Winters. We actually have more ideas of creating more monstrous or ugly creatures before we settled on Lady Dimitrescu's current design. However, since her stage's concept was a castle of frightening women, we had to ask ourselves, how can we make it both bewitching and scary at the same time? The end result being the tall lady. That's easy, moral. It was tricky to balance the mammon design aspects while still keeping it in the Resident Evil style. I think the team did a good job in the end. The most fun design was the Duke and the Big Baby. Both characters had very clear purposes, so it was rather intuitive how they were supposed to be. It must be the random lines from the Duke. He must have some kind of deal with the merchant from RE4. As Village is a sequel to RE7, having Chris, who played an active role in cleaning up the incident in the previous game, was a natural choice for this game. Throughout Village, Ethan really shows his strong will to get his daughter back. I think Hank, even with his expertise, is no match to Ethan's fatherly love. The concept of the Village is to provide players with a variety of different kinds of scary experiences. The House Benevolent was created as the stage that embodies one of the scariest experiences in the game. It is Donna that is speaking her mind through Angie. Or actually, it is more like Donna herself wearing a distant persona. There was indeed an early idea for her to appear in this game, but the pacing of the game and the narrative consistency prevented us from going with it. The sequence we had planned for her only remains in the way that fans have discovered. I asked Morimasa Sato for this one, and out of all Resident Evil creatures, he said that the Crimson Heads is the gold standard. He has never been so surprised by a creature as that one. And he told me that for Village, Ethan is his favorite, but that he has a strange attachment to Moro as well. We are aware that many players have asked us to delve deeper into Village, and that is why I can tell you that we have decided to create a DLC. We're so grateful that people have been enjoying it so much. Thanks to everyone's response, we have begun production on the DLC.
Well, there you have it. Pleasure to hear from the devs in that AMA, courtesy of Reddit. And, you know, I'm glad. During the AMA, because I had not played Resident Evil Village, right? And I didn't know the stuff about the hands. You know, I didn't know what was going on with it. Now I know a bit more. And yeah, it's definitely disturbing. Well, speaking of disturbing, they, you know, confirmed DLC. So what disturbing things are they going to come up with next here, Damon?
Well, so if we're going to theorize, first of all, we're going to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, as best we can.
Still a pretty new game. But, you know, a lot happens at the end. A lot has changed at the end of it. So I guess maybe a question for Michael and Dan, since you played it. Do you think the DLC might sort of explore the revelation that's revealed at the end of the game? Or since Lady D turned out to be so popular, would they sort of bring her back have some of sort of a chapter with her, maybe.
See, I feel like you have to set it kind of within the main story a little bit, or maybe an offshoot, or even like a prequel about something else that happens within the village. Personally, I'd love almost like an Animal Crossing-esque game where I get to populate the residents of the village and design this spooky little town.
Okay.
But that's just
Animal
me.
Crossing is demented and, you know, hand choppy and stuff like that. What about for you, Mike?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dan. Like, you don't want. I don't think like following up to what happens at the end is necessarily the place for the DLC.
Yeah.
That would probably set up a sequel. But I mean, not necessarily the DLC. But I've been talking about VR support for Resident Evil Village because it was so good for 7. And if we're talking about hands and all the things that happen in your hands, imagine being in VR and like, especially if you play something.
That's a good point.
If you play it on something like the Valve Index, where you're kind of hands free with that sort of thing, you're like, yo, what's going on? I don't know if I want that, but that would be a technical marvel. And I'd be like, yo, y'all should play that.
Well, we know that if Avli was here, I'll speak for her. She would say Lady D DLC as much as possible, and then something, you know, about Lady D and wanting her to, like, I don't know, be on her or something. I don't know. Just Avli things. You guys know how she rolls. But, folks, if you haven't had a chance to pick up Resident Evil Village yet, you gotta stop waiting. I gotta stop waiting. I gotta get it myself. So I'm gonna do that after the show is done. It's out now, so you know we're gonna avoid spoilers as much as we can, and we're gonna change gears here, and we're gonna talk about Mythic quests. And Dan, I believe you ended up doing.
Yeah, you could say I'm a bit of a fan. I enjoy the show quite a bit, and I got the chance to sit down with the cast and talk to them about season 2. It's out now, and it's really hilarious. I think people are in for a treat if they haven't checked it out yet.
All right, well, there you go. We have an exclusive interview with the members of the cast as more E3 is on the way.
Hello Internet, how are you doing? I'm Dan Casey. Welcome to E3 2021, and today I'm here with some of the finest, funniest, and most creative folks in town behind one of my favorite shows, Mythic Quest. If you're not watching it, please stop what you're doing. Well, watch this panel first, then please go catch up. I cannot urge you enough to watch this show. It is truly fantastic. Today we're going to talk all about this series, how it came to life, what you can expect from season 2, and so much more. Joining me today, we have an all-star lineup of amazingly talented people, beginning with Mythic Quest co-creator, producer, and writer Megan Gans. We have Ashley Birch, who plays the QA tester Rachel and serves as a writer on the series. Imani Hakim, who plays Dana, aka the QA tester / streamer formerly known as Wild D. And of course, Jason Altman, head of Ubisoft Film and Television and executive producer. Thank you all so much for joining me today. So I want to take things back to the beginning. You know, one of the things I love about Mythic Quest is it kind of shows how the sausage of video games are made. But Jason, I'm curious, how did Mythic Quest, the show, first come to life?
Before doing this job, I was a games producer for 15 years. And when I started out in TV, telling the story of how games are made or taking a little bit of a look behind the camera was something I really wanted to do. And I felt like games were at this point where they were part of mainstream culture. I knew that there were big personalities of people who created games. And I knew we hadn't seen anything like that. And I knew it was a workplace like everybody goes to every day, but it was a creative workplace. And I knew that there was something in that idea that, like, it's a creative enterprise. And I feel like the discussions that happen in the creative enterprise are just, they're unique and they're different. And I felt like, I don't know, maybe there was something there. And so I was a big fan of Sunny. And I got the opportunity to pitch Rob McElhaney. And I brought my best PowerPoint presentation. And he and I made this in passion pitch, and he said no. He said no. And then I said, would you? We talked a little bit, and I invited him to come with me to visit one of the Ubisoft development studios in Montreal, and he agreed. I think because it was a trip to Montreal. But he got to see some people behind he got to see some of the personalities and the people who create games and the type of environment it was, and that it was, and I think that experience and talking to the people who are actually, on the ground and seeing the people who work in the different aspects brought something, to him. And he called Meg And that was the genesis. That was really the start of it. And I was delighted. And Rob told me later I needed to improve my PowerPoint presentation.
Well, it's always good to have a project to work on the side. So PowerPoint skills, it's a life skill right there. But I'm curious, obviously, since you lived that experience of being a games producer and games developer, what was that experience like when you got the sort of initial pilot script back? How close did it seem to your experience and how an actual game studio operates?
Oh, I read it and I thought, I'm in so much trouble. Because it was both, it was really funny, and it really, for me, cut close to the bone. And I was like, oh, wow, I've seen this. I know this feeling. I know these people. I know these conversations. And I feel like what Rob and Meg did is, they have something that is both like truly authentic, and at the same, for everybody who, knows what's going on behind, the curtain, for people who make games, it's authentic to that experience, but it is completely accessible to everyone who knows nothing about the games industry and goes to work every day and has a boss and has like crazy people at work and deals with different personalities and what's going on in their life. And so balancing those two, I feel like that's where the magic is in this show. And I was really just delighted to see all that in the script.
Awesome. Well, I mean, obviously the cast, an incredible cast, really makes all of these specific moments come to life. But before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about those, really capturing those nuances, because one of the things I love about this, yes, it's a great workplace comedy, but also it feels very specific to the world of games development and offers a nice insight into how that world operates. So Megan and Ashley in particular, I want to tell me, what's the writer's room like? Do you guys just all sit around, try to think of different ways to put Jason's feet to the fire?
We have to haze him in. This is his first writing room experience, so we gotta show him the ropes. I mean, Ashley and I are a good representation of our writer's room experience because she knows a ton about games, has worked in the games industry herself for a while. She has lots of friends that are working even the development side of things, and also has been a lifelong gamer. I really loved playing video games up to N64, and then I just never made the jump to the dual joystick. And so that was the way that we devised the writer's room, to have a real balance of people on both sides so that we could achieve the very thing that Jason is talking about, where it feels like it could be any workplace, but also feels authentic to the people that do work in that specific workplace.
Yeah, I think that was a huge sort of mission statement going into it, was that balance, and also making sure. I think another cool thing about the writer's room was that we were also very candid about issues that the games industry has. So we didn't shy away from, we didn't just make it seem like everyone's great and there are no problems. There are problems, and I feel like we tackle them in funny ways. And so yeah, a lot of our conversations were just sort of candid about, we plumbed a lot of Jason's knowledge of working at game studios, and we had people come in. We had a monetization expert come in, actually, that was really fundamental in how we characterized Brad. So yeah, it was a really cool experience to be able to find a nice balance, and also, like you're saying, honor a lot of things that are specific to games, but then make the characters and the workplace in general feel very universal.
I do want to touch on that real quick. One of the things I really love about this season is sort of like we're getting a lot more depth to these characters too. Like we got to really get to know them in season 1, but now one of the things I love, and Amani, I want to talk to you about this, is we really get to see this passion that she has for game development. She's not someone who just wants to chill on a couch and test a game for bugs. She loves this medium, and I really love the story arc where she gets the opportunity to kind of follow that dream of beginning to develop a game. And mobile games is a pathway for many people to get into the larger video gaming industry. So I'm curious, with this storyline, did you do any research about coding, talk to any developers? How did you prepare to sort of get in Dana's headspace here?
Yeah. I had the opportunity to speak directly with Tracy Fullerton, who is really big in the game design industry and just really paved the way for women in gaming in general. And it was very helpful because, outside of Ashley Birch, I don't have a lot of gamers in my community of friends. And yeah, we hopped on a Zoom, and I got to really pick her brain about just what it looks like to climb the ranks within the game industry, and specifically as a woman in gaming. And yeah, it was just it was a nice tool to add to my toolbox to have that relationship with Tracy. She was very open and willing to give information, and it really added to Dana's storyline and just the overall character development and how I approached that storyline in general.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially when you contrast that a bit with Rachel, because Dana is a character that, you know, when you see her interact with Poppy, she's not really afraid to speak truth to power, but then Poppy's able to kind of like be like, no, I'm your boss, stop this. But with Rachel, one of my favorite scenes so far is when she and Ian are stuck together in a very nice car. She finally gets that opportunity that she's always wanted, but then kind of freezes up. It's a very relatable moment, and it feels sort of in contrast to Dana, who's someone who feels able to articulate what they want. So, Ashley, tell me, where's Rachel's head at? Why do you think that is such a moment that like really resonates with people?
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting thing, because I feel like when you're younger, like when you're around Rachel's age, you know that you want to make your mark on the world, and you know that you want to blaze a trail, but you probably don't really know what kind. You just know that like you are going to do it, and you'll figure the rest out later. And I feel like that's a bit of Rachel's vibe, is that she has a tremendous amount of ambition, but basically no direction or skill. And a little bit of entitlement, like I should be able to run this company. And Ian basically is this brick wall that's like, why? What do you have to offer? What do you want? Which is, I think, I think is such a relatable thing, especially at people, you know, folks around Rachel and Dana's age, of like, you're getting, you know, you have a job and it's an entry-level job, and you start thinking like, well, I don't want to sit on this couch forever. So what does that look like? What do I actually want to like put my passion and my work and my energy into?
Well, something I kind of want to go back to is something we touched on briefly before, talking about trying to sort of balance the more comedic elements with trying to really touch on these sort of heavier issues or things that are endemic to the industry, things that are actually like real issues. And something that you sort of touch on in various ways is sort of the role of women in gaming, women in leadership, because in video gaming, it feels like it can be a sort of culturally or traditionally male-dominated industry. So I'm curious, both in front of and behind the camera, were there any goals or expectations or concerns in how you approached that and how you wanted to portray the women of Mythic Quest?
I think we always start from a place of, you know, wanting to be funny. And that's not to say we don't take those matters seriously. It's just that sometimes talking about them with a twist of humor and a lightheartedness actually makes that medicine easier to swallow for people. And I think it just lands a little bit better. I think, like, for instance, in our first season, we did the whole thing where the girls can code came around, and David was supposed to be showing them around the office and introducing them to Poppy, and she's not there that day. And just the humor of this guy's trying to do good. He's trying to right the wrongs of the industry, but like the industry itself is making it difficult for him to do that. And that's a funny, relatable place. There's no villain in that necessarily in that space, but you're also not making light of the problem. You're just making light of this character's situation within that problem. So we always look for things like that when approaching that, but always from a place of, is this funny? And is it going to feel authentic and not pandering, like we're trying to gloss over an issue? And so that's how we approach those things.
So I'm curious as well, how has working on Mythic Quest either impacted or changed your understanding or appreciation of the challenges inherent in game design and production?
There was a whole Twitter thread that went viral of community managers that had posted the clip of Sue talking to the girls from Girls Can Code about what it's like to be a community manager, which she says something like, you know, when you're mad at your mom and you just want to scream into a pillow, I'm like the player's mom and the pillow. And like basically every community manager from every game company responded to that thread going like, oh God, it's my life. Oh no, this is me. And I feel
seen.
I feel seen.
Which was funny because we were like, this is way too broad. Like this is our broadest character. This is the biggest swing we're gonna take. They stick her in the basement because she's like, so, you know. And then everyone was like, that is the relatable
That's
one.
me. And I'm like, at once I was like, oh, I'm really happy that we made something that was so like real and relatable for people. And at the same time, I was like, no, oh no, you all feel like
Someone help them.
Someone help them.
And one thing I will say on the flip side of that, all of the game sequences that are in Mythic Quest are created by Redstorm, and it's the complete opposite because they're creating a game for comedy. So they're getting notes about it's going the complete opposite way.
More blood, more blood.
They were like, wait, yeah, they're just like, wait, don't you want more? You want blood, bigger blood spurts coming out of the head and the butt, and wait, and they were just keep sending it back, like, is this enough? Do you mean? And it was such a funny experience for them because it was completely different than what they're used to. They're used to saying like, oh no, it should be it's about precision, and here no, it was about making it funny. And they just never had that note before,
right?
And so they had to deal with it and work a little bit differently and iterate differently. And it was a really fun process for them too, because they had to learn how to work, just in a really different work style.
And folks, that is all the time we have today. Thank you so much to all my panelists, Ashley Birch, Megan Gans, Jason Altman, Imani Hakim, for joining me today. Folks, if you haven't watched Mythic Quest yet, please stop what you're doing. Cancel the rest of your plans. It is now streaming on Apple TV Plus. Season 2 is in full effect. You have plenty of time to catch up before the next episode, especially if, like I said, you cancel your plans. Anyway, for everyone watching at home, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Dan Casey from Nerdist.com, and we have so many more amazing things coming your way all week long at E3, so thank you so much. Have a great day, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Oh, sorry. I was just posting on Twitter with the hashtag E32021, just like you should be a part of that thing, and you get to vote. You've heard this spiel a million times, right? So let's get into it. Games appeal to everyone, but obviously everyone is different in their own way. So therein lies the challenge in making a game that is not only fun, but exciting and accessible to a gamer already facing their own unique challenges. Here are some of the voices of E3 to talk about making games accessible.
Hello and welcome back to this wonderful E3 presentation. We are here today to talk about all things gaming on the Making Games Accessible panel. I am your moderator and host, Steven Spawn, the Chief Operations Officer of Able Gamers. You've probably seen me running around the internet being friends with Ryan Reynolds and raising awareness for people with disabilities. I am so privileged to be here today with 4 of the top people in accessibility and games, and I'm going to do one better than introduce them to you. I'm going to let you each hear from them individually. Up first, we have a man that I have known for a lot of years and been privileged to watch throughout the decades, Mark Bartlett. Mark, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Mark Bartlett. I'm the founder and executive director of the Able Gamers charity. We've been around for about 17 years, really advocating for people with disabilities in the game space.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mark. Jonathan, up next.
All right. Yes. First of all, thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here with you fine folks. So I'm Jonathan Bedard. I'm a user experience director at Ubisoft Quebec. I've been in games for a wee bit more than 15 years now. And yeah, worked previously as a game designer, production manager, and QA analyst. I've worked on Assassin's Creed, and more recently on Immortals Phoenix Rising. And pleasure to be here, really.
Such good titles. All right, and we have Nanea. You want to follow up that amazing introduction with your own?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Nanea Reeves, and I'm CEO of Trip. And Trip, the best description I've seen of Trip was from the Washington Post, where it said it's meditation meets a video game meets a happy pill. And we are primarily delivered through XR interfaces, but we also have an extensive body of research in the clinical use cases of XR, VR, and AR to address mental health issues.
Fantastic. Mental health is so important in our industry today, and definitely not least, but finally, Hawken, how are you doing?
Yep.
I'm good. Thanks so much, Stephen, for moderating this panel. I am a features writer at BioNews Services covering different rare diseases. I also am a research producer for some Call of Duty shows, and I was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy when I was 5 years old, now 24 years old, and I do advocacy work in that field as well.
Thank you so much for being here today to all of our panelists. One of the topics that I very much wanted to get into today was the issues that are in the accessibility world that are facing the gaming community and gamers today.
You know, talking about representation, there's, I think, a lack of big streamers with disabilities and, you know, faces of gaming with disabilities. And I think it might make people think, oh, only people that are able-bodied are able to participate in games, when they don't see people like them, you know, streaming and, you know, on the face of the industry. One person that comes to mind is Rocky No Hands, and he was just, you know, recently signed on to Luminosity Gaming, and he's been a great face to, you know, the paralyzed community, and showing that, you know, even with his disability, he can use a quad stick, he can play the game, and I think that's very important. I think also what's important is gaming related accessibility apps and making those so that they're easier to use for people with disabilities. I've heard that Discord is difficult for the blind community because you can't use tab because it locks in a text box. So you can't, you know, go from one to another if you just have a keyboard. So that makes it difficult. So just little things like that, I think, that aren't necessarily in the games, but are very linked to the games, making those things accessible are very important.
Jonathan, as a UX guy, how do you feel about this?
So for me, from what I see, I think things are getting better from year to year, which is promising. But in terms of critical issue, I'd say, I think we should aim as an industry to involve more of our players, and by our players, I mean all our players, all players with different background, different capabilities, different background, different everything, right? And there's a saying I heard in the accessibility community, which was nothing about us without us, and it really resonated with me because I realized at that point that sometimes you will unintentionally create barriers. As you know, games are about challenge, and challenge automatically involves frictions. You need to carefully craft those frictions to be really where you want them to be, and not where you don't want them to be. And to do this, you need to involve you know, all types of players with different backgrounds, because sometimes just by listening, you get precious insights.
That's great. I mean, inclusiveness obviously means a lot to you as well. Nanea, you know, what do you feel about this?
Well, I think, you know, because I focus specifically in VR and AR, I'm aware of some of the advancements of eye tracking lenses on the head-mounted displays. Really opens up a tremendous amount of innovation. I've also worked with some EEG head straps that can support some brain-controlled interfaces. You can use voice activation as well. So I think the integration of different biosensors into the head-mounted displays, you're going to see some very interesting opportunities to support accessibility in products. So for us, what we've seen is just even interpolating gaze through using the gyroscope as a controller, you know, with head movement, really helped us open up accessibility with people who were in the hospital and in a prone position to be able to use our application.
Absolutely. Input devices mean everything in the accessibility world. Mark, I know this is a big question, but the critical issues facing us?
Well, I mean, the critical issues that are facing us are tools and education. And so, you know, a couple of years ago, Able Gamers released, you know, we did a bunch of data with our user research team, and we released something called the Accessible Player Experience Patterns. You can find them at accessible.games. My research team, we discovered that there are 22 patterns that helped drive you to make decisions that created accessibility. They were broken down into two big groups. Access, this is really, you know, when you're talking about VR, you're talking about head tracking, you're really talking about, you know, the being able to have access to the thing. And then to what, Joe, you were talking about challenge. So they're broken down in those two things. Video games are unique in that when you think traditional accessibility, you try to create these barrier-free or challenge-free experiences, but video games challenges are part of that. So, you know, we created this design patterns, and they took off like gangbusters. We extended it and we created a practitioners program. And in the last 16 months, we have certified 167 developers, everywhere from Blizzard, Activision, through Avalanche, through Square Enix Montreal, indie studios. There's someone at Ubisoft signed up for our next class. And we're giving them the tools to be able to make decisions that create, as all of you have said, accessible experiences. Because one of the things that's changed for us is it's not about, I always say the wrong question is, how do we make this game accessible? And the right question is, how do we make this experience accessible? I'm excited for the future of accessibility as things are really starting to align. It's just now letting that timeline and let these games that are, you know, have these really long development cycles come out and get released.
That's so well said. The experiences. Obviously, all of you today have talked about experiences of gaming, and that is what really matters for gaming. And I'd really like to go into that. And I'm going to throw the question to all of you. You can gladiatorily fight for who answers this question. I want to know, yeah, get ready. What do you think the industry has done so far? Have we gone far enough? Do we have further to go with accessibility? Do we have the inclusion that we need, or do we still have a ways to go?
I think we're not there yet, for sure. I think there's a lot of ground ahead of us. We need to be very lucid, though, about the progress that has been made. As Mark said, and others will say after, we've been doing progress. We need to acknowledge it and be proud of what we've done as an industry, as developers, as individuals. But I do believe, generally speaking, we really do need to think about accessibility much earlier in our projects. That's one of the main hurdles I think a lot of developers see, is that they start later. It's harder to make it happen later. It's harder to welcome feedback, iterate, and everything. So I think we need to tackle accessibility much earlier. We need to consider it also as a must-have. I know we do, a lot of other developers do. It's a must-have, it's a standard. We need to create those and be more inclusive. And as we do this, we create precedent that we cannot ignore. And this is how we'll build the future, one brick at a time.
I love that. And I think it is the amazing point to jump into my personal area of fun in these panels. I'm going to go off the rails here and make the gods and goddesses of E3 really mad at me right now. When you're talking about your own personal lives, and I'm going to throw this to each of you because I want to hear your stories here. You know, what is your personal favorite memory about gaming?
My favorite memory is that I'm married to a gamer. And so my husband and I are celebrating 26 years this year. And we sometimes play the same games, sometimes we don't, but I just love that I can sit and waste an entire weekend with my back to my husband, and the most conversation we have is, hey, I'm going to the kitchen, do you want anything? I'm a veteran. Being able to connect with people who were my military friends, being able to connect with them, being able to use video games to heal veterans and to be able to heal some of the damage that military service creates is another really great thing that I've seen at our work here at Able Gamers. So
I think there's a few that come to mind, kind of generally speaking. Growing up, I could, since it's a progressive disease, I could keep up in a sense with some people, but I started to decline. I couldn't do things. And I think video games was what really brought me together with my friends, and it was a way for me to interact with them socially where I couldn't, on the playground, etc. And so I have very fond memories, playing Halo Reach is one of my favorite games, playing, Firefight on Beachhead, taking out some aliens together. And that was just, a very warm experience for me as well. And then also say as a journalist, I worked for the Washington Post. I worked for their video game section launcher when I first started. I interned there, and being able to cover the Overwatch Grand Finals in 2019 in Philadelphia and having the Wells Fargo Center sold out and interviewing people about why they love esports, why they love video games, and just seeing how much people love video games and how it brings people together and just what it means to people. And that was just a really amazing experience to see what I've known is happening in a personal way.
Yeah, for myself, I would not say necessarily best moment, but most important moment in gaming, maybe that comes to mind is in another life. It feels the coming of MMOs for me. I was at the time, I remember struggling with mental health problem, not necessarily big, but just enough to throw me off. And I found kind of solace, I guess, or no, not solace, that's not the right word, but some anchor through MMOs by connecting with other people. Some friends of mine bonded more about that, and that really did help me go and power through a bit through this to really find help again. Really helped me, and I know it's the reality of a lot of people, even more with the current crisis. A lot of people find refuge in gaming, social or not. That's how they manage, how they cope, and that's why that's one of the reasons I do make games. Not the only one, but one of them. It's powerful for me, at least, and that's why today I really do empathize with some people that do struggle with that, and it's very important, to try and respect that first, but also try to see how we can, support all types of player needs like this: escapism, connection, relatability, stuff like that.
I think for me, there's several moments. Hawken made me think about when I was invited to the League of Legends Season 3 finale at Staples Center. And I felt the energy. I mean, it was really where I got the seismic shift that had just happened in that moment with this concept of professional gaming, and it was super exciting. I think it was a life-changing moment for me in my relationship to games. And then finally, I very rarely play games all the way through. Completing BioShock was such a beautiful, full immersion. And I saved the little sisters. I didn't harvest them, but it was just kind of like playing that all the way through and the isolation of that single player journey and the narrative. And I felt the same when I played Last of Us as well, just the beauty of that game and the storytelling. And, I live in Los Angeles, and thinking about storytelling through you being a part of the decision framework, I think is really what's beautiful about video gaming.
Couldn't agree more. Games are beautiful, and that unfortunately brings us to the end of this wonderful panel, as obviously this subject is so deep. We could all talk for the rest of the day. Thank you for your knowledge and sharing with us today. We're going to throw it out to you back in the audience. Take care and enjoy E3. It's been our pleasure to serve you. And don't tell Greg Miller to let. Bye.
Thank you, Steven. Hey, viewer, I hope you've been enjoying E3 2021. Have you seen some games you like? Well, I bet you have, and I bet you should head over to Steam, where you can go to the E3 2021 profile page. There it is, the showcase page. That's what they're calling it. With that handy URL, it's so short. You can go there. You can see all the games we've been talking about during E3 2021. You can get demos, you can wishlist, you can pre-order, you can do all the jazz. And if you didn't know, wishlisting, at the very least, helps out developers and publishers get their games in front of more people. And I know for some of the games we're about to talk about, as we talk about our favorite games of the day, many of them are indies and could definitely use your help. Damon Hetfield, IGN.com, Game Scoop host,
yes,
father, Kansas native.
These are all true.
Yeah, I know, I haven't lied yet. What was your best thing you saw today?
Greg, I'm gonna go with Fallen Aces, which is a game that I think was revealed last year, but wasn't on my radar until today. So E3, the system works.
Yeah.
This is a Doom style game that with a gangster noir setting, which is very unique. Nothing really looks like it that I'm aware of. There are a lot of sort of Doom revival games that are around these days that are going for the style of the way Doom looks like in the 90s, even sometimes restricting you to the X-axis. But this is the first one I've seen that has such a unique gangster setting of it. I thought it looked awesome.
Yeah, I've been talking about, whenever I talk about it, I'm saying Doom mashed up with LA Noire, right? Like, it's got that crime noir story, it's going through, and like, it doesn't look like the Doom you're thinking of from 2018 or Eternal, right? We're talking about the old school Doom and the way it would turn and the way these characters would pop up and be a little bit pixelated. I love that one, looks awesome from New Blood. Michael Hyam.
We just talked about Monster Hunter Stories 2.
We sure did, but you and I haven't talked about it.
Oh, but we haven't talked about it. And that is my game of the day. I think, like I said earlier, like just a couple segments ago, anime, cats, Monster Hunter, I'm on board. And yeah, I think that what's really cool, though, is that you get the demo at the end of the month, which is going to carry over into the release on July 9th, which we knew already. But I wish more games did that. Of course. Dragon Quest 11 did that, and I think more people hopped on board. Like, oh, I'll try it out. And then after you play the demo, it's like, oh, I don't have to restart. So that's really cool for Monster Hunter Stories. So if y'all got a Switch, keep your eyes on that. That's coming out real soon. But I just really like turn-based combat, like I said, and like flipping the Monster Hunter vibe into which Stories 1 already did. Flipping that into a turn-based combat system, kind of reworking the story a little bit. I think it's going to be a lot more thoughtful than what you might expect from Monster Hunter.
That's the thing, is somebody who played a lot of World, right, and it has played Monster Hunters like I talked about before on PSP, I skipped original Stories, and kind of wasn't on my radar at all. So checking out this one, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so story-focused and character-forward.
Yeah, some JRPG stuff that I absolutely love. So yeah, that's really got me excited. And I think like the first 2 days were a little bit lacking in Japanese games, which is where I gravitate towards. I know Square Enix focused on Guardians, so Capcom came through for me.
Okay, great. Dan.
Well, speaking of Japanese games, one of my favorites in recent memory was Fire Emblem Three Houses, so I immediately gravitated towards Dark Deity. It looked like a strategy RPG that I can't wait to play because it blends mechanics, it seems, from both Fire Emblem and other similar strategy RPGs, but also that XCOM-style wound system. I love a good game with permadeath. I want to feel there's a sense of stakes for my characters, but also I need to manage my characters a little bit too because I don't want to save scum my way through this. I need to tactically decide, are they going to make it through this battle? If they get grievously wounded, are they going to be able to help me in the next one? So I'm excited to see what they have there, and like Damon was saying, the system works.
E3, the system works. Hashtag the system works. Hashtag Monsties. That was another one for me. I saw the internet get taken off guard by the Monsties. Was that a big thing of Monster Hunter Stories 1? Did they talk about Monsties?
Yeah, shouts out to Monsties. Wow. Yeah.
I can't believe I completely missed it. It's so adorable. They should rename it Monstie Hunter, Damon.
You get a baby Rathalos. Well, Ratha, but you know.
Well, I'm sure everybody wants to know what my favorite game of the day was, but I'm going to make you wait for it. Instead, we're going to kick it over to Jackie and Golden Boy to tell you about what's coming up tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Miller, thank you so much.
Mr. Miller sounds like a teacher.
I don't know. Why do I keep on calling him that? Greg?
Guess so.
Can I be honest? I just keep on mixing you both up because you guys have G names. But anyway, Verizon dedicating $1 million to helping 5 female students from historically black colleges and universities get into game-related fields with the Verizon Game Forward Scholarship, empowering, uplifting, creating change for the next gen. Super cool.
Yeah, that's right. And then we ended up having in television, which I quite enjoyed this one. We saw the Amico in action. That controller, very unique. A great console for the family. Cheap games as well. You know, not cheap in quality, but cheap in cost. And I think that this is definitely going to be something to keep your eye on for sure.
Yeah, and Take-Two discussing diversity, equity, inclusion, and corporate responsibility in the gaming industry, talking about how we can do better.
Indeed, we always can. We always can. We had plenty more to show here as well. Mythical Games coming in hot, bringing the blockchain to the gaming space. This was a great deep dive. I enjoyed it as a fan of that particular industry. I'm looking forward to seeing how the blockchain can continue to influence gaming in the future.
And Freedom Games, cat cafe manager with cute kitties, and then To the Rescue with adorable puppies, and then Coromon with little monsters. It was just so much fun. Lots of fun games revealed. during the Freedom Games presentation today.
And Capcom fans were not disappointed because they received updates on games that they are anticipating that are around the corner. You know, games like Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, you know, Monster Hunter Rise DLC, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, even an update on Resident Evil Village that will be getting new DLC by popular demand.
And I'm gonna try to read this like a 90s ad. Blade 14, Blade 14, Blade 14 for $17.99, $17.99, $17.99. Oh my goodness, what a steal.
Actually, it's a really sick laptop.
Lots and lots of ports.
Yes.
Sorry, that was my favorite.
Lots and lots of ports.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it was a really, really fun day, and you guys are awesome. Love working with you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk about what we enjoyed the most today.
What did you enjoy the most?
Okay, so on my list here, I put Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Rain. Michael, my fellow otaku, we both put it at the top of our list here. Obviously, that was a new trailer, and we were chatting, and I just said it absolutely hit for me. It's about this young boy connecting with his monster, but connecting with himself.
No, it's
connecting with others. Monty. I'm sorry, I keep on saying that. And I retweeted you, and I hashtagged Monty.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can join the Monty movement by going to twitter.com/GameOverGreggy and retweet a tweet that's hashtag Monty.
Keeps on trying to get us
Connect
Twitter
with your
promoted.
monsties, people.
It works.
Yes, connect with your monsties. That was what I took
Everyone
from
connect
that.
with your monsties tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll go next. The game that certainly caught my attention was One Lonely Outpost from Freedom Games.
So
what we saw. You know, I love games like that, right? You know, management games, but also they have like quirky little elements to it. And this game brought the quirkiness 100%. I followed them on Twitter, both the game and Freedom Games. I'm really keeping my eye on them because I didn't know much about Freedom Games today, and I'm glad that we had that opportunity to spotlight them because that game looked really cool.
I'm right there with you, right? New Blood caught me off guard of a whole bunch of stuff I hadn't seen from them, but I've heard of New Blood. Freedom Games I hadn't heard of, and that's why at the top of my list for today I put To the Rescue, right? Like, yeah, it's another quirky management sim. Let's run a dog rescue operation, right? But I love the idea that even though the game is cute graphically, even though the idea is cute, like, it is serious, right? There's going to be diseases that'll get into the hospital that you have to worry about, like cordon off the dogs. There's people coming in who only want puppies, and you have these old dogs. What are you going to do? Like, you're dealing with these different things, let alone that 20% of every dollar spent on To the Rescue, of course, will be donated to Pet Finder. So that's awesome.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, that's always great. Games that have initiatives and stuff like that, that's a winner for me.
There were so many fun ones in Freedom, but let's take a look at our final day tomorrow and how things are shaping up. Nintendo kicks things off at 9 a.m. Pacific, followed by Bandai Namco presents House of Ashes. Woo. And we've got Eureka Studio and GameSpot's Play for All showcase, and we wrap things up with the E3 Awards.
Who will be game of the show?
Oh.
You know what I mean? They're not all in, so I'm not actually asking
I know,
you to make a
yeah.
I can't do it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at here it is.
Look who's joining us.
Back again.
Look at these.
Back again.
This silly motley crew here.
You know what that means? You know what that means?
Join us.
See everybody on the main
Join us.
stage, ladies and gentlemen. That means that's it for today's coverage of E3. We want to thank our friends at Binge and iHeartRadio, a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the United States. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. Thank you to our media crew. That's all of you guys over there. All of the developers today. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Pacific. A big day starting off with Nintendo. Get some sleep. Good night, everyone.
Peace, y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Today we got a full download of Capcom and Razer info. And if you can believe it, E3 still isn't over. Not to mention IGN's Summer of Gaming, which is just heating up. Now you can find all our Summer of Gaming coverage over at IGN.com, on YouTube and social media, and now even on your smart TVs. And for additional content, check out E3's online portal and app featuring virtual booths, articles, videos, and more. Now, coming up, tomorrow is all about Nintendo, and we'll bring you full pre- and post-show coverage of their conference, plus anything else E3 can throw at us. So if you're a Switch savant or even a Nintendo Wii U enthusiast, bless your heart and bless your souls, make sure you tune back in tomorrow to catch it all live right here. Switch Pro, anyone? You think we're going to get an announcement for the Switch Pro? We don't know, but we're about to find out very soon. And remember, just because E3 is wrapping up doesn't mean the summer of gaming is over. We've got more great stuff planned for Wednesday and beyond, so make sure to check out the full schedule over on IGN.com. Don't miss out, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow with more Summer of Gaming. Hope to see you soon.